The Mint Sustainability Summit 2025, now in its 4th edition, returns with the forward-looking theme, Clean Energy for Positive Climate Impact. The challenge before us, ladies and gentlemen, is quite clear. India must transition to a green economy at speed and scale, where clean energy drives growth, resilience, and sustainability. This summit focuses on shaping India's green policy frameworks and green future, accelerating renewable energy adoption, mobilizing finance, and building delivery systems that work for people and the planet. Clean energy is more than just a technological shift. It is the foundation for a resilient, future-ready India. From solar to wind, innovation in storage to smarter grids, the clean energy revolution promises not only to cut emissions, but also to unlock jobs, investment, and inclusive development. At the same time, this transition must deliver positive climate impact, ensuring that the benefits go beyond economics to induce and include reduced vulnerabilities, healthier cities, and a more secure future for generations ahead. The Mint Sustainability Summit 2025 is not just a platform for dialogue, but a call to action towards clean energy solutions that deliver lasting climate benefits and power India's rise as a global sustainability leader. So, through the day, we have 7 panel discussions, 4 special addresses and presentations, and we'll be joined in a short while by the Honorable Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi. We would like to thank our supporting partners, and you'll see their names up on the screen, Gentari, Bisleri, Pernod Ricard, Aquarius, Luthra Group, GMDC, and GEDA. Ladies and gentlemen, a little later, we will be asking our volunteers and ushers who will approach you to participate in a survey that will help us improve our presentations in the future. For now, do settle down for a robust exchange and interaction of ideas, concepts, and thoughts, some that perhaps will be radical too. I'd like to remind you once again to please keep your mobile phones in the silent mode. Each panel discussion will have a portion for audience interaction, and we do welcome questions depending on the time available being posed to our speakers. The moderator for each session will control the time and the sequence of questions. For those of you who are active on social media, do join our conversation on our Twitter handle, #MintForSustainability. We'd like to now formally begin our day by inviting the Editor-in-Chief, Mint, Mr. Ravi Krishnan, to please welcome you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? 2025 reminds me of 2012. Not the year, but the Hollywood potboiler. That masala movie followed a bunch of characters as they navigated earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and a global flood. Well, it's 2025, and this year too, we have had a series of natural disasters, not least the floods that are ravaging North India. Now, of course, the weather in Delhi at least seems to have taken a turn for the better, but flood warnings and the rain forecast still persist. So therefore, let me congratulate you all for the fact that so many of you are present here today, braving the inhospitable weather. And I would like to extend a warm welcome to each of you to the 4th edition of the Mint Sustainability Summit. Now, getting back to natural disasters, they have certainly had a big impact. According to reinsurer Munich Re, in the first half of this year, worldwide natural disasters caused overall losses of around $131 billion US dollars. That number by itself probably doesn't tell us much. The 30-year average from 1995 to 2024 was $79 billion, adjusted for inflation. Now, I don't know about earthquakes, but everything from wildfires to floods, they all have a link to climate change. They have a link to a planet that is at a tipping point. Extreme weather events are increasing every year. Based on current national pledges, the nationally determined contributions or NDCs, the world is on course for a catastrophic 2.6 degrees Celsius to 3.1 degrees Celsius of warming this century itself. People have indeed started taking notice. You might have yourself taken notice sitting in this auditorium where it is like really warm. And we all know that much more needs to be done. We have made rapid progress in renewables and electric mobility, but not enough in decarbonizing key industries and financing climate adaptation strategies. Now, newsrooms like ours, we focus on the big transformations of our times. Climate change and the ensuing energy transition are key among them. Means regular readers know that we have been focusing on sustainability for a while now, especially through our in-depth reportage, our long story page, and our newsletter, Climate Change Anew, anchored by my colleagues Vivek Bhattacharya and Sayantan Bera, who will be among the moderators today. This edition of the Sustainability Summit will focus on how clean energy can play a role in mitigating the impact of climate change. Among other things, we'll also have discussions on how we can scale clean energy in India, the role played by each branch, by which I mean solar, wind, hydro, and nuclear, and on decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. We'll also talk about strategies to transition to net zero, how we can make Indian cities more climate resilient, and much more. We have lined up a galaxy of speakers, some of whom have braved inclement weathers, thunderstorms, and diverted flights. Somebody landed in Jaipur, for example, to be here to address you today. I hope these days will see a lot of insights and ideas being shared, inspiring us all to action. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ravi. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our first panel now, which is IPCC author and scientist, faculty member at the Global Center for Environment and Energy, Ahmedabad University. Her areas of expertise include sustainability and co-benefits analysis, climate-compatible urban development, sectoral mitigation policies for transport and buildings, and deep decarbonization scenarios assessment. Joining her is Neha Sinha, a passionate environmentalist, award-winning author, and biodiversity advocate. She brings attention to India's misunderstood wildlife, which is our leopards, elephants, vultures, and other creatures that are fighting for survival amid urban expansion and habitat destruction. Neha's work isn't just about policy and activism. It's about reconnecting people with nature and inspiring action at every level. She works on environmental policy for the Bombay Natural History Society. Joining both our ladies up is Samit Mitra, Director, Country Program Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, who leads the country deliveries of DRE programs for the India region. He's also the MEL point of contact for the region. He has over 25 years of experience leading business and rural marketing for consumer products, renewable energy solutions, and social impact organizations. He's led on-ground operations for solar technology and off-grid solution providers for such as Sucam Power Systems and D-Light. To moderate this panel, we've got Bibek Bhattacharya. So ladies and gentlemen, it's off to half an hour session that we have for you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Welcome everyone to the Mint Sustainability Summit 2025. And I think we have a really good panel to begin things off because it focuses mostly on what climate science has to say and how we can tailor our policies and our businesses according to those recommendations. So the panel is designing resilient cities amidst worsening climate impacts. And what Ravi was saying right now reminded me of something that Meenal has come from Ahmedabad. And last night she was asking me, is it flooded in Delhi? Will the flight be late? What should I do? And I'm like, just come. Hopefully everything will be fine. And thankfully we have good weather today. So, but that just goes to show that Indian cities in many ways are on the front line when it comes to climate impacts in the country. And as it is, India is a very unique country because it faces all the various kinds of climate impacts you can think of, whether it's sea level rise, whether it's extreme heat, whether it's uneven rainfall and flooding, or Himalayan glaciers melting. And what also makes the challenge for cities very important is because already estimates are over 400 million people in India live in cities, and according to UN data, by 2050, another 400 million or more will be living in Indian cities. So how we design cities and how we make cities resilient is of paramount importance right now. So I'd like to start with Meenal. Meenal, you're currently working on an IPCC special report on cities and climate change. So I would like you to set the scene for us. How are the different ways that is climate change affecting cities and also Indian cities, and what are the challenges?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bibek, and thanks everyone. Good morning. Thank you for having me. How do I set the stage about global climate change and its impacts on cities? It is such a gloomy story, but really, let's talk about the solutions a little bit. But first, let me give the global picture. I'm sure many of us here in the room are following the global debates. As you know, in Paris, the world agreed to limit global temperature increase to 2 degrees and well below 2. I think scientists have been working on trying to identify solutions for 1.5. But as we know today, the temperature globally is 1.3 degrees already above pre-industrial times. So we have a very small carbon budget left. What does this mean for cities? And I think the editor here gave a very good picture as well, and you did too, right? What does it mean? It means that the future is now. We were looking at climate as the future, where back in the day when I started working on climate change, when it was not so sexy, I would say, but well, it was not so hot, maybe, pun intended. Right. I think now we are seeing what was predicted. And not that we are seeing these extreme events, but we are seeing these compounded events. So you are seeing for the same cities facing extreme heat in summers, floods in monsoon, monsoon followed by vector-borne diseases. We are also seeing these additional layers, for example, the combined effect of heat and air pollution, or let's say these disease vectors coming into regions and cities that they were not inhabiting before. So there are some known knowns, but there are also some unknowns. Right. And we are looking at a slightly uncertain future of cities in going forwards. But we'll discuss some positive aspects too.
One interesting thing that you said is that what we are facing are compounding events. Now, I don't think that is something that is very well known outside of, the research and scientific community. So could you perhaps, if you can, give an example of one such compounding event? Like, for example, I would imagine that the problems that, say, Mumbai faces as a city has a lot of these compounding factors as well.
Right.
So if you could give an example.
So when two climatic events sort of add together it doesn't have to be individuals or communities necessarily, but let me start with a community example. There's this person from the informal sector, let's say your house help or my house help. They missed days of work because it was extremely hot. When temperatures in summer reached a certain peak, they fell sick and they had hospitalization and costs that they have no social safety nets. Now the city is flooded. Who misses work? We are all here. All of us made it, right? So the people who missed work are not here in this room. The person who missed work in Sonipat is not here. So that's the community level impact. But we also talk about, for example, heat impacts on cities, right? Cities reeling from managing additional costs due to flood, costs to infrastructure, I think there is a lot of economic cost to climate change from these compounded events. Look at what's happening in Northeast, right? North India. So in terms of economic losses, these compounded events are going to put additional strain, not just on cities, but also on businesses, for example, on supply chains. There is cascading effects, for example, on food. Then if rainfall is low for a particular region, then it leads to drought. So there's compounded and cascading risks, all of which translate into economic impacts, but also societal impacts.
Right. So I'll come to Samit. Samit, you work in the framework of energy transition and renewable energy. Now, when we were talking just before this panel, you said that energy is one part of the larger picture. So when it comes to Indian cities and how climate both affects the kind of energy that we have and how making the energy transition could impact how we live in cities, what would be your picture of this?
Right. Thanks, Vivek, and good morning, everyone. See, the thing is that, when we talk of cities, we can't talk of cities in isolation. Cities, what impacts a city in some way, has its roots to what's happening around that. Today, if you look at each of our cities, we are just bursting at the seams in terms of, population, in terms of, lack of infrastructure, and obviously energy demand. The way we look at resilience is how we can support the growth of the peripherals of a city so that there is a control in terms of the migration, right? So, if we are talking of clean energy, one of the things what it does is provide a regular and a reliable source of energy for these peri-urbans or villages where then people can start doing some kind of an economic activity and they don't need to come to the city. So that's one of the things that we try to work on, because we strongly feel that if we can manage the economic activity, the livelihood things, then the resilience of the villages do happen, and in turn it kind of influences the resilience of the cities.
Right. And Neha, just to continue with what we were talking here, when it comes to the challenges faced by cities, how do you see it playing out in terms of a city's natural environment?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great privilege, and a very good morning to everyone. Let's consider what Ravi said today. He said 2025 reminds him of 2012, which is a movie. But I want to draw attention to the fact that our headlines are the same every monsoon, right? Parts of the mountains are washed away. The Shivaliks, mid-elevation to low-elevation Himalayas, are washed away. every year. People are dying. In Delhi, we are flooded. In Bombay, we are flooded. In Chennai, we are often flooded. So we are kind of in this endless loop every year in which we remember nature when it's either flooding or it's too hot or it's too cold. We tend not to plan our cities for these days of excess. We tend to plan our cities on days which are normal. So we never seem to plan Delhi or Bombay when it's flooding or when it's raining too much. And the chief thing that we take away from city planning in a time of climate change, as Minal says, it's not in the future, it is now. The chief thing we take away is that we have to deal with this now and we have to future-proof. So looking at planning a city for flooding is actually looking at planning a city for the future. And I want to draw on Singapore's example here. So it's raining every day in Singapore, but it does not flood because they've built an underground tank below Orchard Street, which basically retains the water. And if I were to use a metaphor of nature as a mountain, we are constantly going against the slope. Whether it is building more roads in the Himalayas or whether it is concretizing pathways or drainage or watersheds which should not be concretized. So what we take away then is that planning has to be what we call nature positive, in which it is full network of rainwater channels and streams that are all over the city. Delhi has two rivers. It's not just the Yamuna, it's also the Sahibi Nadi, which comes from Aravali's. We also have the Hindon River, which is part of NCR, which I think people don't know about. So we hardly even think of the Yamuna as a river. If we were just to do an analysis of all the stormwater channels, which are called Ganda Nalas in Delhi, if we were just to make sure we restore them, our flood risk would go down. So that would be planning in a nature positive way. And we have to start this yesterday. We had to start this yesterday. So to answer your question in brief, let's look at nature as a mountain. Do we go against the grain or do we go with the grain? It is possible to densify cities while also making sure we restore ecosystems. And that is the challenge in front of us today.
So that's one interesting thing that I want to ask you, Meenal, is that, for example, Neha took the example of different cities in India and how they are facing climate impacts. But it's also true that for most cities, those impacts are different. You know, somewhat different. Maybe a particular impact like heat is more of a problem in one place. Maybe sea level rise is more of an impact. So when it comes to, actually this was something that I wanted to come to you to later, but I think it works here, is that you have also worked with many state governments as well as cities on climate action plans. So what has been your experience like? How have these climate action plans gone about looking at the specific challenges of a particular city and what maybe could be done better?
Thank you, Vivek. So if I had to ask the audience to guess a number of direct and indirect action, climate actions in cities, what would that number be? Like how many city plans do you think exist?
I am not sure, but I would imagine at least the 4 or 6 biggest cities in the country would have
them. So the number of climate actions that we looked at was about 736. These include climate plans of the big cities, sure. They include a whole lot of indirect actions, which many of the people in the audience must be working on. Renewable energy plans or transport verticals or waste, wastewater. And also among the climate plans, there's a huge diversity. So there's city climate action plan. Then there is the resilience plan. Then there are heat action plans. There are flood plans, monsoon plans, green city plans. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Low carbon transport plans. And all of these directly and indirectly impact emissions or risk. So here's the challenge. The challenge is that these plans are very, very diverse. They're sometimes made by the municipal corporations, sometimes they're made by the pollution control board, sometimes by external consultants, oftentimes by external consultants, sometimes in response to a state act. So it's almost like no one plan looks like another, which may be okay, but I think there's a huge ambition gap here. The ambition gap is that, like Neha already touched upon, that we needed to start yesterday. So we can't celebrate pilots anymore. So if your city's added like 5 buses with a ribbon cutting thing, sure, that's a good action. But I think we just need so much more, which was already touched upon by you, Ravi. We just need like a huge, like a very high level of ambition in the plans. The second thing is the data. And I don't know how many people in this audience would resonate with me. I think everybody would. We just need a lot of data and monitoring.
In Mint, we are very big on data, so.
So where are the numbers? What are we doing? Like, what is the impact of all the, if you have 700 plans, then something should be happening, right? Well, something is happening. It's not all doom and gloom. But I think that's the first point, that there is an ambition gap.
So could you also give us, say, a city example where a heat action plan or a climate action plan has worked or it's good?
Let me give you 2 short examples. The first example I want to touch upon is Ahmedabad, not because I am from Ahmedabad, but the Ahmedabad heat action plan is actually a success story. I don't know if you know, but it inspired like hundreds of plans, not just across India, but across South Asia. It was developed through a partnership between US NRDC, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, Indian Institute of Public Health. So these bunch of stakeholders came together, made a really good heat action plan, which was based on early warning systems. The plan was implemented, which is great. And then we have evidence that it saved lives. And these alerts help people decide on when to move out, when not to. So it reduced heat-related impacts on vulnerable populations. The plan is a very good one, and now Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation is looking at the next iteration, which is a more ambitious plan to sort of bring in the built form and urban planning and all the other things we are discussing. The second one I've been looking closely is Chennai, and they have a great city plan which includes flood plots. So flood monitoring at the plot level. And now they have a budget within the city corporation. So you are now seeing the numbers. You're seeing what amount of finance is allocated for which of these actions. So I think these to me would be good examples. But there's a huge opportunity, I think, to work. All of these plans have targets going to 2050. There's so much more work to be done in cities. So that's my positive pitch on that question.
So Samit, I'd like to ask you this. When it comes to implementation, and a lot of your work is in implementation. So one thing that comes to mind from what Meenal is saying is that when it comes to looking at solutions, whether it is energy transition or any other solutions, perhaps the key thing that is becoming very clear day by day is that the smaller you go, perhaps that the smaller area that you focus on, perhaps it is better to do it from a ground-up way. So what has been your experience in terms of implementations of, say, for example, renewable energy plans?
So before implementation comes, the planning stage, and our experience has been very similar to what she was just sharing about, 700 plus plans. So each of the states of India has an energy transition plan. Actually, each of the states have more than 5 energy transition plans, right? And done by 5 different consultants, 5 different think tanks. It's only on paper. They are only at a planning stage. There are a few examples which are, really, really robust, and they are taking it forward. See, the thing is that the Indian psychology is very simple. The thing is that we want to change or adapt something only if we see some tangible benefit. Now, all these plans look grand on paper. They talk of very, very some innovative things. But in terms of implementation or in terms of practicality, it's a challenge to take it forward. And at the same time, the people who are supposed to take it forward don't see a tangible benefit. I mean, talking to them about, in 10 years you are going to reduce so much of carbon is kind of showing a roadmap, but not giving them something in hand today. But there are a few states who have moved away from this and got into a planning process which they are following it up with implementation. So like Maharashtra is one example, Delhi is one example, Rajasthan is one example, Orissa is one example. So each of these states had these numerous plans which were already there, energy transition plan. But what they did now is that they have got into plans which are, again, to take your word, bottoms up. They are not plans which are parachuted on those places, but understanding the need of the ground and then kind of building on it. All of these states which I mentioned have also created an engine room or a steering committee to drive these plans forward. So like Maharashtra, what they have done is that they have now have 130 such plans or programs or interventions. And the CM's office, the CMO, reviews these every fortnightly. So what is happening? One, the people who are supposed to implement, they know that there is somebody who is overseeing it. The second, if there are any roadblocks, challenges, constraints, immediate solutions are given. Same is being done in Delhi and Orissa and the Rajasthan. Two things I would just like to mention is that energy transition is just not about moving from fossil fuel to a clean energy. You need to do a lot of things to make that happen. As I said, one is that there has to be tangible benefits. So whatever programs one is planning, there should be a sustainability or a business plan behind that, so that all the stakeholders see some benefit out of it. They see a win-win for them, whether it's the government, whether it's the private sector, whether it's your, the last mile consumer. So there should be a win-win for each of them. So the model has to be in such a way. The second thing is that there are certain things which needs to go at the back end, or you have to do certain things to develop your system so that those things can be implemented. Somebody spoke about this, grid modernization. So that's a very, very important part. You can't just kind of, come and plug, renewables to your grid. You have to be ready for that. We saw a similar incident in Gujarat where, the renewable percentage is more than 40% and the grid kind of dropped. So that is some work which has now the government and their entities have started doing. So Rajasthan is working on a thing called Duet, digitization of utility for energy transition, which kind of maps the complete roadmap. So it's like a Google map for energy consumption across the state, across all the discoms. So sitting centrally, you can have a look at when is the peak load, what is the load curve, what time you need more power, which are the places where renewable can come in. So that they are doing very, very effectively, Rajasthan. Delhi BRPL is also going to start it in the near future. Similarly, now the importance of BESS has also come in. Again, renewable just can't come in like that. You have to have some balancing factors. You have to some kind of a preparedness which can, stabilize the renewable energy, which by itself is very, very, kind of not stabilized. So these are the things which needs to go into it. I think I took a lot of time.
No,
Thank you.
That's fine. And the thing is that, and what you're saying is right, because that ensures that the adoption of a new energy paradigm then becomes stable and permanent, because you have thought through all the contingencies beforehand.
Because when you're talking of climate, climate mitigation is a must.
Yeah.
But the adaptability and adoption has to go hand in hand with that. I mean, they can't be, separate and mutually exclusive.
Yeah. So, Neha, I'll come to you. So, the IPCC special report that came out a few years ago, it spoke specifically when it came to talking about cities. It talked about the importance of a city's ecology. Its green spaces, its wild spaces, its blue spaces. Now, the thing is that, and cities need to invest in creating and preserving such spaces. But this isn't just about, say, landscaped parks. It's about like actual green wild spaces. So from your experience, do you think Indian cities are doing enough? We are already very rich in terms of, what our heritage is, green heritage is. But are we doing enough? Is there much more that we could do? Because these are environments or something, natural environments are something which provide a lot of services to the people who live in a city.
Thanks for that question. So the Living Planet report by WWF finds that there's been a 70% decline of 5,000 species worldwide in the last 50 years. And this sounds like a very random statistic, but it's not random because it's connected to many other studies that find that people are losing their link with nature. And the link that people are losing with nature, which is called sort of an extinction of experience, also corresponds with a mental health decline. So a lot of studies also find that your exposure to nature, depending on how long it is, the duration of your exposure to nature saves your life. It prevents disease, it boosts the immune system, and as far as children are concerned, being exposed to nature is a very extremely important part of their upbringing. Why am I connecting these things? I'm trying to say that many people live in cities. Cities are only going to grow in terms of population. I don't think, as far as India is concerned, we are going to move away from cities. We're probably going to have more densification in cities. And so if you have so many millions of people, you have 16 million in Delhi, for example, let's add a couple more millions for the next decade or so. And then we also have natural disaster or we have climate change. It means that we need to make the city more resilient, more climate resilient. So apart from mitigation and adaptation, resilience is also a very important aspect. So one thing is we have to make the places where we live climate resilient. The other is we also have to mitigate the impacts of living together like this, because cities are so poisonous. We have so much air quality issues in Delhi, for example. We have noise pollution, we have light pollution, and increasingly, studies and experience shows that using nature as an ally is one of the ways to go forward. So we need what we call nature-based solutions. So to answer your question, on one side, we have to live in the cities, we have to make them habitable, we have to confront issues of our own health, our community health, family health, individual health. On the other side, we also have to guard our cities against extreme climate events. So the only answer is to use ecosystems as part of the solution. And over here, we are not talking of lawns and parks with some wonderful tree that we saw in Europe. We are actually, the caveat here is we are talking about native ecosystems. So if I were to talk about Delhi, Delhi is an arid area. I know that it doesn't seem arid right now during the monsoon, but it is an arid area. And we have trees that are adapted to this 50 degrees Celsius heat. We have trees of the desert that do well in Delhi. So those are the kind of ecosystems we need to plant. We need to make sure we have native Indian forests in native areas. So we cannot have our European conifers, and we can't have the British trees that we seem to love that look evergreen throughout the year. So we have to be prepared to have the ugly thorny tree of Delhi's arid system, the thorn forest trees in Delhi. And I have to say here, we are actually facing the Delhi Ridge on SP Marg, and the Delhi Ridge is full of this invasive alien tree called the Vilayati Kikar that came from Mexico. It has to be removed. We have to put our desert trees there. And if you have a strong lung, which is the Delhi Ridge, if you have a strong kidney, which is the wetlands and the streams, restored, then that's one way to make our climate more resilient. That's one way to make sure that we can live in the cities that we actually live in. And I just want to end by saying that habitability is also very important. So we live in cities, we go to office, we go to school, but it's also important for the city to be habitable. How can we have a city in which the air is better, or the microclimate is regulated, or that we have open spaces for our mental health? And as I said, disease is an issue that's only going to get more difficult to deal with. with climate change. Vector-borne disease is going to increase. It already is increasing. So we have to also look at the health benefits of rigorous native ecosystems as an important cue for urban planning. So it's not just about pollination, it's not just about the way it looks, it's also about what it does to human beings. And one of the cheapest ways to ensure that we are a healthy society is to actually be able to go outdoors. And let's learn from the Western world, which decimated its green spaces and then learned to go back and to rewild. In India, we are fortunate that we already inherit several ecosystems in several of our cities. So Calcutta is the city of wetlands. The East Calcutta wetlands is a natural sewage treatment system. Bombay has mangroves to protect the coastline. Bhubaneswar also has several important natural features. So does Delhi. Delhi has the oldest mountain range on earth. I think it's a wonderful thing to also leave to our children. And finally, I want to say I'm always swamped by requests by hundreds and hundreds of parents and children to go outdoors. It's the cheapest way to ensure the child has a life that has a stronger immune system by being in a wild space, because it actually helps our immune system. It actually helps us, not have too many diseases. This is something we learned during the COVID pandemic, in which everybody wanted to turn back to nature, and promptly we forgot. So I would say the cheapest way is to ensure we have native ecosystems that are thriving within the city limits, where people can easily access them. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Neha. So now, Meenal, I want to ask you this. India has different kinds of cities. India has small cities, small towns, which are rapidly expanding. And India has mega cities like Delhi, NCR, for example, where much of the built space is already there. Now, these two different kinds of cities cannot have a similar pathway towards making itself resilient. So that's something I would like to ask you, because this is something that you have actually worked on and that you've studied.
Thanks, Vivek. I think we call it the horses for courses approach. And so each course should have its own horse. And you just talk about small and large, but if you actually classify or cluster cities, they could be small, medium, large, fast-growing, slow-growing, locked in. They could be cities with high levels of informality, or by geography, so coastal cities, mountain cities, inland cities, coal cities, etc. So you can't have the same plan for all of these cities, and you have to understand the specific risks, needs, and opportunities of the cities, and then design a pathway. I think what we're doing is at least the plans I've seen, we are drawing a straight line. This is the transport scenario, this is where it's going to go. But you have like 50 cars per 1,000 population, you're going to project a linear line, you're going to get 350 cars per 1,000 population, where is the space? So we also have to think of a pathway as in thinking about the destination where we want to reach. What is the society we are building? And Neha did touch upon it, right? When I was growing up, we used to hear frogs in our society. Do we even hear frogs in the monsoon, even with so much rain? You are lucky if you do hear them. And we lost the sparrows, but sparrow is that classic example. But so many, if you look at the bird diversity in cities, we are all disconnected. So do we want, sure we want, I work on net zero cities, sure we want net zero cities, but do we want to also achieve all those other objectives? And therefore the pathway should look at development, the pathway should look at equity, the pathway should look at, of course, lowering emissions, but reducing climate risks, and for all. And I think equity is that less focused in the plan. The plans have not really adequately focused on equity aspects. So you have green spaces in cities, but what about the access? They're mostly in the western, the richer parts of the cities. But I would like to also give you a good example again from Chennai, where they're now they have dedicated funding for mangroves and ecosystem conservation. They also have, I think, 20 crores allocated this year for sponge parks, which will plant native species. So I think there is some positive stories there that cities realize that in 10 years we want to make so many. Ahmedabad also has done that, and Mumbai has also a very strong focus. But very few plans are looking at the long term both as a transition, but also as a as a place you want to get to.
So when you talk about these plans, and when you say a short-term plan and a long-term plan, what is the kind of timeline that we are looking at in most of these plans?
So academics love these kind of questions, but in all practical terms, we know that cities and day-to-day actions, what does a mayor or municipal commissioner want? What do I do on a Monday morning? The IPCC report is not helpful for them, right? You give them a big fat 2,000-page report, they're not going to read it. So I think short-term means what is the action you need to take now? But I think we are also looking at 2050, which is the pathway story that you were alluding to, that where does your city or state need to get to? And then, for example, what kind of policies you need to put in place now? So we were talking about renewable energy this morning, and we developed the Gujarat Net Zero Roadmap. The investment you need for renewable energy in Gujarat is phenomenal. It's unprecedented in the history, even with the growth of Gujarat. So you need such a phenomenal growth of clean energy that is the, are we thinking, so you can only find out the numbers if you look at the long term.
So if I'm getting it right, so you need a massive amount to kind of break even as a city in terms of your...
Right, but if you want to get to where you need to get to in the long term, you need to put in policy. So there's something called sequencing of actions, right? That if you want to move people out of cars, yesterday I found out that Ahmedabad scrapped one of the BRT dedicated corridors because there was not enough place for private vehicles. So if you want to get to a city where people have mobility, where air is clean and where there's less congestion, then you need to find a way to move the cars out of the road. And therefore you need to put in not just transport systems, but you also need demand side measures to get people out of cars. And we're not touching the subject of lifestyle and behavior change because apparently India is still a developing country. But we know that that's an important topic too of conversation. But I'll stop here.
No, so that's actually interesting because there's a lot that I read about differences between, say, European cities and American cities, where American cities are kind of planned around driving long distances to get wherever it is that you get to. Whereas older European cities, it's mostly, it's walking distance. So whether you walk to get to work or to school or to get your groceries, even something as small as that, it's not really very small. It's actually a big deal, like whether you're driving a car or walking. So now the thing is that in Indian cities, it's a mix of both, I would imagine. Like you have, say, a Delhi NCR, larger NCR, where you have to drive to places. But you have these older neighborhoods in Delhi where you do walk to wherever it is that you need to get to. So yeah, so thank you for giving that sense of like how different cities should approach things differently. So I'd like to end with one question, and which I will come to all three of you about, is that we are talking about mitigation, obviously. We've been talking about adaptation. Now, but there is also a limit to adaptation. There is only a limit to which a country, a city, the world can adapt to climate impacts and no further. It's a scary thought, and I would imagine that the only way to kind of not encounter that future is to mitigate. But are there any pathways, or what do you think, and I'll start with you, Meenal, and then I'll come to the other two of you, is that what are the ways that do you think that we would reach that limit of adaptation, and how do we plan for that?
Yeah, I'll be quick, and this is going to be scary, okay? Globally, we are talking about exceeding 1.5. What happens when the world exceeds 1.5? Will we stop going to office? No, but there are systems which may collapse once that 1.5 threshold is breached. We know some of these impacts, but we don't know all. So we're looking at, for example, you exceed and never come back, or you exceed and come back by the end of the century. We call it an overshoot scenario. So what happens when the world is in overshoot? What happens to adaptation? Can you still think of adaptation, water conservation, or can you think of energy efficiency in the same way? We are working towards a budget. But when all of those targets go haywire, what are we working towards? So yes, there are limits, and the way we think about climate change solutions, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation, will change. For example, mitigation conversations, if you were having this Mint Sustainability Summit 10 years from now, your sessions may not necessarily be only on energy transition, but they will be on carbon dioxide removal. I fear that future, but it is looking at us in the face. Sorry to put it so dismally.
You need to hear this. Neha?
I think it will be important to look at urban planning as not just the traditional ways we think of laying roads and architecture, but it will have to look at things like disease. One Health is a very important approach which looks at the health of both humans as well as animals, because I think disease transmission and antibiotic resistance is going to be an important thing for cities as well. Because, for example, the Yamuna River is full of antibiotics that come from us. And this creates a whole cycle in the food web in which animals, people, everybody has antibiotic resistance. So we need to kind of introduce these new elements of transmission and disease in urban planning as well. And right now, everything is sitting in a silo. We still have a new road laid, and then the road gets dug up during the monsoon unfailingly every year. So if we can't even get our roads right, so if we are thinking about the future, we have to introduce some new topics in our traditional urban planning areas. Another thing is also to look at the areas around big cities. So for example, the big Himalayan roads which keep breaking and we have landslides is also because the Himalayas are close to Delhi, because you have this entire population from Delhi that wishes to holiday in the mountains. So the impact of the impact that peri-urban areas or areas near big cities have because of big cities, we need a systems thinking approach. So how do we look at the carrying capacity of various places where people are concentrated, and how that concentration is going to increase is a very important issue for us to look at. So if you have 16 million now in Delhi, it's going to be a few more million, as is true for NCR, as is true for some of the smaller towns that serve Delhi, for example. So I mean, I think it's a challenge to the planning fraternity, but it's a challenge that we need to take. Yeah.
And Samit, what is your take on this?
First of all, I mean, personally, I don't know what's the limit is. We are in such a nascent stage in various fields, so there are a lot of things to do. So instead of thinking of, where we are going to get, hit the ceiling, or, what is going to happen after 50 years, 60 years, we should be, looking at small targets, small gains, small wins, and move towards that. So, on the energy front, all of us know that, the government has taken a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030, and we are talking of, net zero by 2070. So how each of us can contribute, in that journey without thinking that what's going to happen, because the future is so unpredictable. Let's kind of take those baby steps and small steps.
When we climb those mountains, when we come to it, but keep climbing. So thank you, all three of you. Thank you, Meenal. Thank you, Neha. Thank you, Samit. That was an excellent discussion, and I think that will hopefully set the tone for the rest of the talks we'll have today. So thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
May I request the panel to just remain where they are, please? Yeah. If I could request Bibek to please give away small tokens that we have, green tokens that we have for each of our panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Pathak, Neha, and Samit, and Bibek for that session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now delighted to have amongst us our chief guest and keynote speaker, a distinguished parliamentarian and senior leader, the Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Minister Prahlad Joshi, who's here with us, and I'd like to welcome him. He's a 5-time BJP MP from Dharwad, Karnataka, and has held key portfolios, including coal, mines, and parliamentary affairs. Today, he brings his vast policy experience and leadership to the critical mission of powering India's clean energy transition. Minister Joshi, if I could request you to please share your thoughts with us.
आप सभी को नमस्कार. Friends from media and other dignitaries, I am very happy to be addressing this fourth edition of the Mr. Sustainability Summit. In fact, many of you may remember the last year also I have attended. Our CMD Pradeep was also telling me, इरडा का CMD बता रहे थे, तो अभी समिट इतना ज़्यादा हो रहा है तो हर दिन समिट में जाके भाषण करना ही एक मेरा काम हो गया है, ऐसे बता रहे थे. तो हमारा भी तो ऐसा ही हुआ है. तो इट इज़ ए गुड थिंग, बट आई एम हैप्पी अबाउट दैट. वेदर प्रदीप इज़ हैप्पी और नॉट, आई एम हैप्पी बिकॉज अभी इसमें जो काम हो रहा है, आई एम वेरी प्राउड what India is doing as far as renewable energy under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. Entire world is also looking at us. इस 10 वर्ष में 11 वर्ष में इतना कैसे कर पाए, और उसी के साथ हमारा जो एनर्जी नीड है वो फुलफिल करने में एक बहुत बड़ा रोल रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी and renewable energy overall sector and as a department achieve कर रहे. For that I am extremely happy, and I think you are also very happy about that. I know we need to do something more. तो कभी भी मनुष्य अतृप्ति में नहीं रहना चाहिए, लेकिन at the same time बहुत ज़्यादा संतृप्ति होके आराम से भी बैठना नहीं है. तो इसलिए काम भी अभी करना है, क्योंकि अभी मैं कहीं पढ़ रहा था तो हमारा साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्ट्री क्लेम किया है, एंड दैट इज टू एन एक्सटेंट इट इज़ ए गुड थिंग ऑल्सो, एंड इट हैज़ कम इन द मीडिया ऑल्सो, दैट इम्प्रूविंग द एक्यूरेसी ऑफ द वेदर फोरकास्टिंग सिस्टम रिलेटिवली बहुत अच्छा हुआ है. लेकिन एज फार एज रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के लिए वॉट एवर दैट एक्यूरेसी इज नीडेड, वी नीड टू अचीव इट. पुराने से कंपैरिजन से, प्रीवियस कंपैरिजन से बहुत अच्छा अभी तक हुआ है. So I am assuring that ministry will work about that also, and we will see that more accurate weather forecasting system. तो इसमें इससे डिपेंड होके हम ग्रिड स्टेबिलिटी के लिए भी कैसे काम करें, इसके बारे में हम ज़रूर काम ऑलरेडी शुरू किया है. Because you all know the accurate forecasting is critical for maintaining the stability. And when we have recorded the 22 gigawatt solar and wind capacity from 1st January to 30th June, 22 we have done. By this time we must have done around 30 gigawatt. 29, between 29 and 30 gigawatt. By this time we have done that, and I am hopeful that we will end up with between 39 to 42, 39 to 42, 43, that we may achieve this year. So next 2-3 years mean till 2030, तो टारगेट में हम ज़्यादा करके 500 gigawatt अचीव करना एक बहुत बड़ा हमारा लक्ष्य है. So just like the theme of this sustainability summit, we are seeing the clean energy for the positive climate impact action. Last year from the same forum as I referred, India is not dealing, it is leading. And over the past year we have proved it beyond doubt. We have crossed 100 gigawatt solar capacity means in that year, and overall 120 gigawatt as of now we have achieved the solar installed capacity. And module capacity also, which was just almost न के बराबर था, आज हमने 100 गीगावाट मॉड्यूल कैपेसिटी भी आज हमारा देश में हो चुका है. Highest renewable energy capacity addition in single year, and I am very happy to say that we have surpassed the Japan to become the world's third largest solar power generator and reached the milestone of 50% installed capacity from non-fossil fuel source, 5 years ahead of our schedule. These efforts support our vision of achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. It has been made possible owing the decisive leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, whose commitment has ensured clean energy does not feature in discussion alone, but becomes the backbone of the energy future. What is encouraging is strong pipeline of project that ensures we will surpass our target. At present, not nearly 186.3 gigawatt, exactly 186.3 gigawatt are under implementation, and another 67.08 gigawatt have already been tendered. So all put together, आज के दिन का जो already added capacity plus to this together 499 तक कुछ आ जाएगा हमारा. तो अभी समय है, आपके सहयोग से, आपके पूरा एक्टिव कोऑपरेशन के, मीडिया के भी सपोर्ट से मुझे विश्वास है इंडिया विल अचीव इट्स 500 gigawatt by 2030. To enable such a rapid expansion, government has taken several measures to expedite the power sale agreement. इसमें तो प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि अभी तक जो है, जो टैरिफ गिरता आया है, तो इसलिए सब वेट करते हैं नेक्स्ट टेंडर आने दो, नेक्स्ट टेंडर आने दो. इसमें भी स्टेबिलिटी कैसे करे, इसके बारे में हमने प्रोएक्टिवली बहुत स्टेप लिया है. आई थिंक यू विल सी द रिजल्ट, further good result very shortly. I regularly hold the meeting with the Chief Minister, Energy Ministers, and wherein I strongly emphasize on the necessity of complying the renewable energy obligation, renewable consumption obligation, renewable purchase obligation. ये सब हम तो अभी तो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पहले नहीं होता था, अभी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने का भी निर्णय अभी हो चुका है. We have encouraged REIAs, that is Renewable Energy Implementing Agencies, to aggregate the demand from the DISCOMs and other consumer before inviting the tenders, making the project more attractive and bankable. तो बैंक पैसा क्यों नहीं देते? क्यों? इसीलिए पैसा नहीं देते हैं कि तो पीपीए होता है नहीं है, ये सब उनके मन में कंफ्यूजन रहता है. वी आर ट्राइंग टू एड्रेस दिस इशू ऑल्सो. सेवरल रीजनल वर्कशॉप पर्सनली आई वेंट इन सम ऑफ द मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द केसेस. इवन स्वयं चीफ मिनिस्टर आए थे, मिनिस्टर आए थे, एंड वी आर रेगुलरली, एज आई टोल्ड, आई एम स्पीकिंग टू द चीफ मिनिस्टर्स, माई सेक्रेटरी एंड अदर ऑफिसर्स. दे आर मीटिंग रेगुलरली एट द स्टेट लेवल ऑफिसर्स एंड रिजॉल्व द कंसर्न and accelerate the PSA signing. ये भी हम अपने आप सेल्फ स्टार्टिंग मोड में, सेल्फ इनिशिएशन से हम कर रहे हैं. And moreover, the amendment of standard bidding guidelines for solar, wind, hybrid and firm and dispatchable renewable energy now provides for the cancellation letter of award beyond 12 months. पहले letter of award लेते थे और आराम सो जाते थे. अभी तो ऐसे नहीं होता है. 12 महीने में अगर नहीं करते हैं तो हम कैंसिल करने का निर्णय recently हमने किया है, and that was the demand of the sector also, thereby instilling more discipline and certainty in the process. We understand that the rapid increase in the solar and wind capacity also brings with it a challenge of inherent intermittency of renewable generation. To address this, government has rolled out a series of proactive measures. Renewable energy management centers. We have established renewable energy management centers across the country to ensure the better forecasting and real-time monitoring of the renewable generation. Load dispatch centers under the grid control, managing the electricity supply and demand, ensuring the sustainable, reliable power for the whole country. We are now more efficiently balance the demand and supply by bringing the dispatchable source like hydro, thermal, whenever the wind does not blow, the sun does not shine. I mean, this is all coordinatedly we are trying to do it, so that there should not be any problem as far as the grid stability is also concerned, and load dispatch centers, they are doing this work. This is the ongoing field, इसलिए प्रॉब्लम तो आता ही रहता है. कभी कभी मुझे प्रश्न पूछते भी है. रिसेंटली वन पर्सन, आप डेली एक कुछ तो कुछ आप मीटिंग करते रहते हैं, अनाउंस करते रहते हैं. मैंने बोला ये तो डायनेमिक फील्ड है, क्योंकि विंड व्हेन इट ब्लोज वी डोंट नो, कभी कभी अचानक बारिश आ जाता है. ये सब देखते हुए इसके मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हमने लोड डिस्पैच सेंटर, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट सेंटर, ये सब काम करना शुरू किया है. हर डे हमको इसको मॉनिटरिंग करता है, नया टेक्नोलॉजी आता है, नया टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ हमको आगे भी इसमें जो भी बदलाव है हम बदलाव करते रहेंगे. मैं ये भी बहुत बार आश्वस्त किया हूँ, इन दिस सेक्टर ऑल्सो पीपल हु आर देयर, एक्चुअली पीपल हु आर वर्किंग ऑन द फील्ड, हु आर वर्किंग ऑन द ग्राउंड, आई एम मीटिंग एवरीबडी. मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं है किसी से मिलने के लिए, क्योंकि वी वांट टू सी दैट दिस मिशन बिकम सक्सेसफुल. एंड कोई भी इस सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं, सिंसियरली काम कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों से हम मिल के बातचीत करके बदलाव लाने का कोशिश करते हैं. रिसेंटली वन साइंटिस्ट हैड कम, तो जियोथर्मल एनर्जी में वो मिलने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. तो ये साइंटिस्ट लोग कैसे रहते हैं, थोड़ा उनका अप्रोच, कभी कभी सब साइंटिस्ट नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन वो अपने काम में लगे रहते हैं, वो सूट बूट पहन के वगैरह नहीं रहते हैं. इसलिए जल्दी उनको, कई लोग उनको ऑफिसर्स वगैरह मिलने का भी, बातचीत करने का भी थोड़ा हिचकिचा रहे थे. लेकिन मुझे एक मेल आया, मेरे पीएस को मेल आया, राहुल जी को. मैंने बोला बुला तो देखेंगे क्या है, लेकिन देखो आगे क्या होता है मुझे पता नहीं, आई एम नॉट साइंटिस्ट, बट इनके पास आइडिया तो अच्छा था. बाद में मैंने सब ऑफिसर को बोला सुनो यार, उनको आराम से बैठ के सुनो, कम से कम सुनो तो सुनो, अगर गलत होता है तो होता है, आधा पौना घंटा आपका समय चले जाता है. तो इसलिए मैं तो सबसे मिलता हूँ. आप भी अगर कोई इधर स्टेक होल्डर है तो मुझे मिलना है तो कभी भी आके मुझे मिल सकते हैं, सो दैट वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड द सेक्टर बेटर. क्योंकि जो काम ग्राउंड में कर रहा है, फील्ड में कर रहा है, उनसे उनका एक्सपीरियंस बेटर हमारे से, हमारे साइंटिस्ट से, हमारे ऑफिसर से, हमारे इतने बड़े बड़े आईएएस ऑफिसर से. आपका जो फील्ड में काम करते हैं ना, जो इधर कुछ लोग बैठे होंगे, योर एक्सपीरियंस इज फार फार बेटर. Hybrid renewable projects, round-the-clock renewable supply projects and FDRE projects are being encouraged to ensure the reliable and consistent power supply. All of us are here would agree that the renewable energy capacities scales up, transmission infrastructure become at the same time, that is also very important and very, very critical, just as critical. I have taken this up several times with the Central Electricity Authority. हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहते हैं, and they are also responding. Sri Manohar Lal ji, every month at least in length we sit and discuss how to further go ahead, and they are also quite proactively supporting. Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar is also taking lot of interest. They have prepared a detailed plan of transmission system required to integrate over 500 gigawatt renewable capacity by 2030, covering all renewable rich states. We are now preparing to launch Phase 3 Green Energy Corridor, building on the strong success of Phase 1 and Phase 2. We are very shortly Green Energy Corridor Phase 3 हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं. On the decentralized energy from the energy front, decentralized energy front, PM सूर्य घर मुफ्त बिजली योजना, तो कई राज्य अच्छे कर रहे हैं, कई राज्य अभी करना है बाकी और थोड़ा तेजी से काम करना है. बट मैं सभी राज्यों को, जब भी मैं मुख्यमंत्री से, उधर के मंत्री से, कई बार मैंने फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को, स्टेट के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर्स को भी मैंने कहा, आपके फ्री का जो प्रॉब्लम है तो फ्री तो दे रहे हैं. अभी कुछ राज्यों का मुख्यमंत्री का बयान भी आप देखेंगे, मेरा पूरा ट्रेजरी खाली हो गया है, ऐसे स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं. तो मैंने उन सब लोगों को कह रहा हूं कि पीएम सूर्यघर इज द बेस्ट सोल्यूशन फॉर दैट. तो पीएम सूर्यघर नाउ it has become more than 45% of the people are getting zero bills and some are getting the वो powers जो sale करते हैं उससे they are earning also. It has empowered lakhs of families across the India, lighting up the homes and transforming the lives. I am proud to share PM Suryaghar Mufti Bijli Yojana. It has crossed 60 lakhs application. And very shortly we will be achieving around 20 lakhs. कनेक्टिविटी हो जाएगा, इंस्टॉलेशन हो जाएगा, वो होते ही मैं आप लोगों को भी बताऊंगा. एंड यूटिलिटी लेड मॉडल में, रेस्को मॉडल में और तेजी से हम काम करने का निर्णय किया है. तो वेरी शॉर्टली नंबर विल ऑल्सो इंक्रीज. ईच ऑफ द रूट उसका प्लान भी हमारा रेडी है अभी फॉर यूटिलिटी लेड मॉडल. हमने अप्रूवल भी किया है. कई राज्य उसमें तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, आंध्रा जैसे राज्य आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. Each rooftop with the solar panels is not just a home powered by clean energy, but family free from the electricity bills. आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा एक योगदान है. पीएम कुसुम, तो ये बहुत बड़ा, अभी तो पहले जब शुरुआत हुआ था लोग समझ नहीं रहे थे कि व्हाट इज द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ दिस. तो अभी तो पीएम सूर्यघर के लिए आप भी, मीडिया हाउसेस भी, मीडिया के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स भी देखते होंगे. तो एवरी मंथ 1 or 2 चीफ मिनिस्टर कमिंग एंड मीटिंग मी, तो हमको पीएम कुसुम में ज़्यादा अलॉकेट करो. तो अभी मार्च में अभी ख़त्म हो रहा है, तो उस बीच में अभी इतना कंपटीशन हो गया है. जिस स्टेट परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे उसके विथड्रॉ करके जो परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द पार्टी व्हिच इज रूलिंग, जो परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे उधर से विथड्रॉ करके हम दूसरी जगह दे रहे हैं. तो अभी सब तेज़ी से दौड़ दौड़ के पीएम कुसुम का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना शुरू किया है. तो पीएम 2.0 भी स्टार्ट करने का हमारा इरादा है. तो देखेंगे आगे क्या होगा, लेकिन सोच तो है. एंड पहले क्या होता था, मेरा 50% कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी इज रूरल. हरियाणा भी के एक फार्मर मुझे मिला था, रात में स्नेक बाइट हो जाता था, क्योंकि इरिगेशन के लिए जो पावर सप्लाई होता है सिर्फ रात में ही होता है. तो रात में स्नेक बाइट होता था, तो रात में तो अलार्म रख के जग के नींद से उठ के जाना पड़ता था. लेकिन अभी अकॉर्डिंग टू हिज कन्वीनियंस, फ्रॉम मॉर्निंग मे बी अराउंड 9-10 o'clock टू इवनिंग 4:35 वो जाके अपने फील्ड को इरिगेट कर सकते हैं. एंड जो उनके बाजू के फील्ड में हरियाणा में जो स्नेक बाइट हुआ था, जब वो मिले थे, पीएम सूर्यघर का इतना अप्रिशिएट कर रहे थे. तो आप जाके भी आप इन लोगों से मिल सकते हैं. व्हाट इज द चेंज इट हैज़ मेड इन द फार्मर्स लाइफ वेयर पीएम कुसुम हैज़ बीन प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंटेड. ये तो पीएम का बहुत बड़ा, प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत बड़ा एक दूरदृष्टिता का सोच है. तो ये इतना परिवर्तन ला रहा है. नाउ पीपल एंड द गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स आर बिहाइंड द पीएम कुसुम. ज़्यादा सैंक्शन करो, ज़्यादा सैंक्शन करो. And recently, Prime Minister has referred, very recent Man Ki Baat, Devaki Devi from Muzaffarnagar, Bihar. He mentioned her as a solar Didi because people call her solar Didi there. तो स्वयं उनका एक छोटा सा जो फार्म फील्ड था उसको इरिगेशन के साथ साथ बाकी जो अगल बगल में जो है सब लोगों को उन्होंने इरिगेट किया है और उसके लिए जो उन्होंने चार्जेस कलेक्ट करते हैं वो भी यूपीआई में करके प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये इंफॉर्मेशन लेके उन्होंने सारे देश को इसको अवगत किया है. Our vision does not stop at 500 gigawatt. My ministry has already declared renewable energy zones for 157.5 gigawatt beyond target in the 5 states. अभी 500 जो है उसके अलावा 157.5 gigawatt हमने अभी renewable energy zones declare किया है. 45.5 in Gujarat, 8 gigawatt in Madhya Pradesh, 69 gigawatt in Rajasthan, 29 gigawatt in Andhra Pradesh and 6 gigawatt in Karnataka. This demonstrates we are not only on the course to meet 2030 goal but are preparing for the roadmap beyond. So renewable energy in India is no longer just about the capacity addition, it is about creating a system that is reliable, affordable and sustainable. It is about boosting the investor confidence, enabling the industry and providing the clean, affordable power to the citizens. It is about the positioning of India not only as a consumer of clean technology, but as a global leader and exporter of the energy solution. Above all, it is about building the better future for our children. The road ahead is filled with the challenges, but with every milestone we achieve, our confidence grows stronger. With these words, I thank you all. I am confident that the clean energy revolution India will create not only positive climate, but impact, but also positive national transformation. Thank you, Jai Hind, and I also thank Mint for its continuously having this event every year and creating an awareness. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
May I request Ravi Krishnan to please come up and felicitate our Honorable Minister with a small green token that we have. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Joshi has managed to come and join us for this very important sustainability summit. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be moving on to our next session as the Honorable Minister takes leave of us. Our next panel will be discussing scaling clean energy for a climate-ready India, bridging policy, financing and systems delivery. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir, for joining us this morning and adding more power to all the activity that is going on in this domain. And as you can see, the Honorable Minister is very approachable and willing to listen to different voices and different ideas. Thank you so much, sir. Transitioning to a clean energy future demands more than technology. It requires strong policy formations and framework, innovative financing and implementation excellence. This session will focus on how India can align government, private sector and financial institutions to meet its ambitious renewable targets. So our panel examines how these pillars can power India's growth, and I'd like to now invite our panelists up on stage. Mr. Sharat Pungalia, Country Head India for Gentari. Sharat's expertise spans project development, commercial strategy and regulatory navigation with a proven track record of delivering customer-focused, scalable energy solutions. Mr. Pungalia, please join me up on stage. Mr. Abhishek Poddar, India Country Head at the Macquarie Group. He leads strategic initiatives, identifies new investment opportunities, and drives transformative transactions across key sectors. Additionally, as the chair of the Asia Energy Transition Committee, he's at the forefront of shaping policies and practices for a sustainable future. Mr. Abhishek Poddar. Mr. Vijay Agarwal, Managing Director, Equirus Capital, has significant experience in financial advisory and corporate management and advises clients on fundraising through private equity, structured finance, and capital markets. We also have Mr. Pradeep Kumar Das, CMD IRIDA, who has overseen IRIDA's growth as a leading financier of green energy in India, focusing on implementing innovative financing solutions and ensuring high standards of corporate governance. Our moderator is Alokesh Bhattacharya, Deputy Managing Editor, Mint. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you. It's over to Alokesh.
Hi there. Difficult to get a session going after the minister has spoken. Lots of updates on the data that we were going to discuss. And it's a very important discussion. I'm really happy to have such an eminent panel. Just the right people you need to discuss something like this. You know, scaling clean energy for a climate-ready India, bridging policy financing and systems delivery. Basically, you know, India's renewable energy mission or the clean energy transition is not just a target, right? It is a national mission and we are at a decisive moment. But the challenge today lies not in ambition, but in execution, getting things on the ground done. We are installing a lot of capacity. We need to ensure, okay, I can hear a plane flying or something. So, installing a lot of capacity is good, but we also need to ensure that capacity is utilized, right? And we need to scale up technologies, financing. We need to ensure that systems delivery keeps pace with policy intent. And these are not easily done. There's a lot of work going on, but not easily done, right? So let's start. We'll have a nice kind of a group chat here on various things. First, let's look at the big picture, right? So targets and progress. The minister spoke about some new targets and reiterated some previous ones. So how do you all see the current position of India's clean energy targets? Do we need to modify? Do we need to upgrade and say, okay, 500 gigawatt is too less. Now we should aim for higher. Sharad, you want to start?
Thank you. And good afternoon to all. See, I think most of what I would want to say is already covered by the minister.
Yeah.
Okay. See, first of all, where we stand today, I think what India has achieved is remarkable. Okay. We are already at 250 gigawatts of renewable capacity, and which we are much ahead of our times, what was planned. So, and from here, the way our policies are in place, when I see the overall activity in the sector, I think we are well poised to achieve that ambitious target which is set by our government. But here, from my side, I guess what is important here at this juncture is to perhaps look at more at how we can increase the overall consumption of RE than just the installed capacity. And this is where I think now the direction should be changed so that we can add more gigawatt hours than just gigawatts.
Yeah, absolutely. Abhishek?
Thanks, Alokesh. I think first and foremost, setting up aspiration targets is important. To be very honest, when we set up 500 gigawatt of renewable capacity, I don't think many people, including, I must say, including I, was skeptical of whether we'll be able to achieve, right? And we just heard the minister talk about how we'll be there. In fact, hopefully we'll be there even ahead of time. So setting up aspirational targets is important. We're going to reach 500, what's the next and what after, right? But there's another aspect that we need to be mindful of, and I'm sure we'll come back to this in later today as well. But we now started to work in an environment which is very different from what it was even 12 months back, right? From a pure geopolitical perspective. So while we set up the target on the end side, you have to get the entire value chain aligned with this, right? And it is important to then start breaking down these targets into sub-elements and say, if you got a 500 gigawatt, we've done great on the module side, where are we going to get the critical minerals for this? Where are we going to go behind on some of the other aspects, right? So making sure that those alignments are done is an extremely important aspect. So that's one. Secondly, renewables has been a great story for us. You step back and look at a broader clean energy. Let's now replicate the same success story in electric vehicles, green hydrogen, whatever are the other dimensions that we need to look at. So strong targets, strong execution and a holistic view of value chain is what I will talk about.
Right, well said. Vijay?
Yeah, thanks. See, I think we will cross 500 gigawatt by 2028 itself, probably.
Okay.
Because see, year on year, if you see, we are growing by 40% plus year on year in the installation capacity. So last year probably we had 35 gigawatt, and this year we are crossing a 50 gigawatt. And if you look in the solar, generally you have to multiply by 1.3 times of the capacity installed. So you will definitely cross that. So I think we had achieved that pace which is required to achieve this capacity, and we can increase the targets also. Definitely with target increase, you need to really work on the storage and transmission systems also. And I think the government is also working like Kusum, Surya Ghar Yojana, distributed solar. If you look at the China, they have like 44% power generation renewable is from the distributed solar space. So we have to look at those things where you reduce the load on the grid for transportation of energy. That will be really helpful.
Right, thank you. Mr. Das, by 2028 we'll reach our targets, Vijay says. Are you
Thank you. First of all, let us understand what is the purpose. Is it a target by Honorable Prime Minister or is it a mandate by the global community? Certainly both are there, but beyond that is we need to ensure a sustainable environment so that at least our next 3-4 generations will not curse us. The way our great grandparents has left this environment to us, and because of our lack of awareness or maybe to some extent carelessness, that has enabled us to reach to a situation where we need to talk about these targets. And simply if you look at non-fossil versus fossil or renewable versus non-renewable, renewable in the country is developed not only by target but by the private sectors. No private sector comes here for charity. They work on economics. Yes. So this target has enabled transitioning to a business opportunity, generating a sustainable sense of economic viability in the project. If you look at first 5 years, it was on an average annual 10 gigawatt addition used to happen. Next 5 years, it was 15 gigawatt. This year, already Honorable Minister has confirmed 50 gigawatt we are going to get it. And that is in fact the target of ministry, so which they are going to do it. So this target is essential for each and everybody. In a holistic manner it is to be achieved. So not only renewablization, decarbonization and energy transition, it has to happen simultaneously. Then only we can achieve the ultimate target of having a clean.
Yeah, 50 gigawatt is a big thing. I think last year was 29.5.
Yeah.
Right? That was also a
30
record.
30 gigawatt roughly, yeah. Around 30, yeah.
So this year if you get 50, that will be like a really big thing.
We have already achieved by now 30 in this year, 27 to
already?
28, yeah. From January to now, we have achieved.
So we have crossed last year's total already in these 5-6 months?
In this 5-6 months, yeah.
Wow, that's wonderful. Maybe we can even cross 50. Depends on Sharad and other people like him. Sharad, tell us, all this sounds very nice. You know, we have got great targets. We are achieving them. We'll probably reach by 2028, our target for 2030. But, you know, the basic challenges of solar, for instance, or wind or any other renewable still remains the same, right? You know, solar doesn't work at night. Wind doesn't work when there is no wind, right? And nuclear has its risks, and there is a perception problem with people. Hydro, you can't expand too much, even though it is renewable, right? It's already creating a lot of chaos, as we can see. So tell us, you know, as somebody who is actually on the ground working on renewable projects, what are the challenges that you see are getting bigger, and what are the challenges that you see are gradually getting addressed in terms of scaling up clean energy in India?
Yeah. So, see the challenges. Now, first, we have to understand the renewable projects. Renewable projects generally are, if you talk of wind, then they are site-specific. If you talk of solar, then while in India, I may not say that's site-specific because generally we are blessed by sun god throughout the country. But you need large amount of lands, okay? And so obviously the developmental issues. So to develop the projects, the development issues, and as we are going and growing, the good sites are getting limited. The challenges of setting up projects are even becoming more and more. So there are local issues of development, land aggregation, etc. are all mounting, and they are increasing day by day. So that is something which is there, which has been for all the big projects. Apart from that, evacuation is a big constraint when it comes to renewable projects. Okay, so evacuating. The new challenge which we are now seeing is excess of renewable in the system. And this we have observed recently. Over last year, I guess a lot of my friends from industry would have faced projects in Rajasthan are seeing serious grid curtailment. And this is because we are not able to evacuate the power because there is so much of solar capacity which is coming during daytime. This will become a very big challenge going forward.
Is it a capacity issue or a technology issue? Earlier it used to be a technology issue that you can't evacuate because the integration was not right.
See, okay, it's a mix of both. Okay. Yes, some technology issue, some capacity issue because we don't have adequate evacuation infrastructure. There are some critical transmission lines which are to be commissioned, and there are some delays there. So yes, there is, you know, a part of this issue is because of those delays. But also you have to see that, you know, 250 gigawatts of renewable, of which about 150 gigawatts of solar.
Yeah.
Now, do we have that kind of demand during the daytime? So that issue will come. If not today, then tomorrow the technology issue will come. So this is where I guess the focus on building storage solutions, wherein this intermittency of solar or wind could be used in the hours where the renewable energy is not available. That is important.
Right. So before I come to Abhishek and Vijay on this question, I'll come to Mr. Das again. You know, because you are the primary renewable energy agency of the country. In terms of challenges, some of the challenges that Sharad pointed out have been around for a long time. The PPA challenge has always been there, right, with our discoms. So tell us a little bit about how you and how the government is looking at these challenges and what are you doing to solve them?
Yeah, let us start with first what is the component required for having a solar project or wind project or any RE project for that matter. And the larger part of RE by and large in India so far has been dominated by solar. If you look at almost 99% of the things you used to import. So if you want to develop a sector and that too by running at jet speed and you depend on particular country largely again, during COVID we have learned that lessons and all. So government has initiated a lot of initiatives through PLI and other schemes. Now manufacturing, our Honorable Minister has already spoken about this, it will be repetition and all. So very soon we are going to be self-sufficient in manufacturing of solar component in the country. Not only that, we will be having surplus to support to the other underdeveloped or developing economies. So that is a game changer is going to happen. And mind it, all these manufacturing component setups are being set up by private sectors. Again, so there is economics in this. So that is one. So manufacturing challenge we are going to address. But since it is a technology centering, I think 4 to 5 years technology is going to be obsolete. So whoever is going to set up the project, they have to take that manufacturing plant and other assets, 5 years they have to depreciate and replace with the new one. They cannot have been like any other manufacturing for 10 years. The project life may be other auxiliaries and also some 20 or 25 years. Whereas your plant and machinery per se will be 5 to 6 years. You have to depreciate and replace it with the new one. If you want to continue to be competing with the other economies as far as quality of your component is concerned. That is number one. But that will also enable you consistent improvement in your efficiency, which is again going to impact on economics. That is one. Second, transmission infrastructure. But this being intermittent nature, so during the day you will have solar or wind, larger part of it, and in the night you will not be having. So then what you will do being, then your fossil like thermal and other, you have to step down to balance it. Now when somebody has set up a project, be it a private sector, if I am talking particularly, why they are going to step down? That's because you have to run the renewable. But till we have that storage and round the clock power of renewable independently, till such time we need to have that kind of balancing with the thermal and other things. So this transmission infrastructure like dedicated green energy corridor concept, MNRE has already taken up, and that has to happen in a faster pace. Then land. Land being a state subject, it is not a center subject. Center can have n number of policies, like our Honorable Minister said. We can have n number of policies, but unless land issues are addressed in the respective states, it cannot be sorted out. I'm happy to communicate to you here. Very recently, Karnataka has issued a notification in which if you are doing in agricultural land, that is an automatic conversion, you need not have to go for this. And I'm giving one living example in our case. We had financed to one of our very old and reputed borrower. They could not get the land conversion, and as because of security creation could not happen, they were paying the additional rate, but still our team had to insist, as per the sanction term, you have to give us security, our asset is unsecured. Finally, they shifted to some other banker. Because if you see practically there is no risk, but still it is not a secured one. So being a government organization, I don't have any hesitation in sharing. We go by many times the rule book. That is land issues to be addressed. Second, the speed in which the land to be acquired, that is also to be fastened. I think our ministry is now working very closely, as Honorable Minister said, with the Chief Minister and all. Then after you acquire the land and the manufacturing setup and transmission, then you have to distribute. If you look at the distribution companies, their financial health is still way ahead for improvement. Of course, the overdue and of you see from 1.35 lakh crore to now, it has come down to 70,000 crore through LPS mechanism, and through RDSS, 25 crores meters to be installed. Hardly 15-20% we have achieved so far. That is to be speeded up. And once those are done, then the total ecosystem will be there. And last but most important, capital. For the balance 500, to reach to the 500 gigawatt, we require around 30 lakhs crores of investment. If you take debt equity of 75-25, so 75% of it, roughly 24 crore, is going to be supported from the debt. In India, we do not have a defined green taxonomy. Since we do not have a green taxonomy, organizations like IREDA, who is doing 100% green finance, not now, since 38 years, we do not have a single benefit for us, neither we can take any benefit from the bond market or others to do that. And so many greenhouses overseas, they are keen to channelize their funds. And as because we do not have a defined green taxonomy, we tell green bond. But what is green? Everybody has their one definition of green. We do not have a defined green taxonomy in the country as on date. And we had given almost 2.5 years back a draft paper to our ministry, and it has already been forwarded to Ministry of Finance. And I understand that it is in the advanced stage now. So very soon, I hope that we are going to get it. And again, if you look at this, some of the regulatory provisions even today, if it is a under construction asset or a commissioned asset, while risk weightage assignment to the asset by the agency, there is no difference in that. Practically, you do not have any risk in a commissioned asset if it is RE. Why I'll tell you, in 38 years, we have financed 1,62,000 crores till our last audited results. Our cumulative write-off is only 135 crore. So that means renewable financing is fairly risk-free if it is managed well. So, and any developer comes, if they want to compete with the global players, they need to have a low-cost financing, because post-commissioning of the renewable asset, finance cost is your major cost, because hard cost post-commissioning is not required.
Absolutely. So, you raise some valid points, and it's good that we have Macquarie and Equirus here. You own several, renewable assets, and Mint keeps writing about. At Mint, we keep writing about the various deals that are happening. There are deals happening with you. Macquarie's assets are getting sold, bought, right? So, is it only dependent on debt? Because there seems to be a lot of equity also sloshing around the system. Right, your point of view, and Vijay, after you, what are the challenges from as a financer and an owner of assets like Gentari's? Maybe you don't have Gentari, but I'm just saying, there would be other platforms. But how do you see the challenges from a financer point of view?
Yeah. I was going to make a very bad joke, but I've decided it's a public forum, I'm not going to do that. It is both debt and equity. At a L1 level, Alokesh, I think there is enough capital available, right? I don't think that's an issue. That capital obviously wants to see the right risk-adjusted returns. You can argue, and from a global investor's perspective, India as a whole in the infra and RE side may not always present the best risk-adjusted returns from equity investors. That's the reality. It's got nothing to do, and it's got a bit to do with the risk that comes along with what CMD Irida was talking about, but it's also hyper competition, which really systematically drives down the returns, right? So, but that's a very broad level sort of top-down view, Alokesh. I think if you were to step back, our aspiration and hence the quantum of capital required, both on the debt and equity side, is humongous. And it is very concerning to see, you can count the number of, first, the debt providers who can provide the scale of the requirement, actually on one hand. I'll struggle to go on to the second one as well, right? There are very few banks and lending institutions who are able to underwrite the scale that we want. Similarly, when you come to the equity side, just step back. Last 5 years, how many new large-scale international investors have you seen step into this, right? A few strategics will come in. Of course, that has been happening. So the requirement is a lot much more. And the way to solve this is beyond just getting Macquarie to put another $500 million or Gentari to come in, right? On the debt side, we have to open the bond market. There's just absolutely no two ways about it. I'm actually on a slightly different wicket. I don't think this green bond, we've talked about this, God knows, perpetually, and we'll keep talking about this for next 20 years. Yes. It's a fine concept. It's not going to work. You don't get enough spread difference on the green bond. You get a bit of a green bond availability. With all this European money also sort of trying to get into their own defense system, I think forget that. When it comes to equity, do you realize the domestic capital that we have? Our pension funds and insurance has an AUM of $1 trillion now, growing at 10%. Why isn't part of that capital coming into financing some of these core infrastructure side, right? So, I think the problem definition is big. The solution is required at multiple levels, which addresses green energy, but also broader infrastructure investment.
Vijay?
So, I think very less to say, but see, I think we had really come off very well. If I say, we did an IPO of Vikram Solar last week, it got listed. Right. And the kind of interest we got, like 142 times in QIB and overall 54 times in this tough times of market where the Trump tariff hangover was there. Even then we got a 54 times demand for that IPO where people wanted to put money. And we had seen a NTPC Green and Acme Solar. So, and we see the private market deals, like Abhishek also sold his platform. They are doing, Gentry is buying. And every year you will see 3, 4, 5 large deals are being announced. So what it shows, there is a certain players like Abhishek, Gentari, they are building platforms. Gentari is not doing the churning, but Abhishek is doing churning, Actis is doing churning. There are certain people who are doing the churning of asset. So new investors, set of investors are coming, and the platforms are being created and the capacities are created. So there's no lack of capital. Another capital pool which is like a domestic money, HNI money. That is a big pool of capital which now every fund is trying to do. So if you say a domestic funds like Neo, Secura, Alpha, they had already created 361. They had already created their PE platform based on domestic capital. And like Abhishek said, that if we allow the insurance and a pension money to come in this financing, maybe a debt or equity, whatever way, remove those restrictions, allow, increase the limits, I think it will be a game changer. Even with all these cripples, impact, and restrictions we had already grown. If you see, you ask any state, where they are having a largest investment in sector is a renewable sector. It's the largest investment. So today, I think the people like Abhishek and Gentry, they are being called by every CM in their investor summit because they are the largest investor in their state.
They have the money. You're right. You know, so green bonds really has been around for ages and ages. The pension fund point also has been around for some time now. We don't know how far. You want to add something more, Vijay? Did I stop you?
On the green bond?
No, before that, were you planning to say something else?
No. I was saying on this green bond. See, green bond is a nomenclature we say, but if you see the funding, which is a single project, it got stopped because they didn't got funding. Green bond, definitely people expect they will get a reduction in interest rate. See, rather than focusing only on green bond, one biggest issue which industry is facing is a passing of interest rate cuts by the financial institutions, which is not happening.
That's not happening across sectors.
No, it is not happening. Yeah. It is not happening the way the rates are cut. When there is an increase, there is a next day, immediately you get a letter, increase, your interest rate is increased. But when it is cut, you are not getting that benefit. I think the transmission of rate cut has to be faster. And if you do that, then definitely it is available. The capital is available, reduction of rates is there, then it manages their profitability because they pay higher interest rate during the high interest regime.
Yeah. The transmission of rate cuts is all. How many of you have home loans going? Raise your hands. Only one. Nobody has home loans in this hall. Wow. You know, I used to have a home loan, 2 home loans, and yeah, interest rates would get cut, and I would keep asking my bank, "Mera kab ghatega?" It never happens.
You have to do the refinance to get the interest rate reduction.
So, you know, let's come to policy. We spoke a little bit about policy already, but there are so many schemes going around, right? We have, which have helped a lot in how renewable has come up so well in India. We have the National Solar Mission, the PLI schemes, right? The National Green Hydrogen Mission now, and the Surya Ghar Muft Bijli. So, are there any, since you are working on the ground and you have a very good idea of how these schemes are actually playing out in the field and where they are getting held up and what kind of tweak might have helped it scale up faster or better. Give us some idea, especially Mr. Das. All of you recommend to him, then I'll ask him what he is doing about it. You know, what kind of policy tweaks could the government do to further this renewable energy mission?
See, one thing I can say that over last 10-15 years, and this is I'm picking from the minister's speech, that just rather than delivering, India has been on driving energy transition. Okay, and when I say this, then I see a lot of policy framework has been put in place. We have been both proactive and reactive when it comes to our policy framework to help strengthen this energy transition. Not only RE, but also e-mobility and green hydrogen. Together, these three, and as long as these three work together, and unless they all work together, we will not achieve the desired goal of energy transition, right? So there are a lot of policies which have come. The policies are effective, and that's why we are seeing this growth. But yes, still there is a lot of work to be done. When it comes to electricity, I guess the biggest issue which we always face is this concurrent nature of the electricity rules, right? So you have central acts and you have state acts, and unless and until they are dovetailed, the implementation suffers. So when I talk of the C&I market, there was a beautiful concept of GNA which was introduced, and GNA basically virtually empowers each customer to buy its own power, right? Now GNA is good, but it is right now, even after 1.5 years of introduction, I still don't see states adopting GNA. Now unless and until the state don't adopt GNA, a customer who is connected to the state transmission network, he still is not able to buy power through GNA. So these kind of issues are there. So this is something which will be required, and I guess we have been also giving our inputs to MNRE and to the various governments to act on it. So I think that's
so when you say customer, you mean corporate customer? Yeah. So that is the other thing. That the C&I part is the only part that is growing. Rooftop adoption is very, very low. And general consumer, even if today I want to go out and put, install solar power for my home and save on my electricity bills, I don't know what to do.
No, now it's become very easy. I don't know if you saying that is a surprise.
I'll take some notes from you.
There is now it's become very easy, at least on that front. Okay, but I'm see there will always be local issues, right? Local issues. We are a vast country. There will be local issues. But if I talk of on a broader level, I think when it comes to policy, the government has come up with good policies. The real problem is the concurrent nature of the policy framework law, and which kinds of doesn't give us the help to get us the ultimate objective of those policies. Unless until the states adopt it, it will not work.
Right. So, okay, we have 5 minutes to go. Abhishek, your point on the policy, what tweaks would you like to see? Abhishek and Vijay, before Mr. Das gives his view.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat what Sharad has said. It's a very well understood market. So the policies are what needs to be done is also, to be honest, very well understood. At the end of the day, we have to keep reminding ourselves, so the policymakers have to keep thinking about how do I reduce the uncertainty around a project, and all the points that have been talked about are around the same. And secondly is once I've adopted a policy, how do we ensure it's a consistent policy which does not get changed at the whims and fancies of certain states or regulators. The fact is the market will decide. If certain states are going to behave negatively, capital is not going to flow. I can tell you very clearly there are 5, 7, 8 states that we are happy investing in. Other states we don't. So that's the reality of the market. At the end of the day, the states will, the behavior of the investors will get determined by what things happen on the ground.
Vijay?
I think one is your land. Probably if we can create a single window clearance where a deemed conversion is there, and you are also getting a power evacuation permission when you are planning for a project, and a government can identify a pool of land like Khavda in Gujarat. They had identified like 130 plus gigawatt you can set up a renewable energy in. I think it's 130 is Adani which is setting up there. Okay, if we are able to plan this type of things, probably it will accelerate the capacity addition. And that's I think land, power evacuation are the two biggest hurdles which all the developers face, and projects get delayed. Like if you see many of these ISTS projects are getting delayed because you don't have a power grid, which was supposed to come in 25, it is coming 27. All the project got delayed from that perspective. And I think third on the C&I sector, definitely, if we are able to create a policy framework for transmission of green energy from the C&I developers to consumers, and make a range tariffs, the wheeling charges, it is becoming a pain. You don't get a wheeling permission, your tariffs are different. So probably if we work on this sector, the things will accelerate faster.
Okay, Mr. Das, you have some suggestions now.
See, if you want enough policy we have, and we cannot say enough because since new and emerging, technologies are always evolving. So our ministry and the regulator has to look into again developing the new policy to address the new challenges. But whatever policies we have made, it should be executed well in time. Otherwise, what will happen if you do not implement the policy in time, probably you may have to bring again new policy to execute the old policy. So that should not happen. And remember one thing, as we are a developing economy, that's fine. But as far as RE is concerned, we are living behind developed economies. So here the policy has to be slightly different. We have to see what is the domestic requirement. At the same time, we have to see what is the global practice. So we have to integrate both. And then we have to sustain the speed in which you have to do and accuracy. If you look at my organization, it is a 38-year-old organization. In 33 years, we had only 22,000 crore loan book, 22, 23,000. In 5 years, we have added more than 50,000, 55,000 crore. And with a lesser manpower of 10%. Because speed and accuracy is essence of this industry. And if you look at, we are having a double-digit NPA, in net NPA even 7.18 in March 20, which came down to even below 1. And in this sector, I will flag one point. At times, some of the indisciplined behavior of some of the developers that impact the sector whole. I'll give one example. Recent case, Gensol engineering matter had come. For almost 1 to 1.5 months, all the major media agencies, print media, soft media, all they went on like that. If you look at in our total loan book, out of 80,000, only 500 crores is towards Gensol. And if you see, around 19 lenders were there. Every day I was finding in major national dailies, I will not take the name, half a page on these issues. So what happened in this period, all these lending agencies, they put everything in a break, addressing that. And I can assure you, if somebody does an analysis, they will find, probably if you would have addressed well, or in a slight different manner, probably 5-10 gigawatt to or ho jata abhi tak. So somewhere this lending has impacted, but now, be it regulator, be it other audit agencies, inspection agencies, since it is under investigation now, EOW, CBI, SEBI, and etc., I will not talk much on this issue, but we have addressed those well so far, and it is investigated. And it is not that big as far as total lending is concerned. If you see today, 48% is from bond market as far as direct lending is concerned, 33% from NBFC, 11% from bank, and 8% from others. When 33% of NBFC, that too 3 major NBFC in this area from government side, REC, PFC and IREDA. 2 agencies' name were always happening. These 2 major agencies' team were always engaged for almost 2 months addressing those issues, which impacted the other developers' action to be delayed. This is one living example I am sharing.
Thank you. We are out of time, but we have a closing view from Abhishek. You wanted to add something?
Yeah. Time's up, Red.
You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, not so much on the policy side, because everyone knows, I think everyone knows what needs to be done. I just want to compare, if we really step forward and see what is a great, vibrant power markets, and if we were to learn from really good markets, which is Australia, Japan, and UK, which I think are the top 3 really good ones. 2 areas that we really need to emphasize upon. One is battery storage. Let's get more onto the ancillary services and grid management. That is going to be more and more important. Today, we're doing a bit of a patchwork. So that's one area that makes a difference. The second one is the financialization of the power market. The good thing is we now have the power exchanges integrated. The regulators have come back and said we can introduce a derivative product. This needs to be accelerated 10x. That is another source of massive capital infusion that you will see and will result in the next wave of growth of the power markets beyond just let's set up capacity and have a 25-year PPA. That's the next level of evolution, which will support 1,000 gigawatt of renewable capacity for us.
Thank you. Wonderful note to end on. And thank you very, very much. It was a wonderful discussion. I hope all of us learned and took a leaf out of this discussion going ahead for tomorrow. And enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Alokesh, thank you so much. If I could request Alokesh to please present tokens to our speakers. Sharat Pungalia to Abhishek Poddar. to Vijay Agarwal. And Pradeep Kumar Das. Thank you so much to our panel on scaling clean energy. If I could request all of you to please quickly take a picture and then step on to the next panel. Thank you so much. May I request you all to please take your seats down below. Our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, is on the theme climate change, atmospheric pollution, and geoengineering, the missing picture. India, as you know, faces significant environmental health risks from climate change-driven extreme weather and urban air pollution, necessitating comprehensive long-term strategies that include clean energy transitions, strong air pollution controls, and greater integration of climate and health data. This discussion will explore whether emerging solutions like geoengineering have a role in India's sustainability strategy. While geoengineering could offer specific interventions, we must remind ourselves that it is not a replacement for fundamental efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. May I request all our guests to please be seated. I'd like to invite our speakers up on stage. Ms. Suruchi Bhadwal, Director Climate Change and Air Quality at TERI, a climate impacts, vulnerability and adaptation expert contributing to research and consultancy work for nearly 25 years now in related domains. She works on climate change and air quality at TERI, with a focus on scientific assessments with linkages to policy and practice. And her main work focuses on undertaking climate risk assessments for various sectors, including agriculture, water, health, and infrastructure, and developing strategies for adaptation. With her, we have the distinguished climate scientist whose research uses advanced models to understand how both natural and human-driven factors shape the Earth's climate and impact our lives, Professor Krishna Achyuta Rao, Professor and Head of the Center for Atmospheric Sciences and School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi. His work focuses on extreme weather, climate risk, and adaptation strategies, and he's closely associated with the IPCC since 2001 and has served as lead author for both the AR5 and the landmark AR6 reports. To steer the discussion, once again, we have Vivek Bhattacharya, National Editor, Mint. May I request those who are standing, we've got a session going on. May I request you all to please be seated? Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Vivek, it's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And thank you, Suruchi, and thank you, Krishna, for being here. It's so just to give you a sense, this is after the first panel that you heard, this is another panel which will focus a lot on science and climate science, and not just climate science. So here is what we are going to talk about. We are going to talk about atmospheric pollution, and we are going to talk about the linkages between atmospheric pollution and climate change. And then we are going to pivot into something that you just heard about, geoengineering, but that's later. But first, I want to talk about atmospheric pollution. Now, when it comes to pollution, Indian cities are some of the worst performing cities in the world in terms of air quality. And this is something that we are increasingly living with of the year round, especially in a city like Delhi. But what is perhaps less understood is this link between climate change and atmospheric pollution. So, but we will take it one step at a time. First, we're going to talk about pollution. And for that, Suruchi, I'd like to start with you. Help us set a frame for this. Like, how serious is the extent of atmospheric pollution in the country, especially North India? And generally speaking, what are the causes for this?
So I think speaking about India and air quality, I'm sure each one of us now understand it much better when we get to, get the updates through the various news channels on the air quality index, on how high the air quality index is with regards to the pollutant load that we have in the atmosphere. Out of the 30 cities that are most polluted in the world, 21 cities are in India. So that basically gives an indication of how polluted our cities are. More than 70% of India's tier 1, tier 2 cities and million plus cities are basically not meeting the air quality norms that we see around us. Now, when we say air quality norms, now it's not just a single pollutant that we are talking about. There are many pollutants out there which are basically contaminating the atmosphere. We are talking about the SOx, we are talking about the NOx, we are talking about particulate matter, PM10, PM2.5, black carbon. So there is a whole lot of elements out there, causing this pollution. And of course, each one of them have their own characteristics and have their own impacts on the system, as well as how they basically connect to us with regards to impacts on human health. If you look at the data of the Government of India and the national ambient air quality standards that cities have, about 130 cities across the country do not meet the standards and the norms that are required to be met on air quality. It's a glaring number. We are living in cities which are highly polluted and have huge impacts on us, which possibly we are not even kind of realizing, because we are breathing the air in and out, and of course, the health implications of it is an unsaid kind of a zone, which we don't even talk about, because possibly when we fall sick, we are landing up at the hospitals and the medical centers and getting ourselves, checked and paying for the cost for it. But it is a cost at an individual level, a household level, and of course, it's also a cost at the public exchequer level, because for maintaining your hospitals, managing such crowds who are getting affected with the illnesses that we are talking about, I think it's a big challenge that we are talking about, needs to be addressed.
Right. And I was just, while he was speaking, I was just checking what Delhi's air quality is. Right now, it's actually very good. It's 44. Like, it's the rains. So, and that just goes to show that to an extent, the weather and the climate that a city is experiencing also plays a role. And that's what I'm going to come to you, Krishna, about, is that it is sometimes not very easy for the general public to make a connection between atmospheric pollution and climate change. So what are the connections, you think? What are the ways that the two are connected and feed into each other?
So I think we tend to look at air pollution as an urban problem, but I think if you look at India, certainly it's a problem that's pretty much across the entire country. You can see that vast parts of India have similar poor air quality as we experience in Delhi. Perhaps not as bad and not as dramatic, but to a large extent, this is the story of much of India. In fact, if you look at, pictures of India taken from space, you will see kind of a murky haze all across much of, all the way from Pakistan through Bangladesh. So this is a picture that's actually world famous, except we haven't internalized it. But what that haze that is visible from space is essentially telling us is that some of the sunlight is being reflected back that would have made it to the ground. So there's actually a role that this pollution is playing in reducing the amount of sunlight that reaches the ground. So this is, again, something that has an effect on our weather, it has an effect on our climate, and these are not just restricted to India. So decades ago, much of the world was polluted. In fact, up until the 70s, even the Western world, developed world as we look at them now, had severe urban and large-scale air pollution. They had the acid rain problem. So this effect of air pollution on climate has been experienced in many parts of the world. Now they've gone ahead and cleaned up their air pollution to a large extent. And, you know, I was yesterday morning looking at Delhi AQI, Aurobindo Mark said 8. You know, single digits. You know, these are numbers you only see in, you know, in the developed world. And so they've managed to clean it up. And what they are seeing now is, therefore, the full brunt of the other problem that we've got, which is greenhouse gases, and therefore they're finding their temperatures rising faster than they were.
So
without the, you know, with air pollution it was muted, but now that they've cleaned up, their temperatures are rising faster. So this is something that's in store for us if and when we get our act together and clean up our air, which we should for all the reasons that Suruchi mentioned. And, you know, there's no point killing yourself over air pollution because of all the other.
So this is actually, this was something that I was going to come to, Krishna. So just to give you context, of a few years ago during one of Delhi's really awful summer heat waves, at around that time I was working on a long feature story for Mint on heat and India's tryst with heat, especially humid heat. At the time I came across one of your studies, Krishna, which for the first time, and I wasn't aware of that, which made this connection between atmospheric pollution and the amount that India has heated up as a result of that. Now, just to give you a sense of what it is, at the time, this was in 2022. So at the time, the rest of the world had heated up by about 1.2 to 1.3 degrees Celsius. But a recent Indian study had found that India and the Indian subcontinent had heated up less than the global average. And what one of Krishna's studies showed to me was that the reason was atmospheric pollution, because what atmospheric pollution was doing, as Krishna just said, was it was reflecting sunlight back into space. As a result, we weren't heating up as much as we could. Now, the thing is, having said that, India has heated up enough, you know, already, and we are seeing the results of that, the catastrophes that strike us every year as a result of that. Now, Krishna, so I would actually ask you to talk a little more about how these aerosols act as reflectors, you know, and what is the connection between that and keeping heating low in India?
So, without getting too technical, whenever we burn anything, or if there's a breeze that can kick up dust from the soil, you have essentially a particle that is floating in the air. And that's what we call an aerosol. It could be, in some cases, it's a liquid particle, sometimes it's a solid particle. So these have, depending on their size, they can do different things to light. And depending on the composition, one of the aerosol types that Suruchi mentioned, which is black carbon, actually absorbs light, whereas the more abundant sulfate and nitrates, these aerosols can actually reflect the sunlight. So these are optical properties of different kinds of aerosols. And our atmosphere is a mix of all of these. If you're very close to a coal-fired power plant, which doesn't have all the latest scrubber technology, you're likely to have much more sulfate than the other kind. But in a more urban setting like what we are in Delhi, it's a soup which is a mixture of all kinds of pollutants, including dust and other things. So the fundamental property of either absorbing or reflecting light is what essentially is playing a role in altering the climate. Now, this is in terms of just the temperature. There's yet another more complicated set of effects that these aerosols have on clouds that we rely on for rain, etc. So they essentially are mixed in with the clouds because the cloud droplets are forming around these aerosol particles. So if they are fundamentally altering what the cloud is and how it grows, how it rains out, it is actually altering climate, not just in terms of reflecting sunlight, but also in terms of how much rainfall you get. So the further climate effect of aerosols is that there is global evidence that the aerosols have contributed to a reduction in monsoon rainfall. And this is true for India also. So if we are looking at aerosols, it's not just that they're modifying the amount of heat that we experience. It's also the amount of rain that we are receiving. So this is, in my opinion, a double whammy because, as you know, rainfall from the monsoons is our lifeline and as a country for our economy.
Yeah, so that's very interesting because, as you said, that monsoon rainfall is increasingly getting erratic. It's actually this year, I was, at least in the small part of South Delhi that I live in, I was quite happy that monsoon rainfall seemed to be like what it used to be back in the 90s, like, steady drizzle through the day instead of massive cloud bursts followed by like dry spells stretching for days. But that's basically what the monsoon has become. And these aerosols play a part in that. And what you were saying, that there are different types of aerosols, like some of them, like black carbon, is actually contributing to glacier mass decreasing in the Himalayas because it's the soot that rises from the plains and it's deposited on glaciers. So, Suruchi, I'll come to you because you work on climate risk assessment plans across a number of sectors, including infrastructure and agriculture. So in your work, what are the linkages that you've seen between how infrastructure projects and agriculture is pursued in India, and do they have a connection with atmospheric pollution?
Well,
direct or indirect?
Well, they do because, when we are into various practices in agriculture and using a lot of chemicals, fertilizers, pesticides that are sprayed in the farmlands. Of course, in that process, there is, a transfer from the land to the atmosphere that happens. And then, of course, some of these are some of the pollutants we are talking about. It is nitrous and its oxides. We're also, the practices that we're following, methane, it is a short-lived climate pollutant. There connects there with regards to the warming process that we see. So yes, you pick up any sector, there is a contribution, I would say. You earlier asked me about what are the major sources of the pollution. It starts all the way from the transport sector to the residential sector, the thermal power generation that we see, also the construction sector now, and the unsuspended dust load from the sides of the roads that we see. So, you talk about it, and every sector has a certain contribution. And while I was talking to my colleagues working in this field, one of the things definitely starkly comes out. Across India, 25% of the pollutant loads, especially the PM 2.5 that we are talking about, which is very harmful for health, comes from the residential sector. And a basic reason for that is a large number of households in India today also are burning firewood, and they are using traditional means of cooking, which is basically putting all that black carbon and particulate matter out, which is one of the huge concerns with regards to, of course, when we're looking at health-related concerns. So definitely there is an impact from every sector, and speak of agriculture, transport, thermal generation, I think all of these sectors, residential
there
cooking,
isn't a sector which does not play at least some role in this. So, well, time is short, so we are going to do the pivot that I had talked about. And, and we are going to talk about solar geoengineering. Now, as many of you might know, it's become a bit of a fad all around the world right now, and I use that word carefully because it is a technological marvel that is often put forward as a way of preventing climate change. And essentially, the most popular forms of solar engineering is a way of injecting particulate matter into the atmosphere so that it does what you have heard a little while ago, does exactly what pollution does, which is reflect sunlight back into the atmosphere, back into space, really, so that it does not heat up the planet. So, now, in terms of the science of it, Krishna, I wanted to ask you, so is this the way that the simplistic way that I put it, is that the way solar geoengineering works? And what are the pitfalls of trying technology fixes like that might be?
Yeah, so there's essentially you are injecting aerosols to reflect sunlight. But the difference is you're not doing it in the portion of the atmosphere that we live in. We're putting it into the stratosphere. So it's high up and it stays there a little longer because of various dynamical reasons. And therefore it is supposed to be possible to periodically inject some sulfur into that. Essentially, it's sulfuric acid, okay? To be brutally honest about what chemical it is, right? So it's an acid that you're going and deliberately sprinkling into the stratosphere with the aim of reflecting sunlight. Now, we all know that Newton always wins. Gravity will pull everything down. So that acid will come down and we will come to where we live. And therefore, we have to keep injecting more and more acid to keep that level of reflection going. So this is essentially you're balancing the warming that you're creating from adding more greenhouse gases by trying to reflect it out there. So the solution really is not a solution in my opinion. It is an admission that you have decided that the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions is just not something you want to do, or you've given up on this, and therefore use this measure of a last resort to address a problem you should have. So in that sense, it's a big moral hazard to be able to do this. The second part is that we don't really fully know all the effects that this geoengineering will do.
Yeah.
We know that it will reduce the rainfall. Again, if we go back to what aerosols in the lower part of the atmosphere are doing, it's reducing rainfall. And if you now put more aerosols in the stratosphere, it's going to reduce rainfall.
Right.
So it has real consequences. Yes, you may say that the temperature increase has been curtailed, but you have lost rain.
At what cost?
At what additional cost?
What additional cost?
And let's also not forget that the oceans and our water bodies, like lakes and rivers, are going to become more and more acidic as our CO2 in the air increases. And this solar geoengineering will do nothing for that. So we have really serious consequences, even if solar geoengineering is done. And the price we have to pay is really something that makes me actually angry.
It is, yeah. I think we are kind of a little out of time. So I just want to conclude by saying, and Suruchi, maybe you can tell me a little bit, is that, you know, we do need to clean up our atmosphere. We do need to get pollution low, but we also have to guard against excessive heating. So what is the way? Is it, to me, it seems like mitigation is really the only way to be able to achieve this.
Yeah, I think we do have a national clean air plan in the country, and of course there are measures that are being looked across different sectors that need to be considered for implementation. I think the sector that gets targeted the most is the transportation sector. So there are a lot of regulations around it and norms around it with regards to the type of fuel that we have switched to, the technologies that are to be used, etc. And then, of course, there are mandatory and non-mandatory kind of regulation that you see across cities, and that are put in place to be able to check the emissions from the transport sector. There's also an effort to switch and mix the fuel, etc. Of course, one needs to see what difference it is making to the pollution load. Then if you were to look at the residential sector, there's a massive effort needed over there where you need to shift the dependency on firewood to other forms of fuel usage. Maybe to start with, it is the LPG, and the government did launch the Ujjwala scheme, but possibly there are mixed responses to it. I think we need to find ways of motivating, influencing people to bring those behavioral changes in their lifestyles to be able to bring about this change that we want to see. And similarly, there would be a lot of other efforts that one can talk about with regards to maybe the thermal generation, the power sector that the industrial sector, where emissions are happening in the form of gaseous pollutants, the SOx and the NOx largely getting emitted, where possibly we need corrective measures and regulation to be imposed. So, yeah, there are a whole lot of measures that can be introduced and implemented, and but possibly for any particular measure which is taken forward by the government and is to see its impact, it takes some time. Right. So we would have to wait for 5 to 10 years at least to see what kind of an impact it can create. Same applies to EV penetration.
Right. So I think that's a good place to end this discussion here, because we can go on for another half an hour. It's a very rich subject. Thank you so much for your contributions, Shruti and Krishna. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you to our speakers as well. Vivek, please do us the honors of presenting small tokens to our speakers. To Ms. Badwal. Oops. Go forward. And to Mr. Rao. Right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our speakers. We now invite you to join us for lunch, which is being served at the rear of the hall. We will be back in an hour with more on the environment and climate and energy. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Welcome to the first post-lunch session. The weather has suddenly changed and we are in for a downpour now. Waste is one of the biggest challenges in urban India. And to draw attention to the innovative approaches to managing waste responsibly and building circular economies, we have with us this afternoon the chairman of the Luthra Group and GJPL, Mr. Girish Ramesh Luthra, a visionary leader and the driving force behind Luthra Group's transformative journey in waste and water management. Mr. Girish Luthra is committed to building a knowledge-driven business. He combines passion, innovation, and ethical practices to create a carbon-negative footprint. Grounded in his belief in continuous learning, Mr. Girish is shaping a legacy that champions environmental responsibility and prepares businesses for future challenges. So this afternoon, if I could request those of you who are still standing to please be seated. This afternoon, he brings his vision to the forefront as he shares his insights on building circular economies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Girish Ramesh Luthra.
Good afternoon, friends. A pleasure to be amongst people who care for the nature, care for the earth. Well, as we talk about circularity and sustainability today, which has been journey of our own company as well. Being a textile company, which was a polluting company, to become a company to sustain and create negative footprint of carbon. We are having an experience of now more than 35 years on green products. With that, I would like to take back you to last 30-35 years of environmental journey very quickly. Then we started with solid waste management, and then the whole world was focusing on, they were talking of recycling, reduce, and reuse. Whereas we went into a step next was cleaner production technologies, that you produce less environmental damage as you produce. And came the next step where they said, let's do re-engineering of products so that we can reduce carbon footprint or all environmental impacts right from the beginning at the design stage. Automobile happens to be a great example that today almost 98% things are recyclable. Shipbreaking has been another example which works in that similar manner. Adopting cleaner technologies was the beginning, and then going into design. Sustainability and circularity came into existence in last 10 years. Sustainability was a simpler word to understand and do the job. However, when it came to circularity, the thing was understood a bit later, and now it is pretty well established in the industry that right from design to process, and then came in a concept of having industrial parks which could say waste of one could go into the product for the second guy, the other companies. So that is a small example where it started as circular economy. Whereas later, like solar was more of a sustainable solution, wind was a sustainable solution, whereas when we talk about RDF from municipalities' old dumps, so that was above ground mining. That is one of the solutions of circularity, examples of circularity. Reducing waste at source has always been an example which goes more towards sustainability. Whereas, again, when we talk about how do we circulate the same product again and again, and plastic PET bottles came out to be another example of circularity. Today, in India, we are running short of waste PET bottles. The amount of plants which have established in the country are so high that we do not have enough waste to sustain the plants, and we are importing the same. There are many examples. In Scandinavia, there are countries which are importing waste from different countries in Europe to sustain their power plants which they have built. So the scope is immense. We look at things differently, and so then you are able to find a solution. The thing is that we cannot find a solution by looking at waste as waste. Waste is not a waste. It is a resource at the wrong place. The moment we look at resource at the wrong place, we find solutions in anything what we do. Citing another examples of hazardous waste. Hazardous waste has been incinerated all its life everywhere in the world. So in India, by various companies, including mine. And now, for last 15 years, we started recycling it as fuel to cement companies. This transformation journey, where we did 300 tons a month, today we do 1,500 tons a day. Earlier we used to able to recycle only 7-8 type of products. Today we do around 1,800 type of products. That means all you need is to look at waste differently. There has been examples of converting plastic back into diesel, the reverse engineering of what was being planned and started in Japan somewhere in mid-2000, or 2005 or 10, in between that. UNEP did a lot of projects on those. And in India also there are people who have developed the same technology to convert it back into diesel, which is a fuel to be used for vehicles or heavy oil in industries. So these examples clearly state the concept. What I would like here to again emphasize is look at it differently and you find it. Talking circularity in theory is so easy, but when it comes to practical solutions, you need to look into the micro details and volumes of the same. So there were common facilities being promoted by governments. Now the major challenge comes in. The systematic thinking alignment between government, industry, the polluter, and the pollution management companies or methods. This alignment has a challenge because everybody has their own agendas. Government has to look into some policies which are more friendly into green recycling, not on paper alone, but there has to be a will at all scales, right from municipalities to industries to government and the state to center. Why is it not happening? Again, this in India, what is happening is any tender going in for solutions is going for L1, L2, L3. Whereas the capability there or not is not seen. I think we all should be pushing this, that T1 and L1 both are important. This is a major fallback for which we are being hit by the circularity issues. Because there is waste, there is a solution available, but this L1 story starts bringing in anybody who just has, I won't say only political, but any push. Now, those influencing companies cannot necessarily give results. So that's where we do request governments on various platforms that we should be focusing on that part, that we should have T1, L1 concept and not just L1, L2, L3. Otherwise, lot of plants that are working in India are made for compliance and show. We bring ESG into practice. Now it is just becoming a document, one more document on place, and not actionable document. So we need to convert. See, I request the industry and the companies always, let us convert that document into reality. Not that everybody is not doing. Most of them, the larger companies are doing, but we are mainly MSMEs in this country, and MSMEs have a different focus. Their outlook is small. We need to cluster them into becoming a large think tanks to get the results. So with this, some of these examples, some of the approach that we look at, we as people, let's look at government, industry separately now, we as people, we need to inculcate education in our children right from beginning, and believe me, we will not be teaching them anything new. India has always believed in, ye sambhal lo, kal kaam aayega. It may be a small piece of a string. It could be, we are known for recycling, but we forgot in our modernism what is to be done. So that is where I urge that we should also look at telling the government to incorporate a subject right from third, fourth standard. The contents are ready. I have seen them in US some 30 years back, 35 years back, and all the course contents were there in their education system. We need to incorporate the same in our education system. Similarly, if we talk of wastewater recycling, it is easy to do municipal waste recycling, water recycling, very easy, and it can be done almost 85–90% of recycling. All we need to have is political will, the will of the people, will of users. So with this, friends, I thank you very much for a patient listening. I don't believe in talking only theory. I want it to be converted to practice. We have done it in our company. We made a company out of polluting company to a pollution prevention company, gradually to recycling company, not disposal only. Similarly, every one of us can do a little contribution and add to the nation's GDP, or shall I say, eco-GDP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luthra, for really setting an example for all of us. If I could request Mr. Alokesh Bhattacharya to please come up and present a small token. Some use for your waste. Maybe you can add to the greenery. Thank you so much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next panel discussion, which is on climate innovation for a just transition. What will it take to decarbonize India's hard-to-abate sectors? Decarbonizing these sectors, such as industry, is a complex challenge towards carbon-neutral energy systems. Solutions and technologies for industry decarbonization must be embedded in an energy model while optimizing the transition pathways of the whole energy system to fully grasp the complex synergies between all sectors. Steel, cement, and heavy industry are some of the hardest to decarbonize, but without addressing them, India cannot meet its climate goals. This session looks at the innovations, policies, and partnerships needed to decarbonize these critical sectors while ensuring a just transition for workers and communities. I'd like to invite up on stage our speakers, Dr. Arvind Bodhankar, Chief Sustainability Officer, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, India. He has over 30 years of experience in a variety of carbon-intensive industries and has led initiatives, please come up, sir, in carbon capture, renewable energy, circular economy, and green building projects, while overseeing sustainability and risk management operations. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Director, Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel, with over 35 years of leadership in policy, planning and execution. He's a retired civil servant and was the Secretary Steel, with rich experience across steel, telecom, infrastructure and skill development. He brings deep expertise in strategic visioning, corporate governance and climate change. And as moderator, we have Utpal Bhaskar, Assistant Managing Editor, Mint. And don't be fooled by his calculated and meticulous positioning as far as his feet are concerned. He's making all the right steps to be able to moderate this session. It's over to you, Utpal.
As it's rightly said, it's embarrassing to have old friends, and Rini has proved it time and again. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I know while this is tempting fate to attempt a session after lunch, but we'll try to keep it as informative and conversational as possible. There could not have been a better panel for this. We have with us Arvind, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel Limited. And we also have with us Sanjay Kumar Singh. He has worked in the government. He's now working in the private sector. This is a sector, and obviously these are very hard, as in heavy words, hard to abate. And we started listening to these conversations when climate started becoming, and I say this with a little bit of experience, given that Mint is a newspaper which had climate as a beat, when most of the newspapers thought climate was more to do something on the lines of CSR. Not to diss any other newspaper around, but yes, that's a space that Mint, from a coverage point of view, we have been pretty active in that space. And thank you for readers who have accepted us in that space as well. I would, and given my job is of a facilitator, you are here to listen to these two distinguished gentlemen. I'll open the conversation with Mr. Singh. How has this entire conversation framed when we talk about hard to abate sectors? Obviously, the world is a very interesting place today. The large players, and then when I say large players, I mean the US has ceded that space. While India has taken covered a lot of ground there. From where you're looking at it, and you have a very interesting overview of this, how has this conversation been framed to start with?
Thank you. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. I'll start by connecting dots. Hard to abate sector, which comprises heavy industries primarily and transport, accounts for around 30% of the carbon emission. Out of that, 12% is from the sector I'm representing. I mean, that's steel in India. World over is 8%. Why it is hard to abate sector? Number one, here the challenges for hard to abate sector is you grow more, but emit less. The growth of these sectors, I'm talking about the steel, is directly related to the growth of Indian economy. When you look at elasticity of demand of steel with GDP growth, I mean, it is 1.6 to 1.7, meaning for 1% of rise in GDP, the demand goes up by 1.6, 1.7 times. Why so? We are investing a lot in infrastructure. 65% of our steel production goes into construction infrastructure sector, and government is spending a lot. But there is a flip side to that as well. I mean, that's the emission part. In emission, especially about the steel sector, why it is hard to abate, there is no scalable and viable, economically viable technology available. A lot of technology work is going on. I mean, they are in the experimental phase, lab phase, or pilot phase, but they are not suitable to our requirement. Why I'm saying that? Like, for instance, the one formula of decarbonization which is being talked world over is you use renewable energy, get in green hydrogen, and or scrap electric arc furnace. It will reduce your carbon emission by 90-95%. But we do not have scrap. Scrap is available in those economies which have grown before us. And we are consuming around 156, this last year it was 156 million tons of steel we consumed in the country. So this 156 million would translate into scrap maybe after 15 to 20 years. Then we'll have this number available. But before that, electric arc furnace, which is being considered as a technology for greening, that shifting from blast furnaces, which produces around 65 to 70% of steel in the country, to this electric arc furnace is going to be difficult. And there is no technology available to green blast furnaces right now. In time to come, there might be carbon capture technology, utilization, storage technology, but it requires a huge ecosystem for it to be there. So these are the challenges. And challenges are of transition, challenges are of finance, challenges are of technology, challenges are of skilling when we are getting into that.
In fact, you have absolutely laid down the lay of the land for this audience. One of the things that you mentioned was green hydrogen. Now, right now, green hydrogen, so to say, is pouring out of our ears. People keep on talking about it. Also, there is a concern about green washing at this point of time as well. Is green hydrogen the so-called silver bullet, according to you?
Green hydrogen right now, hydrogen has been there for quite some time.
True.
Of different colors.
Yeah, of course, blue, gray, black.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
it's like
of different
whipped
colors.
Yeah.
So what we are talking about when we're talking of green steel, it's green hydrogen. One thing I would like to highlight is that government is putting in place the entire ecosystem towards greening of steel. There is the green hydrogen mission. There is renewable energy mission. There is green steel taxonomy which has been laid down by the government of India. And in 23, government of India also formulated and put in place CCTS, carbon credit trading system, which is a tool to create carbon market.
And also this agreement which has happened with Japan, which kind of opens up to a lot of other possibilities.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you were mentioning about green hydrogen. So green hydrogen right now, of course, with the green hydrogen mission being in place, PLI on electrolyzer is in place. Government is funding that.
Right.
So with electrolyzers and this kind of a backbone which will be in place, the green hydrogen at a price at which it will be economically viable. It has to be $1.
It has to be $1?
Yeah.
And what were the prices today in India? Because the tenders have now come in. The SECI tender is supposedly the largest green hydrogen tender in the world. And it has just been in. Obviously, there are all kind of other questions being asked about the tender as well. Whether are green hydrogen actually green? That's also one of the questions. But where do you see this falling? Is maybe in the midterm to the long-term level?
So I think beyond 2030. Beyond 2030, when there will be entire ecosystem, the production facilities of that level available, then the green hydrogen prices would fall. I'm anticipating it's going to follow the same trajectory which has been followed for solar energy.
Yeah, there was a time I remember when, and from the reporting part of it, the tenders used to go on for 2 days and 2 nights kind of a thing, and everyone, this was like kind of a spiral, it was a race to the end. And so you see that kind of a scenario building up here as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because there is a gestation period of 2 to 3 years.
Right.
Once the funding which has got into the industry, they start producing, I mean, it will show its results in, I think, 29, 30, the results would be.
Right, so that's another interesting small news point there. 2030, prices falling $2 level, $1 level. Yeah. I would like to bring in Arvind to this conversation now. You represent one of the largest steel makers in the country. Steel is something which is obviously, when we say hard to abate, also kind of provides, it's an input for everything at the end of the day. When you talk about large capex, Bharat Sarkar has been spending close to 11 trillion every year, kind of a capex for, obviously a large part of it goes to roads and elsewhere. This $1 price, is that the silver bullet that solves all of our problems?
Okay, first of all, thank you. I'm audible? Yeah. Thank you, Utpal. Thank you, Mint, for inviting me. You are talking about silver bullet. Now, whether green hydrogen is a silver bullet. Now, to my understanding, silver bullet is the single solution, which can be used for decarbonization. I would say that green hydrogen is not a silver bullet. There are multiple solutions available. We are working on multiple fronts. Sir has already mentioned that scrap is one of the area because steel industry consumes almost, to produce 1 ton of steel, you almost require 2.5 tons of raw material and a lot of other things. So obviously circular economy is one area. So the more recycling you do, less carbon footprint you will have. So that one solution. There is renewable energy, but that can achieve only 10%. If you look at the overall split of the emissions steel industry has, it's around 80% goes to the fuel which is used for melting the scrap or melting the raw material, 10% goes for the power which is consumed, and balance 10% goes for the material, the CO2 which is embedded in the material. So there are different solutions available. Green hydrogen is one solution which is available, and that's the again, when we talk about technology, decarbonization, there are 3 levers which is very, very, very important. One is you need to have a technology. The other one is you need to have a policy. And the third one, you need to have a finance for that. Now, policy part, government has taken care. Your sir has said that there is a PLI scheme available. There are other options. Government is also coming out. A lot of work on green hydrogen mission has been launched by government. So on the policy side, we are very strong and we are moving in the right direction. Now coming to technology, to reach to a commercial level, you need a technology at TRL 8 or TRL 9. And I think hydrogen is the only technology which is available at TRL 8 or TRL 9. Now coming to the economic viability of hydrogen, if you look at, we have commissioned a hydrogen plant and we are not calling it green because you rightly said, during night time we are using the thermal energy for this thing, but 60 to 70% time we are using solar energy for that. So you can say partially green this thing. Now the split of the costing, if you see, 60 to 70% goes for the power which is procured. And balance is electrolyzer cost is around 25 to 30%, and then balance of plant takes another 5-10% of that. Now, if that electricity comes down to 1 rupee 60 paisa landed, which is currently around 4 rupees, different models have different this thing. The day we can get electricity less than 2 rupees at a landed cost, the hydrogen will become viable. And electrolyzer cost is not a big thing in my opinion. As we increase the scale, right now we do not have a manufacturing capacity with us, but as we increase the scale, the electrolyzer prices are coming down. It will come down like the solar panel came. But what needs to be there, what is one important factor is the price of the renewable electricity has to come
to
less
further
than,
down to 1 rupee 60 paise per unit.
And that too with storage, because
of course,
solar will be available
without storage.
In the daytime, night time you need a storage.
Infirm sources of power, you need to have something which is available 24/7, battery prices coming down. There are all kind of other technologies being talked about at this point of time. PSP is a solution. In fact, I wanted to ask this question. Both of you are the big boys of the steel world. Now, what has happened is that when we look at the so-called molecule companies or electron companies, they are not still there in those silos today. These companies are becoming energy companies. So, for example, if I may take the example of an NTPC today, it was always in the business of generating electricity, but they are looking at everything which is available at this point of time. And if you look at what they did with the acquisition, along with ONGC as well, which is they bought a NIF platform. Similarly, if you look at the so-called molecule companies in the country or the world, they do not want to remain molecule companies today. They want to be in anything which is available out there, because they need to reinvent themselves or this world will pass them by. The technology is changing by the day, and increasingly so that obviously when you are large behemoths, you also need to kind of be in tune with what's happening around you. As steel companies, do you guys feel threatened?
In steel, there are a couple of what really distinguishes steel from other industries. In steel, there is long lifespan of the infrastructure or the technology which has been put in place to produce steel. And there is also long-term carbon lock-in. One blast furnace which has been set up is there for 25, 30, 40 years.
Right.
So, and then there is a huge cost of transition or retrofitting that kind of infrastructure. That is the biggest challenge. And like we are saying that how we can really start producing through electric arc furnace, that would not be possible because the kind of steel we require, where the steel demand is growing by 12, 13, 14% annually. So that kind of steel can only be provided, like for instance, Ministry of Steel, Government of India has set a target that by 2030 our production capacity should be 300 million tons. Right now it is in the vicinity of 200 million tons, not production capacity. 2047, 500 million tons. The manner in which the steel producers are setting up infrastructure is going to be much more than that. And there is inclination towards blast furnaces.
Not arc.
Not electric arc furnace.
Right.
So whatever capacity which is already there or is in the pipeline, out of that, roughly 70% is blast furnaces. So the challenge lies how we are going to green these blast furnaces. Of course, there is a lot of talk about alternative material also. When you mentioned about companies getting into other businesses.
Right.
So here also it's alternate material, but there is no viable substitute for steel. Steel with different constituents, light steel with more durability, more malleability, and these kind of characteristics, they are being added to steel through different components, through different alloys which are there. So steel is going to be there. Various kind of forecasts which are there, that this is going to be the growth trajectory of steel. We would be reaching 500 million tons by 2047. And primarily, as it looks like, is going to be blast furnaces. Greening them with what kind of technology? Of course, there are a lot of innovations happening.
Of course, we are talking today. Today we might be talking about green hydrogen. And who are we to decide which technology? It's the market that will decide at the end of the day.
Like the biggest challenge in steel is going to be in time to come of raw material. It is a raw material intensive sector. We have good deposits, good resources of iron ore. Most of that is locked in because of ecological and environmental reasons.
All right.
So that is one challenge. How we are going to unlock that. Secondly, when we are mining from the same mine for longer duration, the concentration of iron ore reduces.
True.
That kind of iron ore, which is right now present in our mines, is only suitable for blast furnaces, because electric arc furnace requires a higher grade of iron ore.
Yeah. So this is one of those questions, the cart and the horse kind of a question.
But I'll get into other side also. So what to me looks like a future? We require a lot of steel. A lot of now innovation is happening in the direction of like a bio-leaching and bio-mining. Electrolysis through passing of currents. Bio-leaching and bio-mining is through the microorganisms which are in place. Like for instance, there is an experiment which is going on, like common fungi. It is able to reduce Fe2O3, that is iron ore, to Fe. If that happens, that doesn't require any energy. That would not emit any emission.
And if you want to try anything on scale, where else do you do it but in this country? This is the only market which allows you scale.
Absolutely.
So, in fact, when we talked about, the same question goes to you.
So, you spoke about scale. Steel, so much of raw material, our scale is so high, we don't talk anything below millions of tons. So, sir has spoken about raw material. Now, raw material and all is captive, but I am thinking of, replacing a fuel. Now, if I am using, for example, 6 million tons of coal is required for me. Now, if I had to replace that with biochar, I require at least double of that, looking at, so 12 million tons of biochar which will be required to me. So, the scale at which we are looking for, now when we talk to startups, they say, sir, we have a capacity of 1,000 tons, we have 2,000 tons, but we are willing to expand. Now to take it to a level of 12 million tons, one company. Now there are JSPL, there is Tata Steel, there is Jindal JSW, there are other cement companies. So hard to abate sector overall, if you require, the biochar will be enormous. Now while you are willing to support the startups, but you need to have your own ecosystem. That's why most of us have our own renewable energy companies. It's not that we want to diversify, we want to venture.
You don't have a choice.
Yeah. We don't have a choice, So we put up a 1 gigawatt pump storage, with pump storage, and now we have a plan to go up to 7 gigawatts and all those, because that power will be required for us. And we don't find people matching our scale. Many times, while they bring, if there is something unique technology, we are definitely ready to fund. But something at the scale what we are looking for, if that is available, I think we will go for it. Otherwise, we don't have any option than to develop our own ecosystem.
I see Mr. Sinha listening to this very intently, given that Tata Power is absolutely the way that when we talk about electricity, we talk about new forms and sources of electricity. And in fact, I'm sure that question will be asked to Mr. Praveer Sinha in the next panel. My question now comes to the fact that when we see this post-Trump world, so the earlier problem was the CBAM issue, which obviously the European Union had come up with. Now there are a lot of other countries which are looking at imposing carbon taxes. You said this is going to take time, this $1 for green hydrogen. It will only happen at 2030, but all these carbon tax measures are going to kick in any time now. In fact, my dear colleague, Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, who covers trade for the publication, He keeps on writing about, obviously there are these FTAs which are being in discussions, and carbon tax is one of the things that India is absolutely holding as of now. How do you see this will play out for you? Because from where you have mentioned this $1 number, it's still some time away.
I'll say that carbon is going to be currency of trade for the future. World over, CBAM in one form or the other is going to be everywhere. So because the urgency is so humongous that we need to reduce carbon footprints. So in our own country we have CCTS, which means that it's a very, very important tool. For a sector like steel, the small marginal steps which are taken towards carbon emission reduction, they are going to be rewarded through this kind of a setup. But there will have to be lot would require to be done all over the world towards harmonizing the kind of standards which we have, which is set up here and the world over, like CBAM for instance. And also that why carbon is the global trade currency. Carbon credit obtained in our country, if they are harmonized with say EU, then those benefits would accrue to that producer there itself. So carbon market is going to be the another aspect is, now countries are engaging with other countries and entering into FTAs, free trade agreements, with strategic partners, with friends and so on. But again the products have to be according to their standards, where the carbon emission standards are laid down.
True.
So that's where the carbon is going to be very, very important. So come what may, in one form or the other, carbon is going to play a very, very important role. In our own country also, we are talking in terms of, like Ministry of Steel, green steel taxonomy has been released.
Recently, yeah.
So carbon market is required to be, steel market, green steel market has to be created by them. So they have to play the role of not only the policy driver, but also the first consumer of green steel.
Yeah, because if the government makes it mandatory, I remember, and the kind of an RPO, that you make it mandatory and you have to do it because that's the only way you will be able to bring in the change at this level. Sarkar has to be the largest buyer of everything in this country. So if until and unless, but that's also the government's point has also been that the government does so much, but the industry at times doesn't step up to the kind of expectations which are. How do you answer to that?
In fact, having been in the government for so long, I used to say the same lines, but now I'm in the private sector, so I'll balance it somewhat and say industry is doing a lot, and industry is following whatever policy framework has been laid down by the government. But this requires, there is a lot of green premium in green steel. So that cost, and also the cost of setting up the infrastructure of producing green steel. So that is quite a bit. There is a premium of around 30 to 40%. So part of that has to be covered from somewhere. So what are going to be the sources that has to be decided?
So the delta is what the government should make good at? Is that what you're hinting at, or basically you're articulating?
Yeah, in fact, when they can be, we have carbon market, there will be carbon tax, there will be carbon incentives. So this kind of a framework will provide for even the cost of creating emission.
I'm sure, and listening to you, absolutely, there's a brave new world out there. And I'm sure there will be a lot of people in this room who would be interested. These are also opportunities. Your thoughts on that?
I look at this as an opportunity. You know, it's not a knee-jerk reaction, whether it is carbon tax, whether it is CBAM, something. I remember I have been, an environmentalist for last 3 decades now. I have been following Kyoto Protocol, and many of the Indian companies made money under the CDM mechanism.
This is the early years.
Early years. You know, many of my company registered their project and sold the carbon credits in the market. So this is not something that Indian industry was not knowing. It's going to come, but I personally look at it as an opportunity to look back and the money, those who have already started working on this, perhaps they will be benefited. Now, everybody is, bothered about the cost. Initially, there will be an incremental cost, but what I feel is that sustainability and profitability goes hand in hand. And if you cut down on CO2 emissions, eventually you will have, your cost of production would come down. So this, whether it is CBAM, whether it is CCTS, whether Green Steel Taxonomy, it's an opportunity for all of us to improve upon, look inside. Initially there will be some capex, some investment we will have to make, but eventually, we will be profitable. In fact, government has been working on this. It's not for the first time. Taxes are being imposed. Now this time it is being imposed for the carbon. So we are saying that this is being imposed for the carbon. But I look at it as an opportunity to improve. In fact, when we say that, when the Green Steel was launched, or in fact Green Steel program will be launched next year, my company will be the first one to supply Green Steel in the market.
All right.
So as long as buyers are there, I am ready to, produce Green Steel. In fact, we are capable of producing Green Steel today also.
Right. In fact, we're absolutely out of time. This is a time when I'll open up the room to some questions. Please identify yourself. There will be microphones given to you. Please identify yourself, your name of the organization, and please ask a pointed question. And I'm sure you can grab this gentleman off stage to keep those conversations going forward. Can we have the mic? If anyone wants to ask a question, if not, I can easily sneak in a few more of my own. But if there is anyone interested in asking a question, please raise your hand. The microphone will be given to you. I do not see any hands, so perhaps it's... so my last question now. Given that, as you said, you are ready to produce it today. And a lot of things that happen, as you also took that swipe about the government always taxes, this time we are calling it a carbon tax. Tax is the reality as death is of life. Do you see what this is from the producer's end, from the consumer's end, what has been the reaction? And because India is not the only market that you supply to, you supply it across the world. So
see, consumers have been demanding Green Steel from us. They have their own Scope 3 emission reduction targets. They have been, but initially, of course, they want that at par with whatever we have been supplying at the cost. But we will be able to convince them. Consumer always wants it at a cheaper price, and they are not wrong, I would say, because they are also interested in keeping their cost lower. But we are also, if there is some cost involved into it, somebody has to bear that. A part of that we will bear, a part of that consumer has to bear.
Right. Your thoughts on this?
I'll say, what is the incentive or disincentive for the consumer for consuming green steel? So incentive if the cost is same, then there is incentive. If the cost is not same, then why would he go in for green steel, which is say 30 to 40% more?
So the onus lies with you.
So onus is basically, so regulatory framework has to be, policy framework has to be such so that market gets created, government through public procurement of green steel. That once a threshold is reached, then maybe it will get into auto mode, and people will start, because of the sustainability aspect, they'll start consuming it.
Right. And thank you for those thoughts. We are completely out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for the gentleman on this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bodhankar and Mr. Singh. If I could request Utpal to please do us the honors of presenting tokens to both of them. You stay here. A quick picture and then we can all step down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If I could request Dr. Bodhankar, Mr. Singh and Utpal to please come down. So we're moving on to our next session, which is the panel discussion on interconnected futures, renewable energy, green hydrogen, small nuclear. We'll quickly make the adjustments on the table. What are you doing here? India's interconnected future strategy uses a mix of renewable energy, green hydrogen and small modular nuclear reactors to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. Renewables will provide significant energy, while green hydrogen will decarbonize industries like steel and transport. Our panel explores how they connect to power India's net zero journey. As I invite our panelists to join me up on stage, I'd like to also request all those who are seated at the rear of the hall, may I request you to please move forward? We've got a lot of empty chairs in front. Please move up. Thank you so much. Now inviting up onto the panel, Praveer Sinha, CEO and Managing Director of the Tata Power Company Limited, one of India's oldest and largest integrated power utilities. Mr. Sinha is a seasoned power sector professional with a career spanning almost 4 decades, and he has held several leadership positions across the power sector value chain. He's been credited with transforming the power distribution sector and development and setting up of greenfield and brownfield power plants in India and abroad. Mr. Praveer Sinha, please come up, sir. Mr. Derek Shah, CEO and MD, L&T Energy Green Tech. He leads the green and clean energy business, encompassing manufacturing, engineering, procurement and construction, and the integrated development of green hydrogen and its derivatives. Mr. Shah. Mr. Gautam Reddy, CEO, AM Green, leveraging Greenco's strength in renewable energy power generation. He's leading the group's foray into the green molecule business, including green hydrogen, green ammonia, and others. BVS Shekhar, Executive Director, Nuclear Power Corporation of India, an outstanding scientist. He's responsible for developing the corporation's strategic planning and managing its communication efforts, including fostering public awareness about nuclear energy. To moderate this crucial session, we have Mr. Alokesh Bhattacharya, the Deputy Managing Editor of Mint. If I could request some of those who are seated at the back, please move forward. There are lots of chairs here. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, those at the back, Manas, come up. Don't sit there. Guys, please come upstairs. Come up. Come and sit in front. We want to hear this discussion. I know it's post-lunch and we all want our siestas, but, you know, we have an exciting panel coming up. This is a really good discussion to have and a really good group of people. You know, Dr. Sinha from Tata Power and Gautam from AM Green and Derek Shah from L&T Green and BVS Shekhar from Nuclear Power Corp. Rare to get Nuclear Power Corp, coming and speaking on a platform. So thank you. Special thanks to you for coming and joining us here to give us the nuclear power perspective. So the idea of this panel is, going forward, as we all have understood through the day-to-day, India's future, energy future, will not be shaped by any one power source alone. It is always going to be a multiplicity of sources. So the old centralized model is giving way to another one where solar, wind, green hydrogen, small nuclear power plants, they are not separate, but they are going to be deeply interconnected. So today, our panelists, they represent the companies and institutions that are scaling up solar, managing our grid, pioneering the production of green hydrogen, and exploring the next generation of nuclear power for our country. So let us start this discussion with a small question to all of you, which is, if you had $1 billion today to invest in renewable energy, where would you bet your money on? Would it be solar, green hydrogen, nuclear, or something else? And why? Dr. Sinha.
First of all, thank you for having me over here. Thank you, Mint, for the opportunity. If I had $1 billion, I would do so many things. But yeah, if I have to put in renewable energy, I think India offers great opportunities. And the renewable energy is something that India is right there up in the front. We are fortunate as a country that we have huge amount of solar because the sun is there for more than 300 odd days. We have good wind speeds in various parts of the country. We also have opportunities which are not there in many other countries. We have a high hydro potential, and that gives us opportunity for the long-term storage solution, typically the pumped hydro solutions. And then we have some of the newer technologies which is coming, which is the nuclear technology and all. So I think if we had to put money, we would put in everything. Why we should put bets on one technology? Because technologies are changing. Today, what is true, what is good, was not good 10 years back or 15 years. I remember in 2010, when we went and did the first solar plant, the tariff was 16 rupees. And then now we are at 2.5 to 3 rupees range. So I think technologies change, economies of scale happen. So there is so much more opportunity. Similarly for wind. And today, while we talk about nuclear and there is still a lot of clarity that needs to come, I do believe that going forward, some of the newer technologies that will come will help us to meet 24/7 power, clean power, and nuclear power at a very, very affordable tariff. I personally feel that it would be sub 5 rupees. So there is so much that is happening. There is so much of disruption that is happening. And the new norm that is coming over there will allow us to transition from one form of energy to another form. And that's where I would bet on each of these technologies and not take a position that this is the best or this is, because ultimately I need to produce energy and I need to produce in a clean way, and I need to produce it at the lowest cost. So that's the objective, and that was the objective with which my company Tata Power was set up 110 years back, and that remains to be our objective now also.
That also gives you a very vantage position of also backward integrating with the coal plants and your traditional forms of energy generation.
I think we need to transition. We should not get carried away by just coal. Coal has been there, it has supported us, it has been the workhorse for last so many years, last 5 decades I would say. But there is an opportunity to transition. And when I say transition, it is not that we have to change in next 5 years or 10 years, but over next 10 to 20 years, I think there is an opportunity for us to move away from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Derek.
Alokesh, thanks for having me here. And, the question itself is very interesting in terms of $1 billion. I know Doctor has already spoken about.
I thought twice about changing it to 100 million. Then I thought maybe it's too low for you guys.
So I look at it little differently, and partly the theme that we spoke about some time back, that it is actually integrated. For green hydrogen, you actually need renewables. So it's not, if you are actually investing in green hydrogen, in a way you are also invested in green or renewable energy. And going forward, the manner in which nuclear is being touted to be also very, very cost optimized and comparable or even better optimized than renewable. So in a way, I feel this is not a choice between X, Y, Z. in our view, it is, let's say we need to look at the molecule, we need to look at the electron, and then we say, okay, we take a bet on the molecule, and the molecule has to be kind of backed up by the electron. So, in my view, the investments or the way the whole sector is transitioning is that there is an investment or I would say the initiatives in all the sectors coming together, because as I said, one sector feeds into the other. Green hydrogen you cannot do unless you do this. Nuclear also, while we are talking about the base power, there is already a thought process at some point of time it will become the, let's say, the mainstay for the greener fuels to come along. So my take is it's going to be integrated. The investments are going to come in parallel. It's a matter of time. Yes, what we optically see that renewables are happening now, so people can put their money where their mouth is, but it does not mean that people are also not conscious what's going to happen in the near future, or maybe even a little distant future that we talk about in nuclear. So that's my take on this.
Okay, more or less in agreement. Gautam?
Yes, Likesh, good afternoon everyone. Thanks for having me here. Really not much more to add. I would just say, for an investor of $1 billion, they're spoiled for choices because there's a lot of untapped potential in all three spheres, though from a technology readiness, policy evolution and demand side, obviously renewables has advanced a lot more. Hydrogen is, a lot of things are getting unlocked now. Nuclear probably still, the technology readiness and policy readiness is a little behind. It'll come up, we are all aware of that. So I would say, of course we are doing hydrogen for that as a risk reward. We feel it's somewhere in between, right? But I would say, put your money in all three and you will do well. Yeah.
But what is going to be the biggest game changer? Among these technologies, they are all competing: solar, wind, nuclear. He is only nuclear. Gautam, this is for you.
Okay. No, I think, I don't think, we were discussing this, right? I don't think it's one size doesn't fit all. The good part about this is with the new forms of energies, they're very democratic. They're present all over the world, right? So it depends on who you're talking to. If a certain part of the world, they have a lot of renewables, it makes sense to them. Somewhere else, if you're talking Japan or Korea, nuclear might make a lot of sense for them, right? So I don't think there's going to be one single game changer. It'll be different horses for different courses. Yeah.
Mr. Shekhar, obviously, if you have $1 billion, you'll put all of it in nuclear, I guess. But tell us something, therefore, about what kind of money and investments and plans are going around nuclear today. We all have heard of small modular, the SMRs that are coming. But tell us a little bit about what's happening on the nuclear front.
See, we are basically not exclusively focused on SMR.
Is the mic working? Ashutosh? Is your mic working?
Yeah.
Check his mic. Is it okay?
See, nuclear, we are presently focused on, in my company, on large reactors, which we are catering to the grid demand. But we are working on evolving technologies which, along with the research institutes of the Department of Atomic Energy, to develop indigenous small modular reactors. Now the keywords that have to be focused are on small and modular, and these will initially cater to captive and similar requirements, but going forward they will find many applications because we have huge demand coming up of data centers, for instance, and those have to be met. They need 24/7 reliable power for which these could be used. But we need also to feed into the grid, which these small reactors won't be able to do. So for that we are pursuing the large reactors. And today the large reactor power, the latest reactor of ours, we are able to sell power at 4 rupees 83 paisa. And going forward, the prices will increase with time, but I think we'll be remaining very competitive with what SMRs initially could be expensive because there the economy of scale is not there, so economy has to come in numbers. So the larger the number of reactors that get deployed, they will also become competitive. And another thing is that the M is critical, the modular. So the modularity has to come in from the industry which manufactures it, not the utility which operates it. So this will evolve over time. And as regards the which technology, I think the challenge of 2070 net zero is so huge that we don't have an either or option. All clean technologies have to be pursued, and they will get integrated over time, as already the panelists have said. For instance, in the if you flex or depress during the time of the solar, then what do you do with the nuclear power that gets generated? So we will have to look for storage. Maybe you can generate clean hydrogen, or you could pump up in a pump storage. So all these clean technologies will get integrated over time, and we need to pursue all of them holistically. That is my thought.
Right, thank you. So you mentioned an important point about our, the target being huge for net zero by 2070. So that will actually require a huge scaling up of renewable energy, even though we right now have good progress, very commendable progress in the capacity augmentation of nuclear power. The minister said today in the morning that 50 gigawatts are going to be added this year, whereas we all know that last year it was 29.52 gigawatts were added of renewable power, which was the highest recorded so far. So this year, apparently, Mr. Pradeep Das from IREDA, he came and he said that we have already crossed 30 in these few months. 30 gigawatts have already been installed, which is great, right? So which means that we are beginning to scale up. But is that scale up on a basis that we can aspire to be net zero by 2070? What are the roadblocks that we are facing that we need to get out of the way? Dr. Sinha?
So I think while the scaling up is taking place, there are numerous challenges. When you set up a solar plant, for every 1 megawatt, you require about 4 to 5 acres of land. And where do you get land which is fallow land, which is not being used for agriculture purpose? So there is a restriction in terms of certain geographies where you can get land. You can get in the desert areas of Rajasthan, or in some of the desert areas of Gujarat, or some of the far-flung areas in some of the other states. So getting land is a problem, and I think that's an area that government has to work on. The second challenge is the evacuation, because considering that the PLF of these renewable plants is about 25%, for the same thermal or nuclear, you require 4 times the capacity of transmission lines. And that's again, how do you set up so much of transmission lines quickly, getting right of the way, forest approvals and things like that. So there are a whole lot of issues connected to the operation, to setting up these projects. The third is, of course, financing. Financing is an issue. How do you get so much of financing, not only for renewable, but also for the power evacuation? And how do you ensure that the financing is at a competitive rate? And the other big issue is about the procurement. Who is going to buy this so much of renewable power? You have utilities who are already today having committed power purchase arrangements, and these are long-term agreements, take or pay obligations, which are there for last 20, 25 years. How do they now get out of those PPAs and start moving for these low-cost power? The second is the ability of these utilities to pay. The losses of all the distribution companies in the country is something like 6,75,000 crores. They have huge liabilities sitting on their books. How do you ensure that what you set up, you will get paid for that? So there are a whole lot of multiple issues are there. And then you have issues about how the appellate authorities and the regulatory commissions handle these cases in a timely manner. But what I want to tell you is that the capacity adds have happened. There have been hiccups right from the beginning, and this has increased. In fact, I always keep on saying that 2015 we have just 5 gigawatt of solar. Today we have nearly 120 gigawatt of solar, and we have aspiration to become 280 gigawatt by 2030. Of course, a tall order, but definitely doable. And we have seen last year the capacity add of solar itself was 24 gigawatt. So definitely the pace has increased, the intention has increased, and the policy support for putting this sort of capacity has improved. But there's always more that we can do. And I always give one example that while we have been doing, last year we did in our country some 25 gigawatt of solar and about 5 of wind, 30 gigawatt. China in the same period did something like 300 gigawatt, 280 gigawatt. In the first 6 months of this year, China added 221 gigawatt of solar. So I think the speed at which we can do is much faster, and we can do much more, and there is the appetite and the capability of the Indian industry to do that.
That's an amazing statistic. 300 gigawatt they've added in 6 months, you said. Wow. Okay, we'll come back to that. I've got some follow-up questions, but Derek and Gautam, you are both in the green hydrogen kind of area, right? You approach it from different ends, construction as well as other things. So green hydrogen is more or less seen as something that's very esoteric, and it will happen at some time, 30s, 40s, whenever, you know, it's something for the future. It's not really something now. What happens if hydrogen catches fire and the whole plant goes up in smoke? You know, all kinds of fears are there also on hydrogen. So from your perspective, in the kind of energy forms that you work in, what would you say are the major bottlenecks that you are facing in scaling up renewable energy from the green hydrogen perspective?
Maybe the sound is not so okay because it's echoing, but what I hear from you, you're asking about hydrogen, green hydrogen, and its application in terms of the
Yes,
energy.
I'm asking what are the challenges in green hydrogen?
Okay.
Scaling up.
So, you know, I think this subject, green hydrogen, appears to be obviously catching on, but the fact that hydrogen itself is very much in vogue, and the grey hydrogen in multiple sectors that we operate in, you know, whether it is the fertilizers or refineries or multiple chemical plants. So the fear of hydrogen, or I just heard you saying that concerns of its inflammability and all, possibly is not so much, because it's a gas which is very well understood, it's very well used, it's you know, it's generated, compressed, stored, used, etc. The issue is, can we generate green hydrogen so as to avoid the carbon content in the gray when you generate the gray, and the applicability of it as we go forward. So that has been very much been studied, and the challenges that if you say about this, what we talk about, especially the use of green hydrogen, at the end of the day, there is the prevalent gray, and then there is this cost arbitrage. So there is this big elephant in the room saying that why do we and how do we use a more expensive substitute, although we still would like to be decarbonizing the industry in this form. So cost possibly is the biggest subject and is being addressed in multiple ways. One is obviously technology, more and more the advancement of different types of electrolyzers, advancement in renewable energy, which makes the almost 60 to 70% cost of the hydrogen. These are big subjects which is challenging the industry, and which is possibly, I would say, very, very in a stringent manner being addressed by most, so that the costs are also coming down. The other part is what I see in the green hydrogen is that there are two elements of it. One is the supply side, one is the demand side. While there is so much happening on the supply side, there are companies, technologies, or even people ready to set up plants. On the demand side, there is possibly a need more to put some inertia or accelerate that demand. And the demand acceleration, we are very fortunate to see that the government has been pushing the oil and marketing companies, by which multiple tenders are coming out here. We have recently seen the SECI tender, which has been very successful in the price discovery of green ammonia. So we see excellent, I would say, push points in which the demand is also being pushed. So if this accelerates and we see more industries, in the previous panel I heard people talking about green steel. Now the steel sector has to also kind of adapt itself to look at how do we change the technologies in the DRI processes to push in green hydrogen, etc., etc. So whether it's not only the fertilizer refineries, we can look at steel, we can look at multiple other industries. So if these challenges on the demand side are addressed, I'm very sure in the days to come we'll see an enormous, I would say, thrust in this business.
Okay. Gautam?
No, I think Mr. Derek summarizes very well. I'd just like to add a few points there, just some data samples. Obviously he couldn't speak about his own success, but they've actually created a $3.8, $3.9 hydrogen, which 2 years ago, if you went into the industry in India, everyone said was impossible. Everyone said green hydrogen is going to be $8, all the refiners, right? And some of us in the industry, we used to go and say, no, $4 hydrogen is possible. And in the first initial tenders, this has been proven to be right. For a country like India, where new grey hydrogen, if you take 0.2 MMBTU of gas that's needed, is costing $2.6, $2.7 already, right? We are using 6 million tons of hydrogen, expected to go to 10 million by the end of the decade. It will be quite criminal for us for the next 4 million tons not to be forced to be green. Has to be, because if you do grey, all the investment in upstream is happening in Qatar or Kazakhstan or somewhere. It's not going to help us, right? Even if it costs $1 more, doing that in India will create huge FDI. We don't have to actually spend our own money, create a lot of jobs in the country, and then prices will come down. No one, I can tell you 6 months ago, no one would have assumed these hydrogen or ammonia prices that were discovered, right? So, and we have seen this in solar, we have seen this in wind. Yeah. So this is bound to happen, right? That's on the demand side. So policymakers need to be a little brave. But having said that, globally as well, I think some industries are, if you try to do this in an isolated manner, it's always a problem. Like EU has been trying very hard to do this, but there are a lot of voices within EU saying, why should we be the only ones doing? But if you look at shipping industry through IMO, are very close to passing a green fuel mandate. Now, if that happens, suddenly you'll have a 100 million tons of ammonia demand by 2032, green ammonia demand specifically. That's basically a new fuel. After coal, crude and gas, this is going to be a fourth fuel, right? So I think those things are happening, taking a little longer than what we expected, but they're definitely happening. So the demand side challenges will get solved for, pretty confident. Now on the supply side, I think the government of India has done a really good job on enabling policies like free transmission for electrons on the grid if you're making green hydrogen. These are really brilliant policies, right? So I think that's good. But the two things I would like to touch upon is electricity is a dual subject, right? State and central. When it comes to green hydrogen, there's a lot of ambiguity that still exists, So those, just to give you an example, there is something called additional surcharge. There is something called electricity duty. Now there are interpretations that it's applicable or it's not applicable, and who decides, right? These are areas of conflict today between state and central regulators. So there has to be more unified policy approach in solving for these bottlenecks. That would help the industry not grapple with these things, because you get one of these things wrong in a very competitive country like India, that project can go bankrupt, right? So no investor would like to get entangled in these issues. So I think I would, in spite of all the good policy success, I would still see this as some place. And then connectivity, right? We are struggling for connectivity today. So Dr. Sinha had already touched upon that. Just like to re-emphasize, we need to expedite that a lot faster.
Right. Thanks, Gautam. So, Mr. Shekhar, in terms of, we were discussing outside and you were saying that nuclear will become the base load at some point, right? So for that, it needs to be scaled up quite a bit, right? It's right about 3-4% of India's installed capacity now of all sources. So that is very low. So if you want to make that the base load, it has to be scaled up like majorly. And we have seen protests over any new nuclear site that has come up, in South India, huge protests which ultimately could not be done. So apart from that, what are the challenges? If you have to make nuclear a base load, how are you going to do it, right? And what are the challenges you must overcome? One is, of course, public perception about nuclear being dangerous. If nuclear comes up near me, I'll be running away from it, as far as I can, because radiation concerns are there. So tell us about it.
Yeah. See, the challenges for installing nuclear capacity, the challenges for installing nuclear capacity remain the same as for other technologies. For instance, land is a vital resource which we need. And our land, what we require, has got much more harsher specifications, particularly from the seismotectonic point of view. India is crisscrossed by many seismotectonic faults and all. So we have regulation where we cannot locate nuclear power plants. We have to locate them at least 5 kilometers away from a capable fault. So it's not very easy to find such suitable sites across the landmass. And then you also have such sites also have large populations, so there are those constraints. Water is one more important thing. Of course, on the coast we don't have a problem, but then it's not water. India, because basically it is a thermal power plant with the source of fuel being different. So we need water. And water demand, India, there are so many sectors which have demand on water. So to find sites which are suitable and which has enough water, these are major challenges. Of course, public perception is a challenge. There is disproportionate fear, and also the people who are ideologically opposed, I would say, to nuclear can very easily, kind of spread in misinformation, because radiation is something that you cannot see, you cannot feel, you cannot smell, you cannot taste. So it's like the fear of the ghost, Anybody can say that there is a ghost. So it's like that. So we are countering it, but then there is now a lot of appreciation that we do need nuclear power. So many states which were hitherto are also now coming forward to helping us locate such sites. And these are mainly the things. Of course, fuel is one issue, but then the government is already tied up for fuel, and we don't see a major constraints. Of course, because nuclear fuel, there are other international issues related with that, but we don't see that as a challenge. So basically land, water, public perception. And another important thing I would like to highlight is supply chain. We have very limited manufacturers in India who manufacture, nuclear grade equipment and components. So as the program visibility expands and we add more capacity, in fact, there is Niti Aayog is also working on enhancing the supply chain for suppliers in India. Both the existing suppliers expanding to meet larger capacity addition, as well as new suppliers coming in. So these are some of the things that will have to go in tandem as we add capacity. And as far as share of nuclear power is concerned, it will come only with increase in capacity. Because though we contribute about 3.5% thereabouts, our share in terms of installed capacity is much lower. So we are expanding already. From the present around 8.8 gigawatt, we will be going to around 22 gigawatt by 2032 because projects are already under implementation. And with this new nuclear energy mission that has been announced with the government, it's a very tall order target of 100 gigawatt. And Nuclear Power Corporation of India, we have taken up the responsibility of at least meeting half of that, of about 50 gigawatt. So, and as on this hydrogen also, I wanted to make a comment that although nuclear is clean, somehow electricity, hydrogen generated from nuclear has, I think, given a different color code, maybe pink or something. So that is also one more thing that has to come in. And it can be both from electricity through electrolyzers, or there are high temperature reactors which are also being developed from which we can directly produce hydrogen. So these technologies are evolving, of course, but and going forward to net zero, as we replace coal, basically it is electricity that has to take over. And electricity has to come from cleaner sources. And that is where we feel nuclear capacity addition, which has been envisioned by the government, is vital. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, you spoke of the National Nuclear Mission. There is talk going around that you might get a 20,000 crore kind of allocation in the next budget for the nuclear mission.
I just want to clarify that 20,000 crore has been allotted for R&D into new SMR
That's a lot of money
designs,
for R&D.
into new SMR, indigenous SMR designs. It is not for actual installation. That we will do on a commercial basis.
Which is even better, because that kind of money will help you a lot in your R&D. So that brings me to my next question, which is all of us spoke about demand, right? And the point is that we have seen that in terms of renewable energy, at least, the adoption has largely been on the CNI side. More adoption has been on the CNI side than on the consumer side, right? It's the corporates and the industries that have taken to to renewable energy sources. How, coming to today's topic, right, the interconnection between the different sources that are on stage today, right, right from coal to nuclear. If I am a consumer, whether a corporate or a common consumer at home, I really don't care much about where that energy comes from, where my electricity comes from, as long as it is cheap and as long as it is reliable. So how is it possible, or is it possible, to have an interconnection between the different sources of energy to ensure that the consumer gets the best deal, and whether the power that is powering his electricity at that point is solar or coal or nuclear is something he doesn't really need to know. That kind of integration, is it like utopian? Is it possible? Where are we on? Is it really viable to think about all these various kinds of energy sources coming together into one grid? What are the challenges, and can it be done?
So first of all, there is no one single silver bullet that will sort out everything. But today there are a number of them. And one of the big things that has happened with renewable energy, and especially solar, is that it is empowering the customer. So unlike the earlier times when we had large generating stations, large transmission, distribution network, today individuals can become generators of power. So they can generate power, they can consume themselves, and they can give it to the grid. They can also supply in a cluster of homes or cluster of industries and things like that. So I think the democratization of power that has taken place is the biggest disruption that has happened, and renewable energy supports that. Now, when we look in our country, we have a very ambitious program of the government, which is the PM Surya Ghar. It started about a year back. It was little slow in the initial phase, but the last data that I saw, nearly 17 lakh homes have been provided rooftop solar. So 17 lakh homes today have rooftop solar, and these are in all parts of the country. And the government target was 1 crore homes. I think in next 2 to 3 years this will happen. And why do I say that? Because in Tata Power itself, we are one of the biggest in rooftop solar. And I have been seeing month after month, the number of rooftop solars that are being supplied is increasing. About a year back, I had about 3,000 per month I used to supply. 6 months back, it was 8,000, and now I supply 20,000 a month. And by end of this calendar year, we'll do 50,000 a month. So that means we are ourselves doing something like 6 lakhs units per year. And so many others who are there. So I think the opportunity for people to produce their own power and use it is one of the biggest change that we are seeing. Now, what the Prime Minister program helps is they are giving you subsidy. Some states also give you subsidy. So basically after 2-3 years when you have paid, which is a very small amount that you need to pay for the balance cost of the solar modules, you get electricity for the, say, balance 20 years free of cost. So you cannot get anything better than that. And I have seen in places where people have bought more air conditioners in their house because they are now getting solar energy in their homes and they are able to consume more of that. I have also seen in homes where people have bought electric vehicle because they charge the electric vehicle during the daytime when they have solar energy that is coming. And they don't have to worry about the so-called average which everyone is so much worried about. So I think this is really a game changer and has given and has made every consumer, not just a consumer, but a prosumer. So they are a producer of energy and also a consumer of energy. And that is the big shift that we have seen. And going forward, the cost of electricity will definitely come down because if you are not paying anything after a few years, and hopefully the cost of solar energy will not go up because there will not be any tax on solar. So I don't think there will be any tax on that, and there is no inflation or anything or any maintenance cost. So for consumers, this is a game changer.
So the concept of prosumer, like you said, it started catching up, I think, about 3-4 years ago, right? When people started saying, oh, you can bring a solar module home, start using solar power, and whatever extra you have, you can pass it on to the grid so that others can use it. Is it really catching up in terms of scale? Is it going to make a difference to a grid in the near future?
Yeah, it is catching up. I mentioned to you there are 17 lakh homes which have done it. If tomorrow we have 1 crore, 2 crore homes which are there in our country, we have about 25,000 homes which are there. 25 crore homes are there. So if we have, say, 4 to 5 crore homes which shift to solar energy, then they will be basically meeting their energy and they would not be drawing too much of energy from the grid. In fact, they'll give some back to the grid also.
Yeah, they'll give back to the grid. That's exciting. So Derek and Gautam, same question. How do you synergize all of these technologies?
Synergize the
various forms of energy for the consumer's benefit.
So, as you rightly said, the choice at the hands of the customer is not as much as it is in the hands of the generator, or maybe the incentives or disincentives lie more at the generation side as to on the green or the grey power that you generate. And naturally, apart from rooftop, what Dr. Sinha has already spoken, possibly microgrids is also one area which is being very, is being studied, because this concept of clubbing multiple villages together.
Yeah, especially in rural areas.
Yeah, and providing a microgrid where you can be off-grid from the mainstream, produce power for yourselves, and naturally you are looking at cheap power, green power, solar power, which could substitute not only the availability, but a cleaner version of the power that is being available from the grid. So maybe that's something available with the customer side also. But yes, going forward, I think the disincentives that are provided on the grey and more incentives on the green, both by the government as well as various other entities, will make the overall power ratios cleaner and cleaner as we go forward. Today, the RPO possibly or whatever was there, 20%, which is still not fully there. Going forward with more, the mix of more renewables versus the, coal, in days to come, the power will become cleaner. So I think those are way more important to be focusing than just right now. Because right now, the customer can't choose that unless it's in the case of mobility. Mobility, the customer chooses to use either an EV or an IC vehicle. But when it comes to power at home, other than what doctor was telling in rooftops, how does the customer choose?
Yeah, so the point is that the customer need not know and need not choose, right? So the point is that how do we synergize the different forms of energy, Gautam, so that the customer is given the best deal and without really having to know whether my electricity at this point is coming from nuclear or from something else.
So yes, my co-panelists have already touched upon it. From a technology perspective, we don't have too many barriers, right? India, fortunately, sometimes socialism works. We have a single nation, single grid, right? If you went to the US, our grid is probably the best grid in the world today. Very digitally advanced. They have used blockchain to do traceability, great load dispatch centers at state level, at central level. So we have all the technology digitally to integrate the power. The challenge actually is to green the grid more and more. Once you green the grid more and more, then really everything else gets sorted out, right? And the consumer, yes, he will not be bothered with that, right? But from a technical perspective, we have the technologies today. So I think that is happening, right? Okay. I would like to add that the government is actually doing a lot towards this. Sir has spoken about rooftop, microgrids, PM Kusum scheme, in the rural part of India. Amazing scheme, getting farmers involved in creating solar power and then, create a bit of a microgrid, let him consume it at his home, then bit of a microgrid at the village level, and then whatever excess, send it to the state, right? And the government is actually incentivizing by letting these bids start at 3.1 rupees, setting a benchmark and then coming down. So they are discovering higher prices for all the difficulty of doing distributed solar, right? So from a policy perspective, these kind of schemes are being pushed to help green the grid further and further. So I'm fairly confident that we will advance a lot more, especially as renewables come down. Coal power is not cheap, right? It's today fixed cost of coal is 4 rupees. Plus you add coal, it's going to 5 rupees 20 paisa, 5 rupees 30 paisa, right? You can do solar plus wind plus BESS at a lower price than that, significantly lower price. So greening the grid will happen, right? Technologies exist. Consumer need not be bothered. Policy support is coming. So fairly optimistic scenario on that front in the country, honestly.
Great. So which means that there can be an interconnection between different kinds of power sources to benefit the consumer. So, Mr. Shekhar, if you look at the SMR initiative, there has been, from a journalist point of view, we've written about, different companies from the Ambanis, Adanis, Tatas, others, who have shown interest, even the JSW group, reportedly, all of them have shown interest in the SMR policy. What do you think in terms of regulatory or policy tweak or change that may be needed to bring in more capital or to attract more capital for SMRs in India?
I think the first thing before capital is that the SMR technologies has to evolve. Even globally, if you see, in commercial deployment, there are hardly any SMRs. The SMRs which are there, which have also been generally evolved from the existing submarine and icebreaker reactors. So unless there is the technology which is competitive, prices it is available, capital will come next. First thing is the technologies. And that is why the government's focus on evolving indigenous designs, on which BRC and other R&D institutions, we are also with them, we are working on them. So once the technologies come, and then the industry takes over in terms of manufacturing. I think capital shouldn't be manufacturing those modules. So once that happens, I think capital per se will come in. Investment will come in, definitely. Because and as he said, we need, in nuclear, we have to pursue both. Like for greening the grid, we need large reactors. And for specific applications, including microgrids in certain areas, we will have SMRs coming in. And SMRs, I think initially will be basically for niche applications in captive, particularly with large industry. And while domestic demand, solar and others will take care. So that is where nuclear will come in. And I think capital the present focus is on technology, because we need to have technologies, multiple technologies. Although there is a lot of talk, readily available, licensed technologies are not even globally available.
Okay, time's up. Wow. So I still have a few questions, but I guess we don't have time. But I'll ask one last question and just very short answer, okay? We all know that, especially for solar and for some of the latest technologies, we import a lot, right? We import a lot from China mostly. And of course, a lot of that technology transfer is also beginning to happen, and local manufacturing is picking up in India. Modules and cell manufacturing is happening. In your view, what is more important for India at this current point? Focus more on domestic manufacturing of clean tech, or better integration with global supply chains?
I think we need to move towards our own manufacturing. Supply chain security is a very, very important aspect, and we can't push it under the carpet. And for many items, we are now moving, like for modules, 100% is manufactured in India. For cell, I think by next year we'll have very good capacity. So for everything, we need to have the latest technology, the technology tie-up should take place, and we should slowly move towards 100% Indian manufacturing.
I think you've touched upon such an important subject that is very close to the value systems and what we advocate, especially in Larsen & Toubro. We are strong believers in the fact that we need to indigenize manufacturing, develop products within the country, fully be Atmanirbhar, and that's what we've been doing in most of the products that Larsen & Toubro has been doing. Whether it was power plant, large, ultra supercritical boilers and turbines, way back in 2007-8, when we had to produce more, we set up our own factories to do, large turbines and boilers. Today, even in green hydrogen, when we had to produce electrolyzers, we are one of the first companies in India who has brought in the technology, completely indigenized it. Now we have our own homegrown technology at Larsen & Toubro. We have our own research department which is constantly upgrading this technology. And proud to say that we have a very, very good, very highly efficient electrolyzer, which is possibly one of the best in the world. And we are going to use it across all projects in India. And whether it's going to be the next product we're going to look at, fuel cells or etc., we don't believe that we can do a business where we rely on imports. So that's very, very strong for it.
No, see, in an ideal world that plays by the rules, we should just be globally integrating. But clearly, no such world exists. Globalization is clearly not in vogue now. And for a country as large as India, this is a serious risk. So really on that front, we have a live example of how a single incident can just disrupt the whole supply chain. So we should, especially considering our size and the population at stake, we should indigenize as much as we can. Yeah.
Domestic manufacturing of nuclear.
Yeah. See, as far as nuclear is concerned, if you look at it from 1974, when we were put under a technology denial and embargo regime, all our nuclear reactors, including the fuel cycle, all we have evolved on our own. Definitely we are more competitive. There is no reactor in the world which you can get at the price at which our latest 700 megawatt reactor is there. And it is due because the design is ours and the manufacturers are ours. Unless there is no other choice, we have to make in India. Even if certain things we may have to take some technologies, but the manufacturing should happen in India. I think this is absolutely the way forward.
Thank you very much. So on that Swadeshi note, we will end today's discussion and hope that Indian manufacturing grows very, very strong in renewable energy. Thank you all very much, gentlemen, for coming and attending this discussion.
Thank you, Alokesh, and of course the panel. If I could request you. Wait. You don't have a mic. Need a mic.
Hello. Give a mic to it, the gentleman. I think it's Deepak Amitabh. Mr. Amitabh, yes. But please keep it short, sir.
Yeah, just Dr. Praveer, you were talking about China producing 6 months more than 200 gigawatt solar. Where does that power go ultimately? Is it being used as a substitute power for China because they keep producing and consuming, or it's a substitute power?
So China's installed capacity is 3,600 gigawatt. India, we are 480 gigawatt. And their manufacturing capability is such that they feed virtually everything in the world. So any item that you take, 70 to 90% of the world's requirement is being produced and supplied from there. So I think they have a huge internal consumption. There's also a very clear plan over there that they close down their old plants. We don't have that. We need to look at especially plants which are 40, 50-year-old coal-based plants. We need to have a plan for shutdown. So I think their growth is huge because they keep on adding capacity and closing some of the old capacities.
They need all the power, sir. So they will keep adding more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel. Thank you very much. If I could request you all to please take your seats down after your photograph. We're now moving on to our fireside chat, India's sustainability targets, what's in it for global investors. I'd like to invite up on stage Mr. Naval Saini and Mr. Utpal Bhaskar. As I introduce Mr. Saini to you, our guest speaker is at the heart of this mission. As managing partner and head of renewable power and transition for Brookfield in South Asia and the Middle East, Mr. Naval Saini brings with him deep experience in mobilizing global capital for India's renewable future. With leadership stints at CDPQ, JP Morgan, and earlier as a banker with ABN AMRO and SBI Capital Markets, Mr. Saini understands both the opportunities and the challenges. Utpal, you can come up. Both the opportunities and the challenges of financing sustainability at scale. Mr. Saini, of course, will be in conversation with our moderator, Utpal Bhaskar, Assistant Managing Editor, Mint.
Thanks a lot. And there could not have been anyone better than Naval for this. This is a space, and I take great pride in saying this. I did say this in a panel discussion that I moderated, Naval, some time back today. We at Mint, when we started thinking about covering this space, clean energy used to be more like a CSR kind of an activity. So someone puts up a wind turbine somewhere, and the largest investors used to be the Sachin Tendulkars and Aishwarya Rais of the world. So that used to be the clean energy landscape at that point of time. And over a period of time, we have seen this business evolve. Take great pride in the fact that we at Mint have been at the forefront of covering it. Also, thanks for making time for this. And in fact, from where you have this brilliant view of the space, you have been investing in this space. Overall, ladies and gentlemen, his organization has invested at around upwards of $30 billion in India, not a small sum of money. Obviously, there has been a lot that has been talked about in the budget which was presented earlier this year as well. Green is something which is, we have seen a lot of interest. All the energy majors are present in this country today on that. My opening question to you is, how has this journey been for you in the space as well? And what does this mean for investors who are now, some of them say that they're too late to the party. How do you look at this?
First of all, thank you, Utpal, for inviting me for this. You've asked two questions. The first one, how's the journey been? And, you know, I was just, as you were asking that question, just very quickly casting my mind to when my career started. And, you know, renewable at that time was a little bit of hydro investment, you know. Yeah, and this is 2004 to 2007. Then came a phase where Government of India introduced the tax depreciation concept, and you know you had individuals and corporates setting up essentially wind turbines in South India for tax purposes. I don't think anyone went to those wind turbines. And then you had the consolidation come in, the IPPs as we call them, they come in, the power producers come in. And what a change it's been. And in my own career of whatever 20 odd years, to see that transformation in India from a renewable perspective, you know, we would be very lucky back in the day in 2010-11 if 50 megawatt or 100 megawatt came up. Today, just our business is going to deliver maybe 3,000 to 3,500 megawatt in a calendar year. Right. And that I think speaks to, and we're just one part of a much larger but larger and mature ecosystem. So I think India's renewable journey has been fantastic till now. But we often joke about this internally. We feel we're still in a startup phase. It's just begun. And that I think talks to the fact that wherever we are today, you know, the Government of India targets of 500 gigawatt and beyond, and, you know, green molecule converging with green energy and so on and so forth. We think that on a go-forward basis, it's going to be much, much larger. So in that sense, yes, we've come from a very small base to a reasonably large base. But the growth ahead is going to be 3x, 4x this, probably in the next decade or so, which is, I think, what makes it very, very exciting from a global investor perspective.
Right. In fact, the minister earlier today, Mr. Joshi, talked about how India has surpassed Japan as the third largest solar generator in the world. Now, obviously, when you look at the trajectory, and I'm only talking about solar at this point of time. Solar, there was a time when solar, there was this, obviously, the tariffs came down. There were these bidding wars which were happening at one point of time. And that's how brought down solar tariffs to very, as in, obviously, from the highs, there was a phase for those very aggressive bids. Also, today, when you look at the tenders today, they are not pure vanilla solar tenders. So obviously storage plays a role now. It cannot be that only a solar and all kind of, and that's also the way that the tenders are being designed today as well. But what it has also done is that as of today, there are around 30 gigawatts of solar PPAs which are yet to be signed. These projects have been awarded, but the DISCOMs, in their own wisdom, do not want to sign these PPAs. What is the way ahead? Because the government did talk about one uniform tariff. There were all kind of permutation combinations being discussed at one point of time. How do you see that, a solution to that?
So I think I'll break that up into a couple of parts. Look, the reality is solar as a space has just seen a phenomenal growth. But we should not forget that ultimately the kind of power that the discoms or the private customers want is it's essentially an energy solutioning. If the counterparty, if your customer wants a more curated solution, then those solutions have to come up, which is mixing solar with storage, solar with wind, and so on and so forth. So that is just the reality of the market. And what, again, India is a very unique market wherein the government keeps on coming up with these revised energy solutions which cater to the demands of the discoms, the demands of the private customer. It doesn't really happen in that manner in a lot of other markets, by the way.
How unique are we in that way and form to other economies?
I mean, to give you a sense, we have something called a fixed dispatch renewable energy contract, FDRE, where you combine solar, wind, battery. I don't know of a contract of that nature that exists anywhere. I haven't come across it in the Western market. People may be combining solar with wind and maybe having bilateral discussions with consumers or with, in their markets. But as a planned policy or as a planned sort of regulated bidding mechanism, it doesn't really exist at this scale at least.
Right.
So in that sense, I think Government of India and the states have done a marvelous job in coming up with energy solutioning. Or asking for energy to be solutioned in a way that is of use to them. They want energy throughout the day. They want renewable energy during evening peak, during morning peak. So the industry also has to respond to that demand.
True.
It's a buyer and seller at the end of the day.
True. Also, given that there's so much which has been invested in this space, and obviously there's always this demand for more capital, we want to do this 500 gigawatt is the number which is being talked about. How much of dry powder is waiting or sitting this out right now? Because what has also happened is, and obviously the reality of the world today is we live in a post-Trump world, there was so much of a focus on green which has kind of turned towards where he gave that slogan about drill baby drill. So obviously conventional is something that the US is looking at this point of time. A lot of the funds, big funds are in the Western hemisphere. Where do you see that capital being deployed? Is India still that kind of an attractive investment destination?
Short answer to your latter part of your question, and it has multiple questions in it. But the short answer is yes, India is still, continues to be, will remain front and center of global interest in the renewable space. And it's very, very simple. It's a large market. We just surpassed Japan, you mentioned. We're probably the third largest market. Where do you get this scale? It's a market where laws and regulation exist. You have a regulator, you have the Electricity Act and the rules that follow from it. You have a system and process for grievance redressal. You have the right ecosystem, and then you have these mechanisms for bidding into government businesses, as well as a very fastly developing C&I market. It's a large, it's an ever evolving, an ever sophisticated domestic market which is there, which is what's attractive. And you can put money in this country, and there's respect for capital.
Right.
Those are the elements that sort of, and none of that is changing, no matter who's in power or what regime is there. So therefore, I think India will remain front and center. Investors are getting more and more nuanced, so they are asking the question: do you have the land? Do you have the interconnect? What's your business plan? Why should we give you capital versus putting that capital to any other business? And I think that's par for course. That's natural evolution of investing. To your question on geopolitics, I think is the way I would frame it, and its impact on renewables. Look, the absolute, at least a very strong sort of view that we have at least is, renewables is not a subsidized form of energy. It is the cheapest and most efficient form of energy, full stop. Right? So people are buying renewables from us in the Western markets as well, not because it's a good to have. It is obviously good to have, but it is the cheapest form of energy. So if you want to remain cost competitive, if you want to compete in both global and domestic markets, renewable is, and if power is a large part of your raw material input cost, it makes a lot of sense to go green economically. And I think that that question renewable has answered many years back, that why go to you go to renewables because it is the most efficient form of energy.
Right.
And I don't think that's changing in
anytime soon.
Anytime soon.
Right. Also, given that we see almost, and obviously capital is never, there's nothing called too much capital, right? And there is this quest for capital which is happening at this point of time as well. We have seen billion-dollar businesses being set up in this country. Also, there, as you rightly mentioned, where else can you do it at this scale in the world? How much have you invested in the space till date?
Yeah. So our journey in India in renewables is relatively young. We bought a business called Terraform globally,
right,
and inherited about 300 megawatts of operating assets in India in 2017, early 18. You fast forward to today, our business today is spread across 4 platforms or 4 investments or 4 businesses, whichever way you call it. Across those 4, I use the term bragawatts. The bragawatts is over 40 gigawatt now. And what's interesting is
40 gigawatts in India
of what's operating under construction pipeline.
That's the size of your portfolio
size
today.
of the portfolio.
Right.
Within that, to your question in terms of what's the sort of money deployed in the renewable space till now. So the simplest way to think about it is we've kind of committed through these businesses about $3 billion of equity. We've deployed about 60% of 50% of it, 55% roughly, and the balance has to be deployed. And the beauty of our business is that, it's not about just doing M&A, it's about deploying money into actually creating the hard assets on the ground.
Right.
And I mentioned to you that we are delivering nearly 3,000 to 3,500 megawatts through our platforms in the country. And that will continue, and that will continue to require this capital. So if we do nothing and just focus on these businesses, we should double our invested equity, I guess, over the next 3 to 4 years.
Are you also looking at setting up a new platform in India?
I won't comment on what we plan to do. All I'll say is that we have the ability to do. We are always looking at, this is all we do. We are actually very uniquely structured in the sense, for us, renewables is a separate business segment within our asset management business. And we have the operating capabilities, the financial capability, the technical know-how. What we are always, and we have the feet on street. Our renewable platforms have over 2,500 people, so that's a source of intellectual knowledge. Our investment teams are there on the ground. So we are constantly looking for differentiated way to answer the decarbonization question. Once we hit on a new idea, we have the ability to set up a new platform, as we've done earlier. One of our platforms, Everin, is something we set up ground up. Hopefully, we will set up another one soon.
All right.
Looking for the right idea.
If you can directionally point out, I can't help but ask that question. If you can directionally point in a direction, will that be in charge and drive space? Green mobility is something that almost everyone has kind of toyed with.
Yeah. So we are very actively looking at the green mobility space, just to address that question. Whether it will be our next platform or not, I won't comment, but it's a space we're actively looking at. We work best when it's operating at scale.
True.
That's just the nature of our capital and the nature of our investment philosophy. I think green mobility is still emerging from a infrastructure mindset investing perspective. But as the regulations evolve, the payment security mechanisms, they become more sophisticated, I guess. Will we look at that space? Absolutely. It's something we are tracking quite closely.
Right. In fact, one of the things that have been discussed before you came in here was green hydrogen. Now, and this is the question that I posed to other people as well, but there's a lot of, when we talk about so-called the green trajectory of a country like ours, also there's some amount of insinuation about greenwashing as well. What's being so-called green is not green per se. Obviously, there is this green taxonomy. We saw in green steel as well. Recently, the government came out with that. And I'm sure that if almost the kind of, obviously, you hold the purse strings in the space, a significant amount of capital is with you to be deployed. how do you view this? Are these concerns which need to be brushed aside, or these are genuine concerns?
So look, I have a slightly simplistic way of looking at life. We've been doing renewables in one form or the other for over 60, 70 years. But it was hydro earlier. There are a lot of terminology which has come in now, but we are at the heart of it an infrastructure investor in general and a renewable investor in particular. I think there's no denying the fact that if you're buying power which is fossil fuel based and you convert that power to renewables form of energy, you are decarbonizing your business. There is just no denying it. I mean, it's simple maths. So from that perspective, as businesses make the choice to go greener, a very obvious and low-hanging fruit solutioning, part of the solutioning, is to source green power. And that, I think, as a trend is now well established and will continue. And then there are the other forms of decarbonizing, whether you change the composition of the materials you use and all of that, and that stuff that will also evolve over time. But we call it energy transition for a reason. We say it's a marathon versus a race.
Right.
What starts with probably green energy today will then move to other forms of lowering the carbon content of your product. But it's a journey. We for sure think that it will happen over many, many years. As long as you're on the right trend line, I think that's what we measure ourselves. Okay, that are we on that right trend line? And that trend, I think, is going towards the more greener sort of future.
There's another tectonic shift which has happened recently. We see the elephant and the dragon kind of, there is this kind of bonhomie which we've been seeing now. Chinese investors, in fact, at least in our reporting, we have realized that there is a significant interest from the both sides as well. We find those conversations have now picked up space. Obviously, most of what gets set up in this country, and I'm not getting into this debate about ALMM or whether it was a good call on the part of the government to then later on, much later in the game, you say that, okay, all right, 12 gigawatts has been bid out, but you don't need that ALMM criteria applies to it. How do you see this kind of a realignment playing out in the space? Because a lot of these modules, Chinese at the end of the day, the Trinas of the world have built far more than the world requires. How is that going to help and aid in this transition for us?
So, look, decoupling or deglobalization or whatever is the term is a reality of the world we live in today. Now, in that context, when the government of India says, let's try and make more here, we actually, as global investors, we work in an environment that is given to us. We don't choose the environment. So now, if the remit of the government is to insource manufacturing to the extent possible, that is what we will continue to support, because the megawatts are coming up here. Now, that insourcing of manufacturing takes time. And you're seeing that the first steps of that happen in terms of module capacities coming up. Now, cell capacity will come over a period of time. You'll go further backward. I think the key to all of that is to accelerate that process. Technology transfer to India has to be encouraged.
True.
And hopefully that's the path that we will take. Because, I mean, I just draw the, you go back 30, 40, 50 years, or whatever the time frame. India wasn't really manufacturing its own cars. There was a technology tie-up that happened, and you had the Suzukis of the world come in, and then you had the Indian sort of manufacturers really pick up on passenger cars. A same story can eventually play out in module manufacturing as well, to that specific example. India has all the ingredients. It's just that, there was a push and a nudge that was required, which has now been given through these various policies, as we call them. And eventually it will indigenize, and that's not a bad thing.
Sure. Let me ask you the question I'm sure a lot of people ask you. Press Note 3, PN3, which was brought in after COVID, and obviously no particular country's name was mentioned, it was about the land borders being shared. How does that kind of, from your investment thesis point of view, how do such measures work? Obviously, this is the rule of the land. You need to follow it. But from a global investor's perspective, how does that play out?
Again, in a sort of more jovial way, we were around 70, 80 years back. Also, hopefully, we'll be around 70, 80 years from today. PN3, N3 and other regulations, some of them were there, some of them were not there earlier. They may or may not exist. So, business adapts to the environment that is given to it. That's number one.
Right.
And I think the proof is in the pudding. I think this particular regulation that you speak of came in 2020, 21.
Yeah.
Right. My business was 1,000 megawatt then, it's 42,000 megawatt now. I think that should answer the question.
Sure. One of my last questions to you. In fact, when we look at the tariff, the tendering model that we have, so obviously government tendering is all about L1, and there is this debate which is happening within the government as well. Is L1 the right model? Because obviously this is a model per se which talks about whoever bids the cheapest gets it. Obviously you need to qualify on the technical parameters as well. Do you think it's about time that as a country we have matured to move away from this L1 model? And if yes, what should be the right option?
Look, it's a difficult question because the government also has a balancing act in terms of ensuring the most cheapest or efficient form of that service or product is administered, and therefore the L1 concept. My view as far as the renewable space is concerned, I think there should be a debate around, is pricing the only criteria, or should there be a criteria, for example, around project readiness? I, for example, am buying thousands of acres of land devoid of a PPA. But I'm investing that capital. So tomorrow when I bid, I can point to the specific sites. My sites are diligenceable. You can go there and see how much. So the question, therefore, in my mind is, should we not at least put criteria around percentage of land bought, percentage of or how much of connectivity you actually have? Because at the end of the day, if you want discoms to sign, you also, one way you have to sort of incentivize or say, look, the project is ready, it will come up. Whereas if you just bid and then hope to find sites and hope to find connectivity, even if the discom wants to sign, will the project ever come up? So I think there's some debate needs to happen around. I won't profess I have the answer, but somewhere project readiness needs to be given some weightage
in the bids.
In the bids,
of course, because the reason I asked you that question is also because we have seen there are these, and I'm trying to find the right word for it, but there's a lot of these fly-by-night operators as well. We have seen that people are bidding for projects not per se for the project, but to get the evacuation for the project. And that's what is kind of a squatter rights that they want to sell off later. What would you like to say to those kind of investors?
So look, at the end of the day, it's a bit more complicated than that, because some people will want connectivity and then they will go and apply. So they're different business models. So I don't think there is. I think it's a bit unfair to label everyone in that manner. But what I would say though is, project readiness or the ability to set up projects needs to find some space in the whole bidding criteria.
All right.
Because that will ensure projects come up. At the end of the day, all of us are here to try and ensure projects come up. And if projects are not coming up, or people are not fulfilling the obligation, and then if there is a penalty mechanism around it, that should also be debated. It should not be one way, it should be both ways. But the confidence that I have in the system is that at least you have a ministry system, government, which encourages that debate, and therefore there is a constant sort of reform in that bidding guideline. I think that bidding guideline needs to bring in some of these reforms.
It's absolutely food for thought. Ladies and gentlemen, we are absolutely out of time, but I would still, if there's anyone who wants to ask a question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself and the organization you represent. And if not, then I have absolutely enjoyed this conversation. This is a space that I did report for a fair number of years. In fact, you have already given us a lot of thought to pursue some of these are some of the leads that we would like to cover going forward. Do I see a hand anywhere? If not, we'll close this conversation. So that absolutely sums it up. Maybe this is a time for these conversations on how the tendering guidelines need to change. In fact, that's something that we have been covering, and I'm sure there will be certain developments on that end as well. That at least this is what we have been picking up. And thanks a lot. Thanks for taking out time and coming back to your city. And the weather is absolutely brilliant outside. And Naval happens to be a Delhi boy. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Utpal. We'd like to request you to please present a small token to Mr. Saini. Thank you very much, Mr. Saini, and thank you, Utpal. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next speaker. This is a special address on decarbonizing at scale, an integrated approach to India's clean economy. And this special address highlights the need for holistic solutions to integrate technology, policy, and financing to accelerate decarbonizing sectors at scale. To tell us how, we have with us someone who has a robust skill set that includes change management, accounting, corporate finance, Microsoft Office and marketing, and more. He is Mr. Sachin Bajaj, Chief Financial Officer, Gentari India.
Quite a few empty seats, but I'll try to be as passionate as I can be on this important topic for those present here. Good evening, esteemed guests, policymakers, respective industry leaders, members of the business community, colleagues and friends from the Mint team. I'm Sachin Bajaj, Chief Financial Officer at Gentari India, and it's my pleasure and honor to be present here today, not just as a presenting partner of this summit, but as a committed participant in India's journey towards sustainability. Before I speak about markets, technologies, or strategies, let me begin with something far more personal, which I'm sure would have touched everyone very deeply. In recent weeks, even as we speak, we have seen how vulnerable we are to climate extremes. In Uttarakhand, Kumaon region, cloud burst swept through homes, wreaking havoc and leaving families helpless. In Jammu and Kashmir, Kishtwar and Vaishno Devi route, entire villages were engulfed within moments. Lives lost, livelihoods shattered, leaving the communities with the daunting task of rebuilding. Cloudbursts are not new to Himalayas, but their intensity and frequency are rising. Scientists warn, as the climate warms, fragile mountain regions like this will become far more vulnerable. These are not isolated events, nor abstract statistics. These are human lives and futures uprooted in an instant. They remind us that decarbonization is not only an economic imperative, it is, above all, a human responsibility to the families rebuilding today and to the generations who will live with the choices we make in this very decade. In India, that responsibility is magnified. As the world's fastest growing large economy, we carry both the challenge and the opportunity to lift millions into prosperity while ensuring that growth is responsible, clean, resilient, and inclusive. The government of India has been unequivocal in its intent to place renewables at the center stage of this very growth story, not only through ambitious targets, but through enabling policies and early implementation that are laying foundation for this systematic change. Now it is the responsibility of each one of us to seize these opportunities, navigate the challenges, and help position India as a global leader in climate action through decarbonization. At first glance, growing while decarbonizing seems a paradox. In truth, it is our greatest challenge or advantage. The very scale of our development allows us to leapfrog, to design industries, infrastructure, and energy systems that are clean and resilient from the start. Remember, decarbonization is not a trade-off with growth. It is a pathway to growth itself. Globally, the shift is underway. Solar costs have fallen by 90% in the last decade. Wind and storage are following. And electric mobility is moving into the mainstream. Green hydrogen is no longer just theory. It is entering industrial reality. The question for India is not whether to act, but how quickly and decisively we can lead. The choices India makes today will ripple far beyond our borders. India has the scale, the innovation, and the conviction to be the leading voice for Asia Pacific, demonstrating that clean growth at scale is possible and shaping a regional pathway that is inclusive, affordable, and resilient. Let me talk about Gentari's role. It was with this very context Gentari was created, with a clear purpose to accelerate the clean energy transition and make decarbonization accessible, affordable, and scalable. We pursue this through integrated model across renewables, hydrogen, and green mobility, connecting generation, consumption, and mobility so that each reinforces the other. And this vision is not abstract. It is already taking shape for Gentari globally and in India. In renewables across Malaysia, India, Australia, Taiwan, and beyond, we are developing solar, wind, offshore wind, and battery storage projects, some already delivering clean power at homes and industries in India and Australia. In hydrogen, we explore diverse hydrogen use cases and production opportunities, collaborating closely with supply partners and offtake customers. In green mobility, we are rolling out EV charging infrastructure with the aim of building a robust EV charging network. In India, with trust and confidence of over 400 customers, Gentari has made significant strides. In renewables, we have operational and under construction capacity, portfolio capacity of 7 gigawatt across utility scale, open access, ISTS connected, and rooftop RESCO projects. In a constant pursuit of evolving with the demands of the customer and industry, we continue to achieve many firsts in our RE journey, including the country's first on-site hybrid round-the-clock renewable project, combining solar, wind, and storage in Sevagram in Gujarat. The first of its kind demonstrates how vision, supported by innovation and clear intent, can translate into practical progress towards reliable and sustainable energy. With the diverse portfolio, we continue to enable businesses of all sizes to access reliable and affordable clean power tailored to our needs. For hydrogen, in just 2 years, we have matured opportunities in green hydrogen and ammonia to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors such as steel, cement, and refining, all sectors which are very critical to India's growth story. And in green mobility, we have a network of 300 plus EV charging operational nationwide and 3,000 plus charging points listed on a Gentari Go application for the EV owners to navigate these stations in just one click, with more on the way. Each of these efforts is a step towards the same goal, enabling practical, large-scale decarbonization through integrated real-world solutions, and our ambitions extend further. India is not only central to Gentari's growth, it is where we are building the playbook for integrated transition that can ripple across Asia Pacific. By proving solutions at scale here, we can help shape a cleaner, more resilient future for the entire region. From finance perspective, let me emphasize, as a Chief Financial Officer at Gentari, India, technology alone is not enough. Finance is a key accelerator. Without unlocking capital at scale, projects stuck or stay stuck as pilots. That is why Gentari is focused on frameworks that de-risk investment, attract blending finance, and make climate ambitions bankable, so that the projects may move beyond pilots, scale with confidence, and deliver measurable impact on the ground. When finance, technology, and policy move together, transformation follows. India's decarbonization journey will be one of the defining stories of this century. It will decide not only how we grow, but how we lead. At Gentari, We are committed to being a partner in this journey, not only through isolated projects, but through an integrated approach that delivers real, lasting impact at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude here by inviting everyone to pay attention to a short video on how Gentari is putting clean energy into action. Together,
energy demand in Asia Pacific is rising due to rapid industrialization and urbanization.
Science has told us what will happen. Global temperature rises, sea level rises, weather pattern changes, large-scale disruption of communities, livelihoods, even lives.
Sustainable shift towards a clean energy future, it takes a village to get there.
Let's not leave the problems to the next generation. Let's act now.
To address the growing demand for reliable, scalable, and cost-effective clean energy solutions, Gentari's vision to accelerate the energy transition drives every aspect of our operations and strategy. By, of course, aligning our ambitions with the pressing need for decarbonization, we prioritize scalable and impactful projects. With an integrated portfolio in renewable energy, hydrogen, and green mobility, we aim to be Asia Pacific's most valued clean energy solution partner by 2030. Our collaborative approach ensures that clean energy solutions align with national priorities, fostering an environment where businesses and governments can accelerate the energy transition together. It is essential that everyone recognizes that meaningful change starts with intentional action. For businesses, this means embedding sustainability into core strategies, investing in scalable clean energy solutions, and fostering collaborations that drives measurable outcomes. And for individuals, it is about making informed choices and advocating for policies and practices that align with a sustainable future. Together, we must move beyond ambition and focus on actions that create real, lasting impact. The time to act is now, and every decision counts. Join us to accelerate Asia Pacific's clean energy future.
As I conclude, together we can build a clean economy that is not only sustainable, but also prosperous, resilient, and inclusive. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajaj. If I could request Mr. Alokesh Bhattacharya to please come up. We have a small little gift for you to take back to Gentari. Continuing our sustainability movement. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not taking a tea break now. We're moving on to our next speaker. This is on the theme Greener Promise. Corporate commitments to sustainability are critical for impact, and this presentation showcases how brands can drive greener practices and influence millions of customers. We have with us Mr. K. Ganesh, Director Sustainability and Corporate Affairs at Bisleri, with over 3 decades of industry expertise across renowned organizations. He's a fervent advocate for sustainability and actively engages in initiatives creating long-term impact. He's been part of many policy-making committees of various government bodies and has been recognized for his adept leadership. Embracing technology, Mr. Ganesh champions initiatives where technology and environmental consciousness converge. Before I invite him up, may I request all those who are standing to please be seated? This group of gentlemen who are here, may I request you to please be seated? Thank you very much. Please welcome Mr. K. Ganesh, Director, Sustainability and Corporate Affairs, Bisleri.
Good evening. Thank you very much for introduction. Thanks Mint Sustainability Summit for inviting me today here for this speaking on Bisleri's Greener Promise. So last year when we were there in the Mint Summit, we were talking about water credits on the water conservation parts. So this year we thought that we will move on to the next management, it's plastic waste management, the Bisleri Greener Promise plastic management. So you know that Bisleri is one of the leading packaged drinking water company in the country and the most trusted brand. So we have two challenges because we as a company, when we manufacture packaged drinking water, we use water for our product and packaging we use plastics. So we thought that how sustainability will be helping us to use this material sustainably. So we have taken lots of initiative with respect to the plastic management as well as for the water management. So I will take you through the plastic waste management which we did. So we are not unbiased on any packaging alternatives because with the packaging there are different types of packaging. Maybe it's a plastic, it's a metal, it's a glass or aluminum, whatever may be. But we go in and then consider the following factors. The safety aspect, whether the packaging which we are going to use is safe. Functionality, whether it can be used for the function, particular function wherein we are going to use our product. Affordability, whether it's affordable to all the public, 140 crore citizens. The product should be available at the best price because when we are going to talk about the mass, when we are going to reach to the mass, that should be affordable for all the people to purchase. Then scalability of the packaging metal. It's a packaging metal when we use, whether we can scale it up and whether the packaging metal can be used in a better manner. Then last, obviously the main important thing is the sustainability. Okay. So when we talk about plastics, there are 7 different types of plastics because most of us knows that we have 7 different types of plastic starting from PET to multi-layered plastics. But all the plastics don't have the same property. They have their different properties and parameters. And it is being used for various applications. Each and every plastics has its own applications. So when I talk about the PET which we are using for packing water is 100% recyclable. Why we are considered this packaging material is the material after post consumption can be collected back and can be recycled and made into a different product and can be made as a bottle. And similarly there are different type of packaging, the plastics like HDP, PP, PVC and other multi-layer plastics. Why I wanted to just show this slide is when we talk about a metal which has been invented 1000 years back, that time it was only metal. So no one was knowing how to identify a gold, how to identify a silver. Then later on, slowly got transformed and then we know what is gold and what is silver. Similarly, plastic also, when we use, we should know that what type of plastic we are using, whether the plastic is recyclable, whether the plastic is sustainable plastic. So that is the main purpose why I just put this slide. The plastic which we use for our packaging is used for our food applications for packaged drinking water. So all these bodies have certified this plastic. So even the CFTRI, FSSI, CE and all these bodies are certified. And the plastic which we use is the same plastic used for even medical applications and then even the other industries where the food is being packed. So these are all some of the studies about the plastic to say so that there are lots of questions with the people whether plastic is safe for food applications. Yes, it is safe for food applications and specifically the PET material which we are using for packing our packaged drinking water. So next point is when I talk about the plastics, when I talk about metal and then glass, which material is having the life cycle assessment? When I do the life cycle assessment, and tell about the carbon footprint, how much carbon footprint is required for each packaging material. Because it's not that I use a packaging material which is having a high carbon footprint, because we need to also consider the carbon footprint is also considered should be the least. So if you can see this slide, it has a comparison between the PET bottle, plastic bottle, compared with aluminum and glass bottle. Because the plastic bottles, it melts at under 250 degrees centigrades, but whereas metals and glass, you need to melt it at 1000+ degrees centigrades. So which means it requires a huge quantum of heat. So that means it is going to liberate more carbon to the atmosphere. So through Bisleri Greener Promise, we also not only talk about the sustainable packaging material, we also wanted to educate the citizens on the best use of plastics. Because we have been using this plastic for our packaging. The plastic once used should be disposed and should be sent for recycling. Because this doesn't happen in the present systems. Because lots of people, what we do that after consumption, the plastic is littered and it is been going to the landfill or ocean. So to avoid that, we have taken this initiative of the program Bisleri Bottle for Change, wherein the citizens are educated about the plastic consumption, after post-consumption, how the plastic should be disposed, and it will come to the recycling centers for the recycling. So this is the mechanism, and we have an app wherein the plastic, once it's collected, we'll be going there and then we'll be taking it through our vehicle and taking it to the recycling facilities where it gets converted to different products and also again a bottle. So these are all the various processes in the recycling plant, how the sorting is happening and then how the plastic is converted into a panel, sheets and other things. This is the multi-layer plastics. So also I was talking about the PET bottle. PET bottle post-consumptions can be made as a very beautiful garments, sustainable garments. So we use the textiles. Textile industries use polystyrene. Polystyrene is nothing but a PET. If it is going for a textile grade, it is called polystyrene. If it is coming for packaging for bottles and other thing, it is called PET. So all the PET bottles which is being used by us or any beverage companies is going to manufacture and then can be converted into a fiber yarn and then made into a very good fabric, and then you make a very good dress materials. And you see in the country, the PET bottles which we are using is getting recycled more than 95%. And there is a shortfall of PET bottles. That's why the government of India has also given a permission to import the PET, use PET flakes. With the new regulations coming in, with the government regulations of the extended producer responsibility, that brands should use this plastic again. So again, the demand has been raised. That means we are 100% sure that all the plastic which will be consumed by the beverage industries will go back for recycling. So that means this material plastic, which I was telling about the 7 different type of plastics, this is going to be one of the best material, and this is going to be a game-changing material when you talk about the plastic industries. So these are other plastic products which is getting recycled and made into a beautiful the boards and then beautiful pots and. So I just talking about the extended producer responsibility and converting the PET bottles to a bottle again. The government of India has come out with the new regulations, and from this year onward, 25-26, it has been regulated, and it has been the obligations for the manufacturers and the brand owners that they should use a certain percentage of plastics again to make a plastic packaging. So which means the plastic which is being consumed right now in the country is going to go back again and getting converted to the product again, which means there won't be any plastic which is being seen in the mountain like in the dump yards or the landfill. This is all going to be consumed, and we have an obligation as a brand owner, we need to fulfill this obligation. And this concept is already being rolled out in 80-85 countries across the world. So the Bottle for Change program, I was mentioning about the educating the citizens on the plastic management. Through this program, we have reached to 34 cities and we are present in 37 municipal corporations. So as we are talking, we are dealing this plastic waste management. The plastic waste management is a very important subject that is related to the urban local bodies and the municipal corporations. So whenever we wanted to take these plastics to a recycling center or to a sorting place, we need a permission from the municipal corporation. So in collaboration with the municipal corporation, we are able to collect these plastics. So also we have tied up with the educational institutes like premium educational institutes. The reason is the youngsters are the next generation. So we wanted to educate the youngsters on the responsible use of plastics so that the plastic can be taken back and sent for recycling without going to landfill or ocean fill. So these are all some of the educational institutes through which we are tied up. We also support government and the universities to set up their own material recovery facilities. The material recovery facilities is one wherein all this, the dry waste and the plastic waste is collected. It is taken to a center where the sorting will happen based on the gradations. After the sorting, the material is being sent for the recycling. So we are working closely with 5 to 6 the municipal corporations, and with the public-private partnership, we are able to divert this plastic from the citizens, getting it properly collected, segregated, and sending it to the recycling. So this is one of the recycling facilities in Chennai. And we also wanted to sensitize, and then we had a very big plastic collection event which happened last year in the PSG college in Coimbatore in collaboration with them. We were able to collect 79,000 kgs of plastic in 12 hours. So we had created a Guinness World Record. So similarly, the plastic bottles I was just speaking about, what about the cap? The company thought that the cap should also be not let down, and it should not go to the landfill, and it should not go to the oceans. We had started this action of collecting all the caps and making into a beautiful benches. These benches are made with 60 kgs of only our caps. We don't have used any pigments or any color to make the benches. It is 100% from the caps which we use. Through this, we are collecting all our caps which is being used in our manufacturing facilities. And this has been installed at multiple places like Sabarmati Riverfront, then Sastri Bhavan, Ram Mandir. We have been putting this, and then we are giving to all the educational institutes, schools and colleges also. And one more speciality of this is that the backdrop, the artwork is made by the MFPI, that mouth, foot and paint artists who don't have a hand. So we wanted to improve the livelihoods of these people also by doing sustainable work. And when we talk about the plastic management, we are trying to reach to maximum citizens through our Bottle for Change program. Addition to that, we also last year made a book in collaboration with Center for Environment Education. This book talks about the plastic invention, how the plastic can be used and how the plastic can be disposed of to send for recycling. It also talks about the national and international regulations, how the plastic management is to be done. So this is a very important book. So this has been circulated to all the schools and colleges across the country, and this is in 9 languages. As I was mentioning, the impact of the plastic program which we do at Bisleri, we are there at 34 corporates, 34 cities, 37 municipal corporations. And through this process, we were able to collect around 19,000 metric tons of plastics. So this is one part. Other one is the extended producer responsibility through which we collect the plastics. We are a plastic neutral company, which means we collect more plastic than we consume. We are collecting 110% more plastics and then sending for recycling. So which means we are not only taking care of the mandates of the extended producer responsibility, also we are doing education and awareness to the public on the use of plastic, because plastic has been a miracle material. Let us use wisely and let that material be a sustainable packaging material which can be used for all the purposes, which is very easy and convenient for all of us. With that, I just conclude my presentation. Thank you so much once again. Any questions? I'm ready to answer the questions. I think if it is done, then I can close my presentation. Thank you so much. So if there is no any questions, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. You have a question? Okay. Yeah.
So you said that you collect 110% of what you consume. But what do you do with the extra plastic that you collect?
Now you see, when we collect the plastic, we have a target of collection of plastics across the country. I consume plastics. It is not that I can collect the exact same quantity of plastic. We keep a target because the plastic collection is brand neutral and geographic neutral. So when we have brand neutral and geographic neutral, I always aim to collect more plastics so that I am not going to have any penalty from the regulatory sides. So to avoid from the regulatory sides, also this initiative which we have taken is we are doing the collection and recycling which is happening even state specific also. Because when we take a target for a particular state, I need to collect and recycle certain material, so percentage, I always collect more than that. So that means my obligation is taken care. That's why if you see we are collecting more plastics, I'm 110% collecting more plastic and sending for recycling. Because we don't want to have any penalties or any environment compensation which is being levied to the company. Thank you.
Do you reusing the label also?
Label we are not reusing. Label we are not reusing. We have converted these labels into a beautiful pen stand, the book wrappers and other things. So we are doing that work because we are getting all the labels, used labels, and then converting into useful products. So we are looking in for some the recyclers who can try to use this label and then give us some other products. So any other questions? Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
You can give me this. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganesh, and thank you to Bisleri. May I request Mr. Alokesh Bhattacharya to please come up? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Ganesh and to Bisleri. Thank you very much. We have tea and refreshments for you outside. Please return in about So please return in about 40 minutes. 6 o'clock we will begin our next session. Thank you. sessions left. Please be seated. We're on to a panel, Transitioning to Net Zero, Strategies, Risks and Accountability. Moving to net zero is as much about governance as it is about technology. And this session explores corporate strategies, risk management, and accountability mechanisms to ensure the net zero transition is credible. Our panelists are Mr. Anup Sahai, and as I announce their names and introduce them, may I request them to please join me up on stage. Mr. Anup Sahai, Head Corporate Strategy and Special Initiatives, Larsen & Toubro. He brings with him expertise in corporate strategy and business development. He has also guided the development of L&T Sufin, a new business in the B2B supply chain space for industrial and construction products. Mr. Chandra Bhushan, President and CEO of the International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology, iForest, one of India's foremost environment and climate change experts, focusing on sustainability and ecological well-being. He's been consistently engaged on a wide range of environmental issues, including research and writing, and remains at the forefront of several public policy campaigns. Ms. Madhulika Sharma, Chief Sustainability Officer at ITC, passionate about conservation of nature and corporate social responsibility. She previously led sustainability strategies, materiality assessments, and impactful programs at Tata Steel. Madhulika excels in project management, stakeholder engagement, and delivering business-aligned sustainability solutions. Gagandeep Sethi, Senior Vice President, Integrated Operations and Sustainability at Pernod Ricard, India. He's responsible for spearheading the company's S&R initiatives and leads the company's efforts to further its commitment to social responsibility and sustainable development. Our moderator is Gautam Das, editor Long Story and Mint Primer. 40 minutes on.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us in this session on net zero. It's going to be cocktail hour soon. Alcohol is usually served in beautiful bottles. It looks good, right? But may I ask you, do you know what the future of glass bottles will be? How will alcohol be served going ahead? Maybe next year when we meet here? Any guesses? What's the alternative to alcohol bottles, the glass bottles? Sorry? Tetra Pak. Okay. Anything else? Shalini? No? Right. You are close, sir. There are a couple of panelists here whose companies are experimenting with paper packs and, on a small scale, one in Europe. Pernod and ITC is also experimenting with it. So alcohol going forward could actually be served out of paper bottles called frugal bottles, right? These are all small steps in a giant mission of net zero. And we're going to talk more about that, how India is progressing towards it. And I'm going to start with the gentleman from iForest, who will give us a big picture view of how India is progressing towards net zero. What are some of the economic realities that are dictating our choices?
Thank you, Gautam. First of all, we talk a lot about net zero. But the reality is climate change will not be solved by net zero. It will be solved by net negative. Net zero will mean that we will keep the temperature increase at, say, about 2 degrees or 3 degrees. All the modeling shows that even in a very moderate climate scenario, global temperature will increase by about 2 to 3 degrees. So net zero will keep it at 2 to 3 degrees for centuries. In fact, maybe for thousands of years. The current global temperature is about 1.5. Last year it was 1.5 degrees higher than pre-industrial era. And you can see the devastation that is happening in our part of the world. Now, net negative will mean that we'll have to suck carbon dioxide out of atmosphere and store it somewhere. That is a reality. So I'm predicting now that in 5 years, when these destructions will become unbearable, you will start talking about net negative. It's just a matter of time. So net zero will become something old, and you will have companies who will start talking about a business model which will be to suck carbon dioxide out of atmosphere and store it either on land, forest, or maybe even in geological structure. That business is coming. Having said that, I believe that the imperative for net zero or net negative is economic. I'm not here to bat for environment. Okay? Batting for economic itself and economic efficiency, profitability itself justifies business strategy to move towards climate neutrality. Think about what has happened this year in Himachal Pradesh. The government of Himachal Pradesh has estimated a loss of 2.3 lakh rupees this monsoon season. 300 people are dead. Reported 300 people are dead. Maybe the number of dead are even higher. The GDP of Himachal Pradesh is 2 lakh rupees. So a monsoon, the loss because of extreme weather event in 3-month period in Himachal Pradesh is equal to the annual, more than the annual GDP of HP. So effectively, HP this year, in terms of balance sheet, will grow negatively. Maybe GDP will grow, because GDP is a very perverse concept, and I don't have time to discuss that. But in terms of net income, Himachal Pradesh should have lost 30,000 crore rupees this year. Okay? Same thing is in Uttarakhand, and frankly, we are not counting the loss of climate change. So just from the perspective of growth and prosperity, it makes sense to address climate change. From technology point of view, it makes even more sense. I don't know how many of you followed the auction for ammonia that happened in last 3 months. Solar Corporation of India auctioned ammonia production, green ammonia based on hydrogen, and the price was 60 rupees a kg, okay? Which is almost half of what we as researchers have predicted. So the market is in fact far more bullish and is able to deliver at cost which even researchers are not predicting. So ammonia at 60 rupees, green ammonia, gray ammonia is right now at about 40 rupees, which is based on natural gas. It's a gap of 20 rupees. The day that gap narrows, both of them come to about 50 rupees, your fertilizer will move to green ammonia. Okay? Your petrochemical industry will move to green ammonia. Green ammonia will become a viable fuel. Everyone is talking about hydrogen as a fuel. Frankly, ammonia is a much better fuel for automobile sector than hydrogen. So ammonia will become viable for transport sector. Hydrogen will become viable for the steel sector. So from technology perspective, whether it is electric vehicle, and I can say right now, maybe for most of you, your next vehicle is going to be EV. It's not going to be internal combustion engine. I do not see the future of internal combustion engine more than this decade. Similarly, electricity and battery. So any technology you pick up, it doesn't make sense to invest in technology of 20th century. It makes sense to start thinking about the economy and technology of 21st century. So economic argument, profitability argument, job argument is more than enough for all of us to start moving to technologies and processes and businesses that will take us to net zero.
When you talk of jobs and you talk of transition, right? What is the near-term, mid-term pain that you think India is going to go through as you transition from, say, dirty to clean?
See, for me, it is up to us how do we view transition. I view transition as an opportunity. Think about Damodar Valley. I don't know how many of you know this valley, which was Damodar Valley Corporation was set up in line with Tennessee Valley Corporation, from Dhanbad till Raniganj. Actually from Ramgarh in Jharkhand to Vardhaman in West Bengal, this valley was where your coal used to come. It was your power sector. It was where your fertilizer, Sindri fertilizer plant was there. Now, Damodar Valley was the heart of India's energy. Today, it is in decline. Okay, Dhanbad, half of Dhanbad coal mines are closed. Okay, the production has plateaued. Now, a whole region which was coal-based is in decline right now. So transition in coal sector in Damodar Valley, should we consider it as an opportunity or should we consider it as a threat? I will consider it as an opportunity simply because that decline is visible to everyone. There are no more jobs in coal sector. I always give this example that when Bokaro steel plant was set up, when Nehru inaugurated the Bokaro steel plant as temple of modern India, 1 lakh people were employed. Today, Bokaro steel plant has 2,300 people. So I don't think in the 20th century industry you have jobs. Okay? The job, therefore, in India is moving in service sector and not in manufacturing sector. Okay? So for me, transition is an opportunity. There will be short-term pain in terms of skilling people, shifting jobs. But if managed well, I think we will have a better future than what we have today.
Right. Let me turn to Madhulika. Would you talk about ITC's journey when it comes to decarbonization, especially when it comes to clean energy?
So taking what Mr. Chandrabhushan just said, I think decarbonization or reducing your energy and moving more to renewable, it is an opportunity for large corporates like ITC, more coming from the reduction in the cost of renewable energy. So at some places buying a renewable energy or even putting up your own plant or either solar or wind and getting power from there could be cheaper than buying it from grid, which is largely coal based. So I think that is why if you see, we have been on this journey of moving away from fossil based fuels to renewable sources of energy, whether it is on the electrical side or on the thermal side. And as we speak this year, we have 52% of our energy comes from renewable sources. It's a combination of electrical energy, which is largely coming from close to 200 megawatt of wind and solar that we have, assets that we have been putting up across the country, and also converting most of our fossil fuel based boilers to biomass based boilers. So that's the thermal part of the energy conversion, which has led to this 52% of our energy coming from renewable sources. We have a commitment to reach 100% by 2030. So that's a short to medium term goal we have. We also have a target of, because ITC is a conglomerate, it is a combination of about 12 divisions. Each one has its own pathway of transition. So we also have a commitment of net zero operations, which is largely scope 1, scope 2 emissions, and be net zero by 2050. Some of the businesses will be doing it as early as 2035, but some of the businesses like a paper division, which currently uses coal, more from a commercial perspective, because the coal comes from the from a coal field which is about 60 kilometers from the site. So there's nothing, no other fuel can actually make commercial sense till that is there. So, so that will see a longer trajectory, and hence we have a scope 1, scope 2 reduction target by 2050. Now, having said that, but our challenge is not actually, these are things under influence, our influence. We see an opportunity in terms of reducing our or transitioning to cleaner sources of energy, and we are on that journey. We have targets, we have goals, we have mechanisms, we have systems in place. The question, if you say net zero, it's actually including a bigger, elephant in the room, which is scope 3 emissions, where since we are a lot of agri connect, we have a 90% scope 3 emissions of our overall, emission baskets. 90% comes from scope 3, And of that, about 60% lies in our upstream value chain, which is our agri value chain. Now there, in that, 50% is actually the fertilizer that is getting used, so the embedded carbon there. And the rest of the 50% is more of agri practices, the suite of practices that the farmers are currently having. Now there, while we have been, the fertilizer thing, we don't have any influence. So it will probably, as India is reaching its transitioning as part of its 2070 goals, we see that that sector will also probably, see the transition. Things like ammonia, green hydrogen could probably accelerate that, but as of now, we don't have a visibility on how that sector is going to transition. But even in the farm practices, so we have this program of climate smart agriculture where we have already engaged with 4 lakh farmers across the country, and they have started adopting the sustainable practices, which is actually bringing down the emissions, enriching the soil organic carbon. But there the challenge is more on how do you measure, monitor and report. So even basic things like emission factors to be used. And India again, as a, agriculture is so diverse, even within the same district, you can have farms which are doing a combination of, crops. So that again, there could be a different emission factor. So these things are, this is the most basic thing for first measuring reporting. Adoption of practice is not that we have actually started and we have been doing for the last 5 years. But it's a measurement monitoring system, and then who is going to pay for it? Is because in a FMCG, B2C kind of a thing, is the consumer ready to pay for that extra, money that is going to go in terms of putting those systems? Then your kg of atta, which is say 50 rupees, can cost you 70 rupees. Is the consumer ready for that transition is also a bigger question. And again, how much are we able to influence that change in consumer preference is something that, needs to be answered. So,
you mentioned farmers, right? What work do you do with them to ensure that they bring down their emissions?
So as I said, there is we have a climate smart agriculture program, which we are doing in parts of our central India as well as northern India, which is a suite of practices, depend on what crop they are growing. Basically, it is like zero tillage, because tillage uses tractor and you use fuel. So zero tillage, using lesser water or using solar-based, water for irrigation, using nano fertilizer rather than using, or using fertilizer only if it is required. So understanding the soil condition, and then only, so use of technology to say, does the soil need replenishment in terms of fertilizer? So optimizing your fertilizer use. So these are all suite of practices. We also have a target to cover about 4 lakh farmers. We have already crossed 3 lakh farmers as we speak. So these are the practices that we are already doing on ground, and it's scalable. We are able to do it by also using the the IT platform that we had created long time back, eChopal, which is now called ITC Mars. It's more of a mobile-based app kind of a thing. So that's how we are able to scale. But as I said, the issue is on reporting, measurement, monitoring, having the right emission factors, and there's a lot that needs to be done there. So,
let me come to Gagandeep. Your business relies on water quite a bit, right? And what's the impact on supply chain of the climate crisis that we see now, right? And how are you working with your partners in the supply chain when it comes to sort of your indirect emissions, how to mitigate that?
Thank you. Thanks for having me on this platform. And you started with alcohol bottles, so I thought I was to go first, nevertheless. So Pernod Ricard, our underscoring philosophy is all around good times from a good place. So it is entrenched there. And it goes a long way in committing to a sustainable future in a way that we grow our business, but in a manner that it is sustainable for not only for us, but for the entire communities at large. Good times from good place has multiple levers, but the two most important ones which are pertinent to today's discussion is one is circular making. And the other one is nurturing the terroir. Terroir means, in French, it's land, right? So our business is for grain to grass, right? So it's agriculture based because grains, grapes, that's where the starch comes from and converts into alcohol. And glass is all the secondary packaging, the primary packaging and the secondary packaging, right? So under the circular making, I mean, starting with carbon emission and climate change, right? We are signatories to the SBTi. At a group level, we've taken some bold, ambitious targets. The near future, 2030, it's scope 1, scope 2 reduction by almost 54% at a group level. Scope 3, which Madhulika also mentioned, it again splits into flag, agriculture-based and non-flag, which is non-agriculture-based. Targets of 30% reduction and 25% reduction. Now, while these are group targets, back home in India, part of Pernod Ricard, and as Pernod Ricard India, we are a substantial force for the group. We are almost 40% by volume for Pernod Ricard Group. And hence, it's our responsibility because large part of group delivery will come only if India delivers. And hence, while there are glide path targets to reach the 2030 ambition and then the 2050 net zero ambition, India is taking a leadership role in delivering that. Almost akin to the example that was given, I think a large part of sustainability, it's a misnomer that it will come at a cost, might be. FMCG is such sector, and almost 90% again is scope 3 emission. We firmly believe there are big transitions that can happen which are cost neutral. And some of the examples are initiative of One for the Planet, where we eliminated secondary monocartons from our permanent monocartons from our packaging material. That was sustainable. It eliminated 7,000 tons of carbon and almost prevented felling of 2.5 lakh trees annually, right? And it was cost neutral, right? So obviously it requires a lot of working with the regulatory authorities. You had to go to the excise departments and we were appreciated not only by the customer, so it was more customer facing, downstream, managing the stakeholders like the regulatory authorities, but it was welcome. It was industry first. Going back the value stream, the upstream, which is, one is agriculture. So the transition switch, yes, we are agriculture based, so raw material are grains. Now the choice can always be to move towards a grain which is much more sustainable, which has a less climate impact, right? The switch from rice to maize is one such initiative that we have embarked on, right? 4 or 5 years back, rice was almost 100% sourcing for our grain neutral spirit, which is the main ingredient for making alcoholic beverages. Today we have transitioned to almost 20% plus. And the carbon emission of maize is 1/3 that of rice, right? So that's a smart transition. Then when you manufacture, I mean, both within the fence, what we manufacture, the transition of the fuel, the example of biomass. So coal moving to biomass, our scope 1 and 2 emissions in India have been reduced by 98% over the last 4 years. So those are smart choices that can be made, which are not always cost accretive, right? And in line also on water, I mean, we've had great ambitions on water, 20% reduction by 2030, baseline of 2018. India is already leading by 25% reduction. So there's a lot of work happening within the funds. Then there is a lot of work which is happening outside the fence with our supplier ecosystem. So if we can transition to green energy sources, we are also selecting our suppliers now, our grain neutral spirit suppliers. They are ranked based on how sustainable they are. Is their source of energy for distilling the alcohol, is it biomass or is it coal? And that's the smart selection. Then also working with our supplier ecosystem, where on a program which we call design to sustainable value. So it used to be, in earlier times, it used to be designed to value initiatives and re-engineering the product and largely the primary packaging. Now we have transitioned to design to sustainable value, right? Degrammage of bottles. You mentioned the bottles, the degrammage, right? So questioning by design as to do you really require, is there any value add for the customer or the consumer if it's a heavier bottle? Might be high-end prestige brands, but mass market brands, is there an opportunity to optimize the grammage? Recycling content in the glass, right? So we are almost up to 50% inclusion of reuse, colored glass back into the manufacture of new glass, right? And that's a mandate to our suppliers. And also transitioning our suppliers. We heard about hydrogen, but at least the first step is that, is their electricity green? We embarked as a Pernod Ricard group, and we've taken a target, and these targets are not distance targets. As we speak, many of them have already got realized. We had taken a target at a group level to transition to 100% green electricity by 2025.
What is the cost for all these transitions, particularly when you talk of lighter bottles, getting rid of secondary packaging, right? Redesigning the whole ecosystem around packaging. What is the cost of this transition?
So Gautam, as I started and I mentioned, I think large part of that is cost neutral. Because just go by the simple economics. If you're reducing glass, you're conserving the resource, right? You're using less resource. So it has to be cheaper or neutral. Without compromising on the quality and the functionality, the end product which has to be delivered should not be compromised, right? Almost all of these transitions to a tipping point, and I think we are very far away. It's a misnomer at times that sustainability will come at a cost. I think there's a lot of inefficiency in the entire ecosystem. And if we really harness the energy to really question those inefficiencies, there's a lot of value which is left sort of untapped, which can help us meet both the objectives of being sustainable and delivering it at a cost which makes economic sense.
Right. Let me turn to another big conglomerate, L&T. You have 600 project sites across the country, right? Many of them are in remote areas. How do you sort of make sure they are environmentally sustainable? What happens to the energy that they need and the materials that they use?
Yeah, just to give a bit of a background before I come to the project sites. So between construction and manufacturing, if you look at, if I leave out the IT services, tech services, etc., where there is not so much of an issue. But if I look at the construction and manufacturing businesses that we have, from a revenue point of view, manufacturing comprises around 10 to 12%. But if you look at it from a energy or emission point of view, then some of them are pretty intensive. So maybe it comprises around 25 to 30% of our emissions is accounted for by our manufacturing setup. So here the challenge is not very difficult. They are in permanent sites and locations. And progressively over the last 2 years, we have entered into various PPA arrangements at our different sites. There are something like 7 or 8 largest kind of sites. And we expect that by end of this financial year, around 80% of the energy sourced, as far as electricity is concerned, that will be through renewable energy sources, including on-site solar. And that renewable will be a combination of solar and wind energy. So currently, in terms of our total company level, our renewable energy sourcing is something like 18 to 19%, and we expect to take it up to 25% or so in another 6 to 10 months' time. The real problem or challenge is in the sites, as Gautam mentioned. At any point of time, we have more than 600 active sites under where some project is getting executed. So how do we manage the sort of energy consumption over here? And energy, as you know, is directly linked to emissions. These sites are temporary in nature. Often we are there for typically between 2 to 5 years. Some of them can be a little bit longer. They don't have any clear boundaries. They are all open, so to say. Sourcing renewable energy from the grid is difficult because temporary access is not provided as per the current regulations of the country across the different states. And renewable energy providers, they don't want to enter into short-term PPAs. They're looking for at least 5 years, if not 10 years, for providing renewable energy. So these are the challenges under which we took on the task 4 years ago when we set our goals for not net zero. We took on the goals of neutrality, carbon neutrality by 2040, and we laid out a certain path. We thought we were going to increase the sustainability of these sites in a very quick way, but we found that we could not do so. What we realized was that the bulk of the emissions arises from the diesel consumption that we do at these sites, because that is the only source of energy for the various construction equipment which operate on fuel, and also for the number of labor colonies across all the sites where DG is required for electricity. So we took it on as a task as to how do we reduce the diesel consumption. Essentially, our approach was two-pronged. How to reduce the energy intensity of a construction at these sites, so therefore how to do with less diesel, and how to decarbonize in terms of how to move away from diesel. Moving away from diesel, as I said, renewable energy was not an option. So we try to convert as much of the equipment as possible to CNG, or where possible to get them onto some electrical energy source. But that was obviously limited. We have also undertaken trials with the biodiesel, and dozens of trials were done with the different kind of equipment, and we have been able to achieve good equipment performance with the blending of anything between 5% to 20%, even 25% in a few cases. And now there's a program made out. We are talking to specific vendors for establishing biodiesel manufacturing across 7 or 8 states where we have the bulk of our activities. And the aim is to take it to 15% of our diesel use in these sites in the coming 6 to 12 months. So that will be a big step forward as far as decarbonization of our construction sites is concerned. In addition, I would say we address the challenge of how to improve energy efficiency, and it's an ongoing effort. It started 3 years ago. We have something like 20,000 odd pieces of construction equipment of various types and sizes across these 600 sites. Three years ago, when we took on this challenge, we decided to put IoT sensors across all these equipment. 15,000 plus such equipment have been IoTized. Beyond that, we found that it is not viable or does not make sense because of the impact they have on the construction activities was very minimal. So these equipment have been sensorized. We collect data on their utilization, on their productivity. Are they running on idle and not doing any real work? What is their energy, what is their fuel consumption? What is their condition from a predictive maintenance point of view? All this data is gathered now on a real-time basis. It is brought to a central command center at our construction headquarters in Chennai. And this data is used by the analytics team to understand where to redeploy equipment, where we have excess equipment and they're not doing anything, but they're consuming energy and just remaining idle. How to reduce the number of equipment, therefore, which equipment to take out of service basis their condition, and how to improve the fuel management. All this has led to a significant improvement, the combination of these various actions in the fuel or the diesel consumption at the various sites. As I said, diesel comprises 75% of our energy consumption and to that extent of emissions. What we have seen in the last 2 years, what we have seen is that while our revenues, which is an indicator of business growth or activity, that has grown by 30% in the last 2 years, the diesel consumption has actually dropped by 16%. And overall, this has had an effect on the emissions at an overall company level, and our total emissions have also dropped by 8%, even though the company has grown and will continue to grow in the coming future. And consequently, as you may expect, the emission intensity has also declined in the last couple of years or so. So I think we are on the right track. It's a continuous challenge because every month some sites get closed, some new sites get added. We have to go through the whole process of putting additional sensors and getting them connected to the central command room, making sure we are making optimal use of such pieces of equipment, replacing old equipment with new equipment more efficient. But we feel we are on the right track as far as the project sites are concerned.
Got it. Madhulika, one question on the manufacturing side of ITC, right? Apart from your focus on renewable energy, how do you decarbonize manufacturing operations? Are there
I think
best practices you can talk about?
So, energy efficiency is one key aspect. I think, as I said earlier also, so our plant, we have got two types of energy. One is the electrical energy. The other is the thermal energy, because for our, plants, for our food plants or all those, they use a lot of boilers. So we actually went on a journey of converting these legacy boilers, which were using either, furnace oil or LDO, to actually biomass-based thing. Apart from this, energy efficiency is a continuous effort. So, for our older plants, everything was converted into LED, then use of variable drives. So we have a target on for all businesses to also reduce their energy efficiency by 30% from a base year of 2018-19 by 2030. And so various businesses are on, on a different trajectory, but by 2030, we are hoping to achieve this target of energy efficiency. So this is a continuous, process. There are new technologies, new things which will come. Fortunately for, some of our businesses like foods business, it's a newer business. So we are building a lot of new plants. So we are at the design stage itself, we are embedding a lot of best practices so that the plant starts with a lower energy, energy usage. We also use, since I said we are building new things, so we also use at a embodied carbon of a building or a warehouse that we are building. At that point also we are one of the pioneers in green building. So we ensure that whatever the factory or the warehouse that we are creating is using the minimal, not only energy but water, has a proper waste management system. So that's one part of it. And for the legacy plants, it's a continuous journey to keep reducing their energy, water, waste footprint. So,
got it. Chandra, so when it comes to global south, right? Which country has taken the lead in its journey towards net zero?
But frankly speaking, it will depend on sectors that you are looking at. If China is considered in global south, then it has taken lead in every sector. Okay, that's a reality. And in fact, China shows why early investment in green technology is important. Because technologies don't grow linearly. They grow exponentially. Okay? So India, I have never understood this. In fact, in 1980s, I don't know how many of you know, Indira Gandhi came back from a conference and we set up a solar research center in Gwal Pahadi, in Gurugram. I don't know how many of you know this. World's first solar research center was set up in 1982 in India. No one knows about this. That center still exists. Okay. But that is where we left it. China started investing in solar in 2001. And today it produces 80% of global solar panel. Okay? From sand to module. Similar with EV. China was not the first company to invest in EV. It was European and Americans who invested. In fact, Mr. Money in India commercialized the first EV. I don't know how many of you remember this. Almost 15 years back.
Chetan Money.
Yeah. The first commercial EV car in India, in the world. In fact, before Tesla was in India. Okay. So we start a business and then we stop it there. We do not take it to the exponential curve. And that is where we are failing. So as far as technology development is concerned, in Global South, China will be at the top. India will come next. But I think I am more worried about, frankly, adaptation. Okay? Everything we have heard today makes economic sense, and business will move there. What doesn't make economic sense is adapting to climate change. And who is going to put money there? Who is going to put money in agriculture sector, in building early warning system, in disaster management? That doesn't make any economic sense for business. There is no business, imperative for that. So I am much more worried about the adaptation and disaster and resilience side than in technology side. I think...
why can't it come out of the CSR budget?
CSR is tiny. When the losses are 2 lakh crore rupees, what is CSR? Okay, these are peanuts, frankly speaking. Okay, I think we need to think about new business model of programmatic insurance, because government will not be able to invest itself in adaptation. That is not going to happen. There are new ideas that are coming in terms of how businesses can invest in resilience and adaptation. For example, yesterday I was in Bhubaneswar and we released India's first integrated heat and cooling action plan. Bhubaneswar as a city has heat stress for 8 months now. From February till October, the heat stress is very high. The productivity loss is about 15% for the city as a whole. Now, we started talking about district cooling. Okay? Why buy individual air conditioners when you have now viable system to supply chilled water like natural gas to every building? Okay? Can we convert our natural gas infrastructure and parallelly create a chilled water infrastructure? So instead of every house having an air conditioner, they can have chilled water and an air handling system which will cool the building. Okay? So there are new ideas that are emerging in terms of both how do we supply energy, how do we supply cooling, how we build our cities, how we build resilience. Those are the areas of bigger concern to me now. Okay? These gentlemen and the lady, they are doing great job. Till the time it will make economic sense, they will move there. The other concern is MSME sector. Okay? I think the larger businesses have internalized the economic aspect of sustainability, which MSMEs have not. That's another challenge.
Right. Let me stop here and see if there are any audience questions for the panelists. No questions? Yes.
So, Chandrabhushan, this question is to you. Are we going as a planet or as India, are we going to meet even one of the 17 sustainable development goals? Are we going to be net zero in our lifetimes?
Not
okay, so you
define lifetime.
The youngest person here, the lifetime of the youngest person here. So can't get more than that. Just one more point. So question is that what the panel is talking about what you're going to do for on site for L&T, or what ITC is doing, or these are drops in the ocean. When you look at carbon capture, net negative, how does farming come into play? Because that's the only carbon capture large-scale activity. So is there anything happening in the policy space which will actually make a difference? Because, and the other thing I want to tell the organizers is that I've lost half my thought because it's freezing cold here. If Taj Palace had a thermostat, I think so it'd be more sustainable for Delhi and for climate change.
Ajay, you're absolutely right. All the renewables and EVs in the world is not able to even meet increment in demand. So last year, the world installed 600 gigawatt of renewable energy. And still the global emission increased. It means that we are not even able to meet the incremental demand growth in demand every year. So we are not on the track to meet. But what will happen, Ajay, I'll tell you right now. When Bhopal happened, Bhopal disaster, we got Environmental Protection Act, right? I think the net zero business is doing right now is fine, but it will accelerate because of legislative reasons, okay? Parliaments, democracies of the world will respond, okay? It has happened in history of the world. When ozone hole happened, it was countries which have started legislating first. India doesn't have any legislation on climate change, by the way. We have no law. But I am quite confident if the kind of disaster we are seeing right now continues, there will be legislative response, which will even force more the hand of everyone. So I am quite confident it's a matter of time, but I think by that time, a lot of loss would have already happened.
Anup, you have a point.
Can I just add to that? I think it's not entirely so gloomy. What you're saying will certainly happen when a disaster of that magnitude happens. But I think already there are some steps being taken, and I'm sure there are a lot more than what I am aware of. For example, only a few days ago, there was a talk in the government circles of for all construction equipment to make biodiesel mandatory for up to 15% or so. And I think I hope that legislation or something to that effect comes, and the infrastructure and the means for enabling that also then consequently will happen. We have already started on that journey as a company, so I think it is certainly possible. That is one. Secondly, we are also been hearing now for almost a year about a government opening up the SMR, the small modular reactors, which is a nuclear-based fuel, which is also a source of clean energy to the private sector. And if that happens under the government's aegis, there is technology transfer agreements also taking place between US and Indian companies. If all those things do happen, then that is also something in the right direction and enabled by government policy. These are the two things which come immediately to my mind. I'm sure there are a lot more of these things also which will be there before the real mega legislation that you're saying will happen after a big, huge crisis. But I think things are already happening to a considerable extent.
No, and added to that, I think the compliance carbon market is set to be set next year. It will be there for initially 4 or 5 hard-to-abate sectors. But I think those are, market mechanisms which will probably accelerate the transition. And so these are the things, I think India is a very diverse country, and to, give all due credence, I think there's a lot of, after a lot of thought, I think the government moves with such things. So like the compliance carbon market, hopefully it will accelerate the transition of some of the hard-to-abate sectors. It also depends on what is the price of carbon, etc. So I think that's how it will happen.
I'll also reinforce that. I think it's not that gloomy. If India has a net zero 2070 target as a country, while corporates and businesses are just tip of the iceberg, but the targets are even more audacious, right? If we talk about Pernod Ricard, we are committed to a net zero by 2050, right? And these might be looking far-fetched, but the advances that you're seeing getting realized, action on the floor is happening, right? And hence, I think if this collective will and initiation happens, supported by legislation, I'm sure this will become a reality.
I'm absolutely delighted with the optimism. Okay, maybe I'm too old in the sector. Okay, but I'm absolutely delighted with the optimism, and if this is what business feels, then maybe we will be able to do it.
Yeah, I would say cautious optimism.
Don't dilute it now.
Right. I think we are completely out of time. Would love to take a few more questions, but yeah, it's cocktail hour, and we still have one more session to go. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Thank you, Gautam. I'd like to request you to please do us the honors of presenting tokens to our panelists. So as Gautam mentioned, we've got one more session left, which is our final session. I hope some of you have participated in the survey that we were doing while some of you were inside the hall. If you haven't, we'd love to have your responses to the survey to improve our performance in the future. So do look out for our ushers or our volunteers who may come up to you with a tablet, requesting you to participate in that survey. Thank you very much to our panelists, and we move on to our final panel, which is a storm in the plate. There's a storm going on outside, but we're going to get this storm in the plate. Food systems and climate resilience that we would like to talk about. What we eat, how we grow it, and how we distribute it are all central to climate action. Our panel will now explore sustainable agriculture, food innovation, and how India can make its food systems climate resilient. On board, I'd like to now invite Mr. Rangu Rao, CEO Safe Harvest, a company formed by 8 nationally renowned grassroots civil society and farmer organizations to market synthetic pesticide-free products under the brand name Safe Harvest. Inspired by Baba Amte, Mr. Rao believes that location-specific watershed development combined with low-cost, low-risk agriculture, nature-based livelihoods, and women-led microfinance can dramatically raise rural incomes. Joining him, Devendra Gupta, the co-founder and CEO of EcoZen Solutions, where he has been at the forefront of creating affordable, reliable, and efficient energy access for agriculture. Under his leadership, EcoZen has pioneered innovations such as solar-powered pumps and micro-cold storage, transforming the way farmers access energy and preserve produce. Ajay Veer Jakhar, a citrus farmer by vocation and chairman of Bharat Krishak Samaj, one of India's leading non-partisan farmer organizations established in 1955. He's also a UN food systems champion with a life's mission to advocate for farmers' prosperity and a sustainable, inclusive, and equitable food system. He brings grassroots experience together with multi-stakeholder research and dialogue on board. Our moderator for this session, Sayantan Bera, National Editor, Mint, who I now invite up. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. This is just the last one before we open the floor to food and drinks. So please be seated. Thank you. It's on.
Good evening, everyone. So this is the last session. So we are going to talk about something visceral, something which goes inside, we take in our bodies. We are going to talk about food before we begin the dinner and cocktails. So, when I was thinking that when you talk about the issue of sustainability in agriculture and food, and if I were to ask this to a farmer, most probably the answer is going to be very short. And they're going to say that, it's about falling profitability and the rising risks in farming. And if I ask the same question to an expert, I would mostly get a long list of issues, beginning with climate risk, the price volatilities, fragmented holdings. There's a technology access issue. From the consumer side, there is a problem with pesticide residues in food, and also overall as a country, the nutritional quality of our diets, that it's getting more and it has gotten, of course, our agriculture and food on the plate has diversified, but it's still very calorie heavy and calorie dense and not nutritionally diverse. So we are going to talk about some of these issues, and I would like to first hear it from a farmers organization, what Ajay has to think about, what are the main sustainability challenges facing agriculture as a farmer and as a farmer policy advocacy organization.
Sayantan, thank you. Thank you to Mint for this opportunity. You know, when you look at sustainability of food and farming, it's a vicious cycle. One sustainability feeds into the other's unsustainability. And if you look at food sustainability, I would look at in terms of affordability for the people, for the masses, and for productivity. And it's been the government's policy to artificially drive down prices of food for the masses, for consumers. And that itself creates an unsustainable farming practices. It makes farming unsustainable because government does not allow food prices to rise, and low food prices don't allow farmers to experiment or become entrepreneurs in trying to improve farming practices. And one of the panelists in the last session said that 4 lakh farmers have shifted to zero tillage and farming. I mean, as a farmer, my experience is otherwise that if it's not going to make economic sense, like Chandrabhushanji said, nobody's going to be shifting. Then farmers practice in an unsustainable way, not because they want to do it, but because the government incentivizes them to do it. Because the system values production. It does not value sustainable practices. So if you're going to get a higher MSP for higher production, if you're going to get higher price for higher volume, then that's what farmers are going to do. And government policies on MSP or from cheap fertilizers, in fact, urea in India, nitrogen in India is like, I think so 2.5 times cheaper than across, I live on the Pakistan border, on this side of, in Punjab, on the other side it's 2.5 times more expensive. And so I'm just saying, unsustainability is driven by government policies. And till government policies don't change, this is not going to happen. But a change is not driven by social or moral imperatives. It's only going to be driven in the short term by political will and in the long term by economic considerations. There's no way sustainability is going to come into the farming sector. And lastly, I would say is that one of the questions that I would want to address is on what needs to change for farming and farmers to become sustainable, because farming means not only food, it means water, it means soil, it means the security of the planet going forward. I think it's an outdated economic paradigm of how we value food as such. How do we not only value food, of how we price food? If we think food is one of the items that can be on the same plate as your clothes or your shoes or other household goods, it's not going to happen. So I think economists have let us down, government officials have let us down into not having an alternate paradigm over the last so many years. We still value things differently. And lastly, let me give you an example, and it's all, unsustainability is policy driven, because Reserve Bank of India does a monetary policy to control inflation and other prices. And the easiest tool for the Reserve Bank of India or for the government is to control food prices. Like you allow cheap imports, or you don't allow, you put stock holding limits, you don't allow exports. So since Mr. Raghuram Rajan was governor of RBI, since then no governor, no deputy governor of RBI has called for a meeting. You know, they do these monetary policy meetings with bankers, with industry, and nobody calls farmers for it. You know, because we are a tool for the whole process. And why I say this is because I know on record, because when Mr. Raghuram Rajan was Reserve Bank of India governor, they called us for a meeting. We didn't call for it. They called us for a meeting. We took farmers from all over India, and his personal secretary told them that they went through the RBI documentation to see when was the last farmer delegation to meet an RBI governor. They couldn't find it on record. And since Mr. Raghuram Rajan left, we've written to the RBI 6 times asking for a meeting. We don't even get a response. Not on the phone, not on the email, not by mail, we don't get it. So if the government is not interested in sustainability, the government is interested in populist policies, in getting re-elected, and those kinds of stuff. I mean, it is a gloomy picture. I mean, industrialists might find it differently because they get incentives, but that's how things stand for food and farming.
We'll come back to this. I'll next come to Rangu. You know, like you started this product company like Safe Harvest, which is bringing consumers pesticide-free produce, and you work with women and tribal farmers in many different states. So, I want you to talk about their challenges a little bit from their perspective, what you have seen, their challenges, and also that why did you create this new category of produce, which is like pesticide-free? You could have gone organic, certified organic, but what is this? Introduce us to this new pesticide-free category, and how was it done to ease the transition into a safer form of food, and what has been the market response? But first, let's begin with the producer perspective there in terms of what is happening to the ecology, the climate. I think you put it in. Should be working. It's on.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
Although Safe Harvest was born almost more than a decade ago, but even if you look at the 2024 APIDA report, you find that 38% of the output which is coming out of farms which don't use chemicals is still goes unrecognized. So it's only about 60% or so which is coming into the market as certified or, under a, let's say, certified food. And this 40% of food is going into mainstream agriculture, mainstream trading channels, and completely unrecognized. So that is one of the issues which brought us closer to the fact that how to get identity to such produce. And what you find is that with 85% of our farmers being smallholder farmers in India, for them to access this recognition, or let's say this acknowledgement of the fact that they are doing certain practices on their farm, is very expensive and very complex. It was very complex and expensive earlier. Nothing much has really changed, although many steps have been taken to make it possible for small farmers to also be, let's say, be recognized or certified. But the challenges still remain for that. The third thing is, as Ajay has said, that there is very little incentive to keep practicing, or let's say stick to practices which, for which you don't use chemicals. At the very first step, if a farmer gets an opportunity, if they can afford, if they can, pick up the risk, they would actually move to chemical agriculture, chemical intensive agriculture. Because the promise of high yield, the productivity, etc., is there, which they feel in the kind of crops that they are growing, probably that is absent. It's because of certain constraints.
So you're saying that it's not remunerative for them, even to grow safer
So
food.
one is not,
the incentives are not in place.
So one is non-remunerative farming, and the other is the fact that they can't afford, the risk is too high. So that also kind of keeps them, to keep growing, or maybe accessibility, availability of those chemical fertilizers or pesticides in the near this thing. So that makes it more difficult for them to kind of make that switch. And what brought Safe Harvest to recognize this is the fact that a large chunk of this food which is coming and which is safe food, and it's, let's say, default organic or default safe, is going unrecognized. So it was about giving identity to this produce without going into the complexities and the cost involved in getting certified. The other aspect that Safe Harvest brought forth when we got in is that if you look at the last decade, when in fact the awareness levels amongst consumers has gone up, there has been a lot of push, the state push has been there for growing crops in a in a non-chemical manner. There has been very little work done on bringing forth hard evidence for the consumer of the food being safe. And that was actually the second aspect which we brought forth, that testing is very important. And if you test your produce and you find that it is chemical free or pesticide free, then there is absolute evidence for the consumer also to know that this food is absolutely safe for consumption, which actually you find in the other categories of food. For long, this was not mandatory. So it was a very process-driven system, a protocol-driven system, but something which brings hard evidence for the consumer, that was absent, which probably Safe Harvest was able to has been able to very successfully bring forth. We have been testing the produce. Test has become much more mandatory today, and you find many other brands now following that path. So I think that is the area where we have been able to bring some changes. Although what I'll say is that the challenges to in fact grow remains for safe food have not really changed. Because even if you have farmers, the biggest challenge actually is in terms of value addition, in terms of processing. Because there, you see, technology is not scale neutral. So you have very small groups of farmers who are probably, and we don't consume wheat, we consume wheat flour. We don't consume paddy, we consume rice, right? So you have to process. You have to rely on the best technology available so that your recovery rates are better. You are able to give a good quality product at a low price. And for that, to access good, let's say, state-of-the-art technology is very difficult for, who are in this business.
And
so that's the first kind of challenge.
And also, would you talk a little about the challenges to bringing these products to consumers in the sense that to have them on product shelves or on e-commerce or quick commerce portals? I mean, for instance, when you sell a packet of, a kilo of pulses grown by women farmers in Madhya Pradesh, say on a quick commerce channel, how much of commissions are you being charged for it? Is there a cost build up there in the sense that how easy or difficult it is to market these products?
Well, the issue is, much before the product actually or produce reaches the shelves of a retailer, you already have built up so much cost, in the sense what I'm talking about, that you first of all, because of your scale, you don't have access to state-of-the-art technology, right? So your recovery rates are lower. So your cost is built up. Then there is very high inventory cost because you are going to a certain set of farmers who are identified clusters. So you can't just go anywhere and buy your raw material and process it. You have to go to those identified producers who are following a certain protocol in terms of growing the crop. So if you buy from them, and these are very small farmers, so working capital requirements go up. So you have a cost build up there because it's a high inventory model. So you have to store it. You have to project it over a longer period than, let's say, established companies who are doing wheat flour or rice or something, who buy from farmers at any time whenever there is a demand. Here the situation is different. And because you have a high cost, you go at a higher price to a retailer. And the retailer who does not have any awareness about this feels that you are charging a higher price, so you are probably making a higher margin. So they want a share of that margin that you are making. So you end up paying a higher margin to the retailer also. So you add to that particular cost, that also cost has to be built up. So it's more about a retailer, or let's say, for example, you say an e-commerce player, not being fully aware of the system or from where this produce is coming, what it has gone through. and that leads to a higher price. And then it's a kind of vicious trap. So your demand falls.
We'll come back to it again. So Devendra, you work on solar technology and bringing those products to farmers. You know, like, so, I mean, here is, Devendra is from, he's the co-founder and CEO of Ecozen, like, which is an agri-tech startup, and agri-tech in the true sense, not like agri-trade, but so they do solar pumps for irrigation, solar cold rooms, and solar air conditioners also. So I wanted to understand, first of all, how is this energy landscape changing in rural India, especially for farmers, you know, with this introduction of schemes like PM Kusum, and you know, what kind of technologies are you seeing at play, and what has been the uptake? And overall, if there is a, you know, like energy has become more equitable and accessible for rural producers.
Very well asked, Sayantan. I just want to share some stories from the field. So there was this time I was on a farm of a gentleman. He does strawberry farming in Mahabaleshwar. He showed me, see, this is my farm, and the time came for him to, you know, start doing his irrigation. He turned on his pump, and he started doing irrigation, and the water was coming out, and suddenly the pump tripped. We heard that the guy next door had turned on his pump. So that is the classic situation which is there in the rural or semi-urban, peri-urban part of India. Like the transformer capacity is restricted, the cable capacity is restricted, the power is available for limited times. At times it is there in the night. There's another farmer from Junnar. He says that he's afraid to go to his farm to turn on his pump in the night because there are leopards in the nearby area, because the water comes only at night. Then there is this another gentleman in Aliganj near Gola, Lakhimpur Kheri district in Uttar Pradesh. He is from an agrarian background, but he has started a training school wherein people are studying. There it has gotten so hot, there is no power. And they are struggling to study. It is like boiling hot. So that's the landscape right now. Even today, there's a lot which is happening, but still there are struggles which people have in rural areas, peri-urban areas, with respect to access to energy, access to reliable energy, access to affordable energy, access to quality energy. All of these stories are very much there, and these problems are very much there. What is good right now is that the government has realized that the distribution companies getting to all of these locations and going to be able to provide the quality power for all of these applications doesn't seem to be a very immediate future. We may get there, we will get there, but it will take some time. So they have come up with very beautiful schemes, like there is Kusum Yojana, wherein farmers are able to now get solar pumps. There is Surya Ghar Yojana, wherein people in rural areas are able to get solar-based systems for homes. Now, some of the challenges with these systems are, like the solar-based pump, the energy is generated for maybe 100 days or 150 days. But then the solar pump doesn't, the energy gets wasted. With the Surya Ghar, the irony is that the system runs when the grid is there. The moment the grid voltage goes down, or the voltage gets into an issue or grid fails, it stops working. So while the schemes have come in, the technological solutions haven't really evolved, or the policy hasn't really evolved to an extent that they consider technological solutions which will actually solve these rural problems. So that is something which needs to happen now. If you look at it, between pumps and maybe the other certain devices like cooling devices, air conditioners, etc., around 140 gigawatts of connected load is there today. Our peak demand is close to 250 gigawatt, 300 gigawatt. It's almost 50%. of that. And we're going to add another 300 gigawatt. With the per capita income rising, we are in a very desperate situation as a country. If we don't hit what today morning the sir said, that we have to hit 500 gigawatts in the near term by 2030, trust me, the situation we have of power will be worse off, because all of us have become power guzzlers today. So that is the situation. While India is growing really well, the power condition is growing really well, but our consumption is growing at a much faster pace, which is really the point of worry for me. Yeah.
Thank you, Devendra. Ajay, I wanted to ask you, like there's a lot of talk around like GM crops, especially with the trade negotiations and the tariff issue, US wanting to sell us the GM soy and corn. And one reason India has resisted, one primary reason is because of low productivity. I mean, US is almost 3 times for both corn and soybeans, the productivity. That means, I mean, US does like about 11 tons, I think, per hectare for corn, and we do 3.5. Yeah, soybean we do around roughly 1, they do 3.5. So, but is technology and this genetically modified seeds, the transgenic technology, the only issue? Or are there other factors in play? Like as a pharma organization, do you think that technology access, because it's all tied very much to the resource use, right? Like when you use the same plot of land to grow 3 times as much food, so what changes do we need to bring in? I mean, like, are we doing enough, spending enough on research? I mean, like the crops that you yourself are growing, how modern they are, like how cutting edge they are, and if you can tell us a little bit about the global practices, which are sustainable practices that have come in, which I think mainstream farmers in India are still not, aware of.
So to answer the question of what needs to happen, I think we need better politicians and we need better bureaucrats. I mean, but I will not get into the governance debate, because that's what Bharat Krishak Samaj has been propagating, is for improved governance. To get a technology or not get a technology is a political decision the government has to take. And as farmers, I mean, farmer organizations have been saying that if we are not allowed access to a technology, then that technology produced should not be allowed in Indian shores. So if you're not allowing GM corn or you're not allowing GM soybean in India, then we should not be allowed, then we should not be importing it from outside the country. But that's not the important part.
I just want to interrupt you a little bit, but that's already happening, because we do import the GM soy oils, because they don't have the protein with that logic. It is happening.
That's why
farmers here don't have access to that technology.
That's why I said it's a political decision. That's how I phrased it initially. It's a political decision. It's a decision that the government has to take, and its ideological front wings of their organizations have to come to an understanding if they want it or don't want it. Like you said, our yields are less. Even non-GM yields, even soybean, our non-GM yields are less than half of, I think so, nearly half of what they are in the US. We are investing less than 1% of our GDP into agriculture research. Israel does 6% of its GDP. In 1980, Israel and India were both poor developing countries. They've been investing 6%, we've been investing 1%. They're a developed country today, we are not a developed country today. Our investment into agriculture research and development in real terms has decreased every year of this century. It's been 25 years in this century, and every year we are reducing the investment that we're doing in reducing the investment we're doing in research. In one of the earlier panels, somebody was saying some 10 or 20,000 crores have been, given for research in green hydrogen or something. I don't know. I didn't understand the term. I mean, here agriculture gets around 10-14,000 crore rupees every year, which reduces, this may say 80% goes to salaries or it goes to pensions. So government is not investing in research. Government is not investing in productivity. That's why I said government is not investing in sustainability. It's investing in all the other things. And that's a problem. The other problem is practices, like you said, other than technology. In practices also, if you look at vacancies in agriculture development officers, if you look at vacancies in horticulture development, if you look at vacancies in veterinary doctors, if you look at vacancies, I mean, you don't even have doctors for aquaculture. It's the same veterinary doctors who do animals will do for fisheries. So if you look at the human resources investment in this country, it's pathetic. We are more focused on infrastructure. We should be prioritizing human resources. There's a 40 to 50% vacancy in all these positions, which will actually impact how farmers farm, how you teach them how to farm, how you make them improve practices. That investment is not coming in, and the state governments have to do it because agriculture is a state subject. So I think we need to be investing more in research. We need to be investing more in human resources, capacity building of farmers, and we need to be investing more in making politicians and bureaucracy understand what is actually required on the ground. Because they have this huge hang-up that they know what is required, and that's what, as a farmers' organization, we try and do.
Thank you, Ajay. Rangu, I wanted to ask you one thing. You work with a lot of resource-poor farmers, so to say, and also you work with farmer-producer companies in many states. I wanted to understand, wanted you to tell our audience, like, what is happening to India's soils? I hear that the organic carbon content in soil is declining, fertility is declining. I think soil and water we hardly speak about, right? And that determines the quality of the produce a lot, and also productivity. So what has been your experience in all these years working with farmers?
Well, fundamentally our understanding is that soils are depleted, and to ask any farmer to shift completely to non-chemical means is impossible because of the condition of the soils that they are cultivating today. And that is why the easy route is to first give up on pesticides while you work on the soils. And as your soils become healthier in terms of organic carbon and other kind of enrichment, and so you can reduce the use of chemical fertilizers or completely give up on that. But that's a slightly slower process. Giving up on synthetic pesticides can be a surgical cut. So in my, to my observation and my experience of having worked with the organizations from whom we procure, has been that over a period of time, members of these farmer-producer organizations have seen a change in their soils. Because, it's like you can compare it to a human body, a plant's health. And the healthier you are, the lesser support you need from external sources. You don't need medicines, you may not fall ill so much. A healthier plant may not require the kind of support which probably a weaker or something weak, but you're expecting much more. So if you are able to work on your soils, you will require less of synthetic support in terms of most fertilizers and pesticides. And that is what we advocate. And that is what we have seen over a period of time. But if you take the macro view, where yield maximization is the mandate almost, both from external sources and from a farmer's mindset, you do see a depletion. You do find, and I'm sure Ajay will be able to throw more light on this. Look at Punjab. It's completely plateaued in terms of productivity, and that is because soils are getting more and more depleted. And that's the story of most green revolution areas in this country. And that is what is also being aped by non-green revolution area farmers also today. So soils are taking a hit, but as you move away from that, and you have other kinds of practices being followed or adopted, you do find soils coming back, getting rejuvenated. But yes, it takes more time for that. And that is where support is also required.
Okay. I'll cut you short there. Devendra, I wanted to ask you, like, you spoke about this energy access issue, that it's still not very reliable, right? So what can we do to fix it, both at a policy level and at a product level? Like, so what kind of interventions can you take? And
so on the product level, I think India needs to start building for India.
Building for?
India needs to start building for India. So far, we are living on borrowed technology, maybe something which works great in Germany, which works great in China, with their temperatures, with their conditions. We are bringing it, welcoming it to India, which may work fine for a certain segment of urban population, but our conditions are very different. So I think India making for India is very important. Or I think India making for India is still happening. India designing for India needs to start happening. That is, I think, number one. The second bit is that in terms of driving the adoption, I think the government is doing phenomenally great things. Okay, they have certain policies that they've been able to bring about, and they are giving full impetus to making them successful. They are trying everything that they can to make the effort reach as many people as possible. So which is a very good and a welcome move. But if you look at it, the number of people who are being impacted by it, I would say in total is around 20 to 25 lakhs. And maybe 20 to 25 homes. So maybe 20 to 25 lakh homes. So maybe 1 crore people in total. But if you look at it, the size of the country and the population of the country, it is humongous. It is, a lot of people are struggling. So we are still a drop in the ocean, only as of now. So how do we really go beyond a smaller segment which is able to benefit to the much larger masses across the country? So that is where I think when you talk about agriculture, farming, energy, what happens is the moment you think about these things, capital expenditure comes into the mind. And whenever capital expenditure comes into the mind, even though the technologies have become commercially viable, it is important for them to be affordable. And the moment you talk about affordability, you talk about financial inclusion. And the moment you talk about financial inclusion, the picture of farm loan waivers come to the mind of the bankers and they shut down their books. So there is no financing, there is no CIBIL, no financing. CIBIL below 700, no financing. And how many people do have CIBIL above 700? Very little. So that becomes a very big challenge. Now, if we as a country really want to leapfrog and overcome some of these challenges, we need to figure out a very innovative financing structure wherein we are able to provide access to finance for a lot of people. And there can be very innovative ways to do it. You can do philanthropic financing, you can do carbon financing. You can, for example, work out in a model wherein you have solar panels connected to the grid. And even if the farmer is not able to pay, whatever power goes to the grid, the financier gets paid out of it. So that can help the financier mitigate the risks. So there has to be innovative financing which has to come into play. And on the first part, when I said India designs for India, for example, the on-grid inverters we are using for solar home systems today, they turn off the moment the power goes off and the moment the voltage goes a little off. So what we need is solutions which are like hybrid inverters. And to my surprise and shock, if I look around the country, there is no solution which is available which works fine at a lower cost. Everything is priced like 5x or 6x. So there is definitely product gap, there is definitely business model gap, I think, and some of it the government needs to incorporate on a policy level. Some of it we all need to work together as private sector more innovatively and drive it forward is what I think.
Thank you. I have one last and important question for Ajay. Is that this whole ethanol policy that we are following and what changes it is bringing to the farm? We of course know that it has reduced emissions on the road, but it's also, there's farmers are, it seems the data from the planting data, it seems that farmers are growing more maize and they're ditching soybean. They're leaving, they're lowering area under pulses, under cotton, due to this ethanol push. And how do you, what do you think about it? And is it a long term? Can we sustain it, or it just needs a couple of years of abysmal rains to throw everything off gear?
So that's a hot topic, and lots of people are on either side of the debate. But I think on the point that you said that it reduces carbon or emissions, or is it better environmentally, I think Chandrabhushan ji is better to answer that, because if you take a systems approach, I'm not so sure about it. And I'm not passing judgment if your vehicle mileage is going to reduce, if your engine is going to get corroded. I'm not going to answer. I'm not passing judgment that petroleum companies are buying bioethanol at 60 rupees and selling it at 100 rupees. I'm not even saying that petroleum companies, ethanol companies are allowed to buy grain that farmers grow, which costs the government 44 rupees, and ethanol companies are buying it at 22 rupees. So leaving all those issues of ethanol behind and not passing judgment and leaving it to everyone to think about it, I think converting, I personally think, and my organization personally thinks, that converting food to fuel is not a good strategy. And residue to fuel is a good strategy, but converting food to fuel is not a good. Even though farmers are making more money out of it now, that's why they're shifting to corn. But in a long-term sustainability, I think that's not a viable proposition, I think. The other part is that the government has an objective of diversification, but now you're going to a more cereal-centric economy, because you're shifting away from pulses, you're shifting away from oil seeds, you're going to corn, you're going to crops which require more nitrogen, more fertilizers, more chemicals. So it's a system shift which is absolutely opposite to what the government has been preaching for everyone to do, what they're telling us to do. This is a common thing that we see. Then you have, with regard to ethanol, then you even have industry saying that हमने 150% capacity of government demand लगा दिया है. अब ethanol के वो क्या कहते हैं, standards change करो, practices change करो, और हमें grains चाहिए. I mean, if industries put 150% capacity, bad luck, you make your losses. You are there to make profits. No? It's not for the government to subsidize industry because you've done 150% capacity production. There were even stories of our Niti Aayog paper which came out, which obviously got, for whatever reasons, it should not have been withdrawn because it's a paper, if you got to debate it, where they said that you could import GM soybean and corn from the US, ethanol companies would put up factories on the coast where it would be converted to ethanol. So I think it's a complex issue, but biodiversity is going to get hit. You're going to become a more cereal-centric economy. You're going to get dependent more on agriculture imports for your needs. So I think it's a much more complex issue.
Thank you, Ajay.
Let me just say one thing on sustainability. I got these notes. Is that with regard to sustainability on food, there are new technologies coming in, which I think government should be investing. If government of India had a sovereign fund like Singapore or Norway, that's where you would be investing in. So we are a protein, deficit country, and proteins are we importing. So there's a company in Finland, I think. It's called Solar Foods. It's a Finland country which is creating now protein powder from thin air, without soil. It's doing it. It's converting it from thin air, literally. And
yeah, those are technologies of the future.
Those are technologies. You're creating fish oil from algae. So, these are technologies which will
I can see the time's up thing. Yeah. Thank you, Ajay. So I will still take the liberty of taking a couple of questions if there are any. Any questions from the audience?
The organic. I am talking about the customer confidence on organic product, like we have 9001 for the industry, hallmark for the gold. But I have not seen any hallmark product for the organic part, because as a customer, I want to know what the product I am taking about is a good product or not. What do you think about that?
There's certifications in place, but Rangu, you would like.
But I have not seen so much publicizing the certificate like hallmark or like 9001. Like I want to buy a pulse, organic pulse, but I'm not confident it is organic or not, it is a good organic pulse is there or not.
I actually completely agree with you that there is a trust deficit at the consumer level. That's why I also spoke about hard evidence. The evidence comes from the fact that you test your product and you find that if it is free of residues, you take it to the consumer and you basically make available that hard evidence to a consumer and take care of that trust deficit. Today's system does not allow that, but over a period of time, what we have seen is that many companies have started doing this. They have started providing for these tests. They have started testing their product and taking it to the consumer. The entire protocol has to become much stronger because there are still gaps in that. But testing, you have to move towards that. You have to be able to provide hard evidence to a consumer who is coming to you and saying that, he's coming to you because you're making a claim that, your food is without any chemical residues. You should be able to kind of back it by some evidence. Today it is not there, but some companies have started following that and we are happy about it because we can say that we started much earlier. That's all I can make.
Okay, you can do the, the discussion later after. So are there any other questions? Yeah, Bibek.
Thanks. So actually, this is a question any of you may want to answer, but as farmers and as working with farmers, how worried are you about groundwater depletion? Any of you can answer. And
would like.
Yeah, I think it varies.
I just wanted to say one thing. I also have read about this, that this solar pumps, use of solar pumps, farmers are drawing up more groundwater because it's like free, right? So that there is did this happen?
So yes, we have deployed more than 4 lakh systems on the ground which pump water using solar energy. It is free power and the water is also perceived as free. So the farmers can keep on pumping till the time sun is there. So there are farmers, you go to Maharashtra, you will see very judiciousness with respect to the use of groundwater. Then you move to some other states, the water table is very close by, they don't really care. So that is the ground level situation. A large part of our irrigation still depends on flood irrigation and drip is coming in little by little. So we saw this situation happening. What we thought of doing is that we enabled other uses of solar energy which could be more productive for the farmer. So instead of pumping out water without any reason, you use that energy for other productive uses. We educated the farmer with respect to the amount of water they need, and basis that we gave them mobile applications in which they could program and schedule the operating times, basis the water output, basis the number of hours they wanted for, and balance the power can be used for other purposes. Then we are at this point in time tried advocating precision agriculture, soil sensors, but I think that is a bit far away. They don't really want to do that. So I think we do see a bunch of farmers really worried about the groundwater. They would have put in tarpaulin, and that tarpaulin would be holding water for them for the times when the water table would go dry or when there wouldn't be any rains. Whereas there are farmers who don't really care about it. But I think the awareness is getting built up. People are now understanding that so far we have considered fuel to be really valuable. Then we have considered electricity to be really valuable. I think the times are coming when we will start considering water and air to be really valuable. So I think, yeah, that is getting there, but we are still a little away.
We have already taken up 10 minutes more than what was allotted to us. Thank you everyone for joining, for speaking here and, for listening to this panel. So we can continue the conversation over dinner. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sayanthan and our panelists. May I request Sayanthan to please do us the honors? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that really brings us to the close of a day filled with insights, with ideas, and with inspiration. And the discussions today have reminded us that sustainability is not an option, it is the only way forward. And it will take collaboration across sectors, strong leadership and innovative solutions to make climate resilient growth a reality. On behalf of Mint, thank you for your presence and your engagement. We now invite you to continue the conversations over drinks and dinner. Thank you and good evening.